Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second day of our seminar. We hope you are all in good health. You can participate fully in today's session. We will begin the seminar. Let's pray. Our Father in heaven, this morning the participant, moderators, and speaker, ask for you guidance and presence so that we might attend the seminar until the end successfully. Bless the facilities and equipment that we use. It is our prayer that through the seminar, we may increasingly understand and comprehend to trust in your word. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. Time for you, Dr. Philip.
Thank you, Pak Martinus. And I just want to greet all of us this morning. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming back and joining us again for our last day about our conference and our seminars on biblical textual criticism. I hope we enjoy and we learn a lot from our speakers yesterday about textual criticism of Old Testament, New Testament, and also Dead Sea Scroll. And today we're gonna have another 4 speakers, main speakers. And the first one, okay, please let me know if Dr. Gentry is ready here. Please let me know. So I will, because he told me that I think he will be here in a few minutes. He will be joining us in a few minutes. Please let me know when he's here. So basically, I would like to introduce Dr. Peter Gentry as our first speaker. Actually, like, he is my supervisor. He is my PhD supervisor at the Southern Baptist Theological Seminary. And I was so lucky I could study under him. And I learned a lot from him about biblical textual criticism, especially in Old Testament, and also about Semitic languages, about Septuagint, about Greek, and many things about biblical studies. I learned a lot from him, and I would like to introduce him, our first speaker. Our first speaker. I would like to read his CV. Here. Okay, Dr. Peter Gentry, he got his PhD from University of Toronto, and his major is on LXX, and his supervisor is John Weavers. John Weaver is like one of the famous Septuagint studies in the world, and then lots of his students continue his path by doing textual criticism on Septuagint. Actually, I I was planning, and also like I already invited one of his students, that Professor John Weavers. His name is Cox, Dr. Cox, and he's the expert in Armenian studies. Oh, thank you. Praise the Lord. We have like Dr. Peter Gentry here already. Join us. Thank you. And also, but sadly, Dr. Cox cannot join us for this year. Hopefully, we're gonna invite him again next year. And this is Dr. Peter Gentry. He got PhD from University of Toronto with Septuagint and Hellenistic Greek as his major. And also, he has so many teaching experience. I will not read one by one because so many, and also like he has written so many publications, maybe around like 100 publications. And he is a director of Hexapla Institute and he joins at SBL and also International Organization for Septuagint and Cognate Studies. And he is married to Barbara Gentry in 1979, and he has like 2 children, Stewart and Laura. And I do not know how many grandkids do you have right now, Dr. Gentry. Once again, 3. Okay, once again, yeah. This is an honor, Dr. Gentry, for me to see you again. This is an honor for me to introduce you, to introduce your scholarships, your expertise, your field, your work, and also your desire for Christ. Once again, this is an honor for me, and also like it is an honor for all of us. We can learn together from you, and we have like some audience, not only from Indonesia, but we have like some audience from Malaysia as well. So we have like audience from some countries, different countries. So once again, we are pleased and we are delighted that you could join us and you could bless us. And once again, thank you, Dr. Gentry, and the time is yours. Maybe you can unmute first, Dr. Gentry. Unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly.
I don't, all right, I hope you can see me all right. I turned off the bright lights. Well, it's an honor for me to spend this time with you. And I've always wanted to know the future, and now I'm speaking 12 hours into the future. Okay, so can I share my screen then?
Yes, you can share your screen.
Okay, so let's see how this works. How do I from the beginning there? So can you see this now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. The history of the Old Testament, of the writing of the Old Testament text. Let's see, this thing is at the top. Can you see the top, or is it can you read the writing at the top, or here, maybe I can put this down at the bottom. There we go. That'll work. Okay, good. How do I get it to go to the next slide? Just a second here. How do I get it to go to the next slide? There we go. History of the writing. All right. Canon and text are closely related. For those who believe in divine revelation mediated by authorized agents, the central questions are: which writings come from these agents authorized to speak for God? And 2, have their writings been reliably transmitted to us? Although my presentation is focused on the second question, the former is logically prior. How one answers the first question will determine evaluation of evidence relating to the second. So, which writings, and have they been preserved reliably? According to Nahum Sarna, what defines a canonical text is, quote, a fixed arrangement of content, end quote, and, quote, the tendency to produce a standardized text, end quote. Since the very first biblical text constituted a covenant, this automatically implies a fixed arrangement of content and a standard text. So the Sinai covenant was the very first biblical text, and since this was a covenant, it automatically means a fixed arrangement of content and a standard text. The Sinai covenant is a marriage between Yahweh and Israel. A marriage contract does not have a long oral prehistory. its content is fixed from the start. The current view today, the current view among scholars today is that the content and text of the Old Testament was not standard until the 2nd century AD. This means that Jesus could not really know for sure what writings were inspired by God, nor did he have a standard text, a stabilized text. And this is what I am calling chaos theory. Analysis of the evidence has led me to conclude that the text of the Old Testament in content, arrangement, and stability was fixed, probably at the beginning of the 4th century BC by Ezra and Nehemiah. And it is the history of this text that I attempt to treat in my presentation. First, we begin with understanding the history of the text. The authors of the text of the Old Testament produced their work between the 15th and 4th centuries BC. How can we know that the final form of the text, regarded as canonical by the 2nd century BC, has been transmitted to us in a reliable and trustworthy manner? To answer this question, the answer to this question can be provided in 2 ways. First, by describing the sources that have survived, whether they are copies of the originals in Hebrew or Aramaic, or whether they are ancient translations or versions. So we have to describe the sources that have survived. And secondly, by understanding the history of the transmission of the text. The word understanding here is all important because the data are not self-interpreting. I'm going to begin with a brief sketch of the stages in Hebrew writing. As we all know, before the invention of the printing press in 1450, all books were copied by hand. Producing books was painstaking and slow work. We call books created in this way manuscripts, a term coming from 2 Latin words, scriptus, written, and manu, by hand. A book written by hand. All right, there are actually 3 stages of Hebrew writing. In the first stage of Hebrew writing, only consonants were used to represent the language in the earliest stages of writing. This is actually a reliable way of writing, since context determines readings that are uncertain. Israeli newspapers today still use only consonants. Correct pronunciation of the biblical text, moreover, was passed down orally from priest to priest and from scribe to scribe. The second stage, beginning somewhere in the 9th century BC, the letters Hey, Wow, and Yod, and later also sometimes Aleph, were given a double function to represent not only consonants but also long vowels as well. This system, however, was not consistent or systematic, and moreover, did not represent all the vowels. Thirdly, during the period from 700 to 1000 AD, Jewish scholars called Masoretes developed a system of dots and squiggles to go over and under the letters. The dots represented all the vowels and also the accents. Early Hebrew writing employed a script Here was this is there's all right. Early Hebrew writing employed a script similar to that used by the ancient Phoenicians. Later, under the influence of the Chaldean kings of Babylon, scribes switched from the old Hebrew script to using the Aramaic square script. So here's Genesis 1:1 in the old Canaanite, in the old Hebrew script, the Paleo Hebrew script that is like the Phoenicians. Here's Genesis 1:1 in the Aramaic square script. And here is Genesis 1:1 using not only the square script, but also the dots in over the letters, in the letters, and under the letters that represent the vowels and the accents. This actually is a picture of of Hezekiah's the inscription that Hezekiah made when he made the tunnel to go from the Gihon spring inside the city wall to the pool of Siloam. The tunnel is over 550 meters long, and at the end of it there was this inscription, and you can see here the kind of letters that were used in Hezekiah's time. And if you look carefully, I've put a circle. The words are separated by dots, and this is important to avoid confusion. For example, if we had a text without any spaces, would that mean God is nowhere, or God is now here? So sometimes you can make mistakes if there isn't proper spacing. This is an example of what a sentence would look like in English with no vowels. This is the background slide on the consonantal text, and you can see that some words are obvious, like background and consonantal and text. A word like this, THS, could be this or these or those or thus, but all words always occur in sentences, and once they occur in a sentence, there's really only there's only one possibility for reading it. This is an example of I'll show. This is a scroll from Qumran, from the Dead Sea Scrolls, written in the old Hebrew script. We'll skip this. This shows how papyrus is made. This shows wax tablets and how codices were made, and the history of the Hebrew Bible. When the Masoretes invented the dots to show the vowels, there were actually the Masoretes devised a system of signs to represent the vowels and committed the reading tradition handed down orally to writing. At the beginning, as we saw, only a few vowels were shown. Later, full vocalization was shown under the influence of Syriac and Arabic literature. Secondly, they also developed a set of diacritical signs to mark the accents according to the chanting of the text in the synagogue. The history of the Masoretes correlates with different groups of Jewish scholars. First, a large-scale emigration to Babylon occurred in the 2nd century AD after the Third Jewish Revolt from 132 to 136 AD. Later, conquest of Palestine by Islam in 638 AD made it possible for the Jews to return to Palestine, Iberia, or Galilee. As a result, there were different systems of vocalization. Tiberian was under the line. Palestinian was above the line, and Babylonian was above the line. And then there's one manuscript that mixes Tiberian and Palestinian. So I'll show you that. Here is the Tiberian system. The dots are under the letters. Here is the Palestinian system. The dots are over the letters, supralinear. And the same thing is in the Babylonian system. And this is a picture of Codex Reuchlin from 1105 AD, which combines the Tiberian and Palestinian systems and is what we would call an expanded system. There were also two famous families of Masoretes, the family of Ben Asher and the family of Ben Naphtali. The text of the Ben Asher family is universally accepted as the most faithful preservation of the text. These medieval Masoretic manuscripts are accurate witnesses to an ancient consonantal text of the highest quality. I won't go over, this is a list of the most important Masoretic manuscripts before 1100. The most important is, of course, the Aleppo Codex, which it used to include the whole Old Testament, but when Israel became a nation in 1948, there were riots against the Jews in Syria, and the synagogue was set on fire, and the Pentateuch portion was lost. So today it only has the prophets and the writings. The Leningrad Codex is complete, and these other manuscripts have either the prophets or the Torah or the writings. As many as 3,000 manuscripts are known from the Middle Ages. All of them attest to the same textual tradition with only minor variations. The medieval manuscripts were studied by Benjamin Kennicott and De Rossi, who published their editions in the 18th century. Now we're going to look at the evidence for the text before the Masoretes. Before 1900, we had no Hebrew manuscripts prior to the Masoretic manuscripts around 1000 AD. Two discoveries changed all this, and we are just beginning to evaluate the new materials. So we have two major discoveries, the text from the Judean desert and the texts from the Cairo Geniza. So I don't know what the rules are in Indonesia, but in the United States, if a flag is worn out, you can't just put it in the garbage or the trash. There's a proper way to dispose of a flag. And in the synagogue, when a scroll was worn out, there was a proper way to dispose. There was a proper way to dispose of the scroll. They had a room at the back of the synagogue called a geniza. Ganaz means to store away, and this is where they would store the worn out scrolls. Well, basically at the end of the 1800s, they found in the old synagogue, in the Ben Ezra synagogue in Old Cairo, they found all these ancient texts that were before 1000, many of which were before 1000 AD. This shows you a map of where many of the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered. So from the Wadi El Daliyah, from Qumran, from the Wadi Miraba'at, from Nachal Chever, from Nachal Se'alim, and from Masada. I won't go. This shows you about fragments of about 900 books were found at Qumran, and about 200 of these were books of the Bible. So and this shows you how many fragments we have of each book. These are we have from the Cairo Geniza and other places 7 or 8 manuscripts that come from the 3rd to the 7th centuries. So these are very, very early manuscripts. They're before the Masoretic period. and they're very important. These witnesses cast enormous light on the early history of the Masoretic text. All of these texts are basically identical to our later Masoretic text. Here's an here's a picture of a fragment, one of these fragments, and here's a picture of the Ashkar Gilson Torah from the 7th century AD. So these are very early manuscripts. All right, I want to talk for I won't spend very much time on it, but I want to talk about ancient versions of the Old Testament. The Samaritan Pentateuch. When the Assyrians conquered the northern kingdom of Israel in 722 BC, they deported the Israelites and imported other peoples who married with the people of Israel and became the Samaritans. Good relations between Jews and Samaritans were up and down until 128 BC when John Hyrcanus attacked Shechem, and the breach between the Samaritans and the Jews were final. So from 700 BC down to 128 BC, there were sometimes good relations and sometimes bad relations. But after 128 BC, there were always bad relations between the Jews and the Samaritans. And you see that in the New Testament. Only the Pentateuch is recognized among the Samaritans. The Samaritan Pentateuch, therefore, is a version of the Hebrew text of the Torah transmitted among the Samaritans in isolation from the Jews from the 2nd century BC onwards. It was later translated into Aramaic and to Arabic, and they used the old archaic Hebrew script. They never switched to the Aramaic square script, not only for the Hebrew, but also for the Aramaic and for the Targum, for the Arabic. Now, this pre-Samaritan text was adapted to suit the theology of the Samaritans. If we compare, here's the important point. If we compare the Samaritan Pentateuch with the later Masoretic text, what we find is that the form of the Masoretic text is more archaic. It's older. The grammar is older. The vocabulary is older. The syntax is older. And what we see in the Samaritan Pentateuch is grammatical modernizing of lexicography, lexical items, modernizing vocabulary, modernizing geographical names, exegetical and historical difficulties have been removed, and parallel texts are harmonized. So the Samaritan Pentateuch is very important because it shows that already by the 2nd century BC, what was transmitted as the Masoretic text was already being modernized in terms of grammar and spelling. So the Samaritan Pentateuch shows that the antiquity of what we have in the Masoretic text. The Septuagint. The old Greek or Septuagint refers to a translation of the Hebrew scriptures into Greek. The Pentateuch was translated in the time of Ptolemy II in Alexandria, Egypt. The prologue to Greek Ben Sira shows us that the rest of the books were translated by 130 BC. The name Septuaginta means 70 and is adapted from a piece of propaganda that the Torah was translated by 72 translators or scholars from Palestine. The individual books vary in character and quality of translation. Some of them are very literal, some of them are very dynamic. To complicate matters, long before all the books had been translated, they were being revised and brought into closer alignment to the Hebrew text. We already have, for example, the Greek Minor Prophet Scroll from Nahal Hever, which is from 50 BC. So, and we have Theodotion and Aquila and Symmachus. So these are Jewish revisions of the original Greek translation. There are two Latin versions. The first one is what we call the Old Latin, and it's a translation of the Septuagint. Not much of the Old Latin has survived. And then we have the translation made by Jerome between 391 and 405 AD. It's called the Latin Vulgate. And he translated the entire Old Testament directly from Hebrew into Latin. The oldest manuscript of the Latin Vulgate is Codex Amiatinus, which is from it was done between 610 and between 690 and 718 AD. It was made. Look at this book. It's over a foot thick. It's a third of a meter thick, and it was made out of 515 calf skins. There's a picture of Ezra copying the Bible. The Syriac Peshitta is a translation of the Hebrew Bible directly into Syriac, done in the 2nd century AD. So it's a very old translation. It's older than the Aramaic Targums. Some books are influenced by the Septuagint. We will talk about the Aramaic Targums later. So now let us turn our attention to the character of our earliest witnesses. What are the earliest witnesses? What are our earliest witnesses to the text like? Discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls has highlighted the fact that before the 2nd century AD, differences are attested between our earliest preserved copies of the text, as well as between the parent texts of the earliest translations. So when we look at our earliest sources, what we see is many differences. Differences between the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Masoretic text, differences between the parent text of the Septuagint and the parent text of some of our other translations. What are these? The question is, what are these differences like? What are these differences like? And what do they tell us about the history of the transmission of the text? We can classify our earliest witnesses according to two types. Number one, manuscripts or translations that represent a simple, straightforward copying and transmitting of the text exactly and precisely as received. So we'll call these conservative texts. And then manuscripts and translations that represent scribes revising and updating the text to make it relevant and understood to the current circumstances or generation. James Sanders calls the first the repetition factor, and he calls the second, the facilitating texts, the resignification factor. Such a classification is extremely helpful in evaluating the apparent chaos in the witness.
Maybe we can wait a little bit. I believe Dr. Gentry has internet connection problem.
Am I back online?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Let's see. Let's go back to where I was here, sharing the screen. Here we are. Share. I hope this will work. My thing isn't working here. Just let me see if I can get it working. So here, show from the current slide. Okay, let's see if I can get this to work properly. I'm sorry about the internet problems. I don't see why it's there it's going. There we go. The evidence from the period demonstrates a general distinction between two scribal models, defined by the effort either to produce an exact copy or to produce a copy which facilitates understanding. The primary goal being the readability or comprehension of meaning, a goal which allows a certain freedom to the copyist. A spectrum of manuscripts produced by both models coexisted in Palestine in the late Second Temple period. Both were in widespread use, demonstrated on the one hand by the broad attestation of exact or conservative manuscripts among the discoveries at various sites in the Judean desert, including Qumran, and on the other hand by the facilitating texts represented by the Samaritan Pentateuch, the Septuagint, and other scriptural manuscripts and citations within the literature of the Dead Sea Scrolls, by the forelagen or parent texts of several rewritten Bible compositions, by various New Testament attestations, as well as by a variety of echoes in the rabbinic tradition. Let us take time to grasp and illustrate both of these approaches or scribal models. So one of my students, Andrew Case, he composes hymns and songs, Christian hymns and songs. Sometimes the hymns and songs have exactly the words of Scripture. They have the words of Scripture exactly. Sometimes they paraphrase the words of Scripture. Sometimes there are only allusions to the storyline of Scripture. Sometimes there is a combination of exact quotation and paraphrase. What would happen if someone was listening to these songs 1,000 years from now and would conclude that somehow there were a variety of biblical texts floating around? And this would be absolutely the wrong conclusion. Let us take let us take an example of a conservative or repetition approach which copies the parent text exactly and precisely in every way. The Masada Psalm scroll from the last third of the 1st century BC. The Masada Psalm scroll has a precise format and layout. As we all know, the book of Psalms is written in poetry, and Hebrew poetry is based on couplets of parallel lines. Each column of this scroll has approximately 29 to 30 lines, and one couplet is placed on each line with an appropriate space between the parallel lines of the couplet. So you can actually see in the center of this diagram, you can see one column of the scroll, and you can see at the top the heading for the psalm, and you can see a space between each half of the couplet. Only about 10 of the manuscripts from the Judean desert are carefully laid out in this way. Here, so here's a close-up. Here's a close-up of the Masada Psalm. You can see it says Mizmor LaAsaph, and here is Psalm 82, where God sits in the assembly, he judges in the assembly of the gods. Another manuscript, which is like this, is 4Q Psalms B, although this one only has 16 to 17 lines per column. And instead of having one couplet per column, it has only a half a couplet per column. But it still uses spaces to separate, the lines of poetry. The format and text of 4Q Psalms B are not as close to the later Masoretic text as the Masada Psalms. So the Masada Psalms manuscript is basically identical. I think there are only 6 letters. There are only 6 letters that are different between it and the later Masoretic text. So the text was copied absolutely identical for 1,000 years. We can compare the Masada Psalms manuscript with both earlier and later traditions. So there's another look at 4Q Psalms B. So first of all, we can compare it. If we compare the Masada Psalms manuscript with Codex Sinaiticus, they lay out the lines of poetry are laid out exactly the same way. What we call the stichometry or the stichography, the way each verse is separated. Each verse contains a couplet. Each verse contains 2 lines of poetry, the A line and the B line. And Codex Sinaiticus agrees with the Masada Psalm scroll almost in 95% of the time. Also, Codex Vaticanus agrees with the layout in the Masada Psalms manuscript. What this shows us is that the way the lines of poetry were set out in couplets goes back to a much older tradition, at least to the 3rd century BC. Now, if we compare the Masada Psalm scroll with the later Masoretic codices, if we compare it with the Aleppo Codex of 930 AD and the Leningrad Codex of 1008 AD, there is some change because the Masoretic codices don't use spaces. They don't use spaces between the couplets in the poetic lines. But what they do is by marking the pausal forms and by using accents, they show exactly the same division of the lines of poetry. So in changing from scrolls to codices, they didn't use spaces. They didn't follow exactly the same layout, but they used the accents and pausal forms to mark exactly the same division of the lines of poetry. We see the same sort of thing in our Bibles today. So, for example, here is Psalm 4 in the 1611 edition of the King James Bible. And if you look at this, most people in North America most people in North America cannot read this. So, for example, verse 2, O ye sons of men, how long will ye turn my glory into shame? You can see that the letters are very different. They use a symbol that looks like an F instead of an S, and there are many differences in grammar and spelling. Notice this is the same King. This is the King James Version, which was revised in the middle of the 1800s. So this is the King James Version from about 1870. O ye sons of men, how long ye will turn my glory into shame? How long you will love vanity and seek after leasing? What is leasing? Well, it turns out that leasing is an old-fashioned English word for lying, for falsehood, and has nothing to do with renting a house or car. So what happens is in the New King James Version, they, instead of using the word leasing, they translate it as falsehood. So what we see is that over time that they are modernizing the text, they are updating the text, they are changing the shape of the letters, they are changing the grammar, they are changing the vocabulary, and they are helping people to understand the text. So this is an example of facilitating. Here's the New King James Version of 1982. How long will you love worthlessness and seek falsehood? We see the same thing with Chaucer's Canterbury Tales. Canterbury Tales was written by Geoffrey Chaucer between 1387 and 1400. The current text is based on 84 manuscripts and 4 incunabula, early books printed before the printing press, before 1540. 55 of these manuscripts are thought to have been complete. 28 are extremely fragmentary. There are many variants due to copyist errors in some cases. In others, they are due to revisions by Chaucer himself. Here is a quote from the Merchant's Prologue. And as we look at this, if you're a native speaker of English, you can hardly understand what this text is about. If it was published today, it would look like this: weeping and wailing, care and other sorrow, I know enough. In the evening and in the morning, said the merchant, and so do many others who have been married. So what we see is that there is even in English, when we publish texts, the old texts are being modernized, they're being updated. We're updating the grammar, we're updating the vocabulary, we're updating the syntax. So these are examples, and just think about this. If English speakers cannot read an English text that's 500 years old, what do you think they were doing in the 2nd century BC when they had a text that was already 1,000 years old? A minimal type of updating involved changing the script from the Phoenician style used in the time of Hezekiah to the Aramaic square script beginning to be used in the 5th century BC. At some point, a scribe said to himself, if I don't change the Bible from the script I learned in school to the script my children are using in school, my children won't be able to read the Bible. About a dozen or so of the scrolls from the Judean desert are actually in the old style script, and most of them scrolls of the Torah. While many differences are due to either copying mistakes or due to revision and updating in re-signifying the text, some types of facilitating or re-signifying were more radical. So Sidney White Crawford in 2008 wrote a book called Rewriting Scripture in Second Temple Times, and she describes texts at Qumran on a continuous spectrum from biblical texts of the Pentateuch in the pre-Samaritan tradition to a text that is called the reworked Pentateuch, to the Book of Jubilees, to the Temple Scroll, the Genesis Apocryphon, and finally to 4Q commentary on Genesis A. This spectrum moves from conflation to harmonization and modification to expansion to new compositions closely related to the source, and then to commentaries that involve citing the text plus comment. She concludes that both canon and text were fluid and not standardized at this time. What is helpful is that her study shows the graduated continuum from the biblical text to paraphrase to commentary. Her conclusions, however, do not follow from analysis of the evidence. The evidence from Qumran must be put within the larger picture of all the scrolls from the Judean Desert. The evidence of one sect within the widely variegated Judaism of the Second Temple. So the texts from Qumran only come from one particular sect, and we have to put that into the larger picture. The fact that most of the texts described by Crawford employ as a base a modernized text similar to that in the pre-Samaritan tradition is revealing. She is describing the path of resignification at this time, but this is only part of the larger picture. This is no different from a Christian or Jewish bookstore today. So in 2008, I went into the bookstore at Southern Seminary and I wrote down the names of all the Bibles. We have the Life Application Bible, Salty Kids Bible, the NIV Young Discoverers Bible, the Full Life Study Bible, the Woman's Devotional Bible, the Family Worship Bible, the Dramatized Bible, the Discovery Bible, the Message, the Daily Bible, the One Year Bible, the Orthodox Study Bible, the Precious Moments the Precious Moments Bible for expectant mothers. So what we need to do when we look at these different Bibles, do we conclude that the text is fluid and unstable? No. What we need to realize is the function of texts. Different texts perform different functions. Scholars have not paid sufficient attention to the function of these texts. There are many reasons why a person might modernize or re-signifies the biblical text. An example is 4Q Deuteronomy N. This is an excerpted and harmonized text. Excerpted means passages have been taken out of the Bible and put together in a different way for another purpose. This manuscript has the text of the Ten Commandments. Now, as you may know, the text of the Ten Commandments is slightly different in Exodus 20 and Deuteronomy 5. In particular, the reason for the Sabbath differs in these two texts. The reason in Exodus 20 is that God created the earth in 6 days and rested on the seventh. The reason in Deuteronomy 5, however, is that the Israelites were slaves in Egypt and God gave them rest from slavery, so they should give rest to their slaves as well. In 4Q Deuteronomy N, the person who extracted this text to teach the Ten Commandments harmonized the text and used Deuteronomy 8 as a historical introduction to his Bible study pamphlet. So here's Deuteronomy 5:12 in the Masoretic text. Here's Deuteronomy, here's the same commandment in Exodus, and in 4Q Deuteronomy N, he's combined both reasons. He's combined both reasons in this text. So what we need to realize is this is not a Bible. It's a Bible study pamphlet that was created for a specific purpose to teach the Ten Commandments. All right, let's skip some of this. Not even manuscripts that are facilitating manuscripts, however, can preserve original material. So, for example, the great Isaiah scroll from Qumran Cave 1, in comparison with the Masoretic text, many of the differences represent linguistic modernizing and updating. although it does not lay out the text in parallel poetic lines in a precise manner, as we saw in the Masada Psalm scroll. In one place, it uses special spaces to show this. So if you look at these red arrows, these spaces are separating the lines into lines of poetry. There are also places where it preserves the original reading and the later Masoretic text does not. So if you look at the Text and Canon Institute website, we wrote 5 articles on Isaiah 53 showing places where the Septuagint or the Dead Sea Scrolls preserved the original reading and the Masoretic text did not. Here is the Psalm scroll from Qumran Cave 11. This scroll is best described as a compilation. It is a selection of biblical psalms arranged with non-biblical hymns and songs, probably used as a liturgy in synagogue worship. It is not a Bible. It does not lay out parallel lines in couplets with appropriate spaces. It runs everything together as in prose texts. Yet, Psalm 145, in Psalm 145, it contains a verse that is missing from the later Masoretic text. So how do we know that a verse is missing from the Masoretic text? Because it's an alphabetic acrostic. Each verse begins with a successive letter of the Hebrew alphabet. And in going from verse 13 to verse 14, it goes from Mem to Samach and skips the letter N. But if we look at, the verse that begins with N is the Lord is faithful in his words and loyal in all his works. This verse is preserved in the Septuagint in the Psalm scroll from Qumran Cave 11, in the Syriac Peshitta, and in one Hebrew manuscript. So even texts that are facilitating texts can preserve readings that are original. Let's see, I want to go to a person like Emmanuel. Emmanuel Tove, he's a great scholar of the text, but these people are comparing. They're comparing the Masoretic text with the Septuagint, with the pre-Samaritan text, and with the Latin Vulgate and the Aramaic Targums. And he says 52% of the manuscripts are non-aligned, 5% represent the parent text of the Septuagint, 5% represent the pre-Samaritan, 27% are equally Masoretic text and Samaritan, 5% are semi-Masoretic, and only 5% are Proto-MT. This is a wrong way to go about things. What we should be seeing is that each one of these sources has been modernized, but the Masoretic text is the one that is least updated and least modernized. It is the most conservative and the least facilitating. So the fact that if we have a situation where the Septuagint agrees with the Samaritan text and the Dead Sea Scroll, it doesn't mean they have an original reading. It could just mean that they're a facilitating text. All right. In conclusion, complementarity. There's a complementarity between conservative copying and facilitating texts. When you have conservative copying, it requires that text be modernized and updated in order to be understood. So if you're going to copy the text exactly like you see it, then you're going to have to do a lot of interpretation for the current audience to understand. If you're going to have to do a lot of explanation if your children are going to understand the text. So conservative copying requires that text be modernized and updated in order to be understood. On the other hand, facilitating texts presuppose a standard text. You can't have a text that has grammatical and lexical and geographical modernization presupposes a standard text. And we actually know by studying the handwriting of the manuscripts from the Dead Sea Scrolls that the same scribe produced both conservative texts and facilitating texts. So these are two different kinds of attempts to be faithful to the Word of God. One way to be faithful to the Word of God is to copy it exactly like you see it. Another way to be faithful to the Word of God is make sure your children can understand the text. All right. Lastly, the evidence of the Targums. The evidence of the Targums. Let me just read what I have here, and then I'll explain it. After the fall of Jerusalem, in the Hebrew textual transmission, there was only repetition and no longer any resignification. This gives the impression that the text was standardized at this time, but in fact, this is an incorrect conclusion. Let me be absolutely clear. The consensus view that the text was standardized in the 1st century AD is wrong. Rather, what was dominant before the fall in terms of repetition was likewise dominant after the fall, the Proto-Masoretic text. Since there was no longer any resignification, it only appears that the text is now standard and not before this time. Two important reasons support this reconstruction. First, it says number 2, but it should be this is number 1. Number 1. First, after the destruction of Jerusalem, Judaism was no longer variegated. So in Jesus' time, there were many different kinds of Jews. There were Pharisees, there were Sadducees, there were Essenes, there were the people at Qumran, there were Zealots, there were all kinds of different viewpoints. But after the fall of Jerusalem, there was only one group, the Pharisees, and these are the precursors of the rabbinic tradition. They're the ones who are they're the source of the rabbinic tradition. Their approach to the text restricted transmission to repetition. So after the fall of Jerusalem, they did not allow Hebrew text to be modernized. Secondly, the Aramaic Targums continued to provide facilitating texts, but they were no longer in Hebrew. So one of the things that happened, by 150 AD, Hebrew was no longer a living language. There were no native speakers of Hebrew after 150 AD. And what they had to do is they had to translate the Hebrew Bible into Aramaic in the synagogue so that the people could understand. So the Aramaic, so the facilitating texts were in Aramaic. They weren't in Hebrew. So they were still interpreting the text. They were still explaining the text. They were still modernizing the text, but they were doing it in Aramaic. They weren't doing it in Hebrew. From the description of the Targum, we can see that they exhibit exactly the same types of resignification that we saw earlier at Qumran. So I didn't spend much time on the Targum, but when you look at the Targums, there's a whole spectrum there from of facilitating and resignification. Analysis of the surviving witnesses then show complementary approaches to copying the text, conservative and facilitating. A conservative approach requires producing facilitating texts, and in turn, facilitating texts presupposes standard. The evidence of the Targums explains why no facilitating texts in Hebrew are found after the fall of Jerusalem. There was a standard text all along. All right, let me show you one. Let me share one more screen here. I can I want to show this screen right here. So the lecture that I just gave, an early form of it was published in the Journal of the Evangelical Theological Society. I can send this to you as a PDF. And then a revised edition of the lecture was given at the Text and Canon Institute in February of 2020. That they actually have a video on their website. And then it was published in the Southern Baptist Journal of Theology. But just this week, my student Andrew Case has reproduced the lecture on YouTube. Do you want me to put this in a chat box, Philip?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Let me see if I know how. I'm not even sure I know how to do that. Where's the chat? Oh, there's the chat box right here. Okay, here. So if I put here, let's see. All right. So I hope that came out in the chat box.
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Did the internet work all right? Did it come through all right?
Yes, it is okay now. Okay. Okay, thank you once again for Dr. Gentry for your presentation. And I'm always happy listening and hearing and learning from you all the time. Even though I already got my PhD under you, but still, it is an honor for me to keep studying under you. And
It's great to see you. Great to see
Yeah.
you, Philip.
Thank you. And also
And I pray every night for the seminaries in Indonesia. You guys need to know that. I pray every night for the seminaries in Indonesia.
Thank you, Dr. Gentry. Yeah. And yeah, we're gonna open for Q&A. Yeah, we have like Q&A. Maybe Mr. Sean Cole, please. Okay.
Hi, Peter. Thank you for your excellent presentation. I have two questions to ask. The first question would be pertaining to the Palestinian system of Nikud. My question is whether they are still in use today. And the second question pertains to your comment about after 150 AD, there were no native Hebrew speakers. My question
right.
is then, how did the Masoretes manage to revive what is written in the Masoretic text? How do we know that it is accurate? Thank you.
Well, these are great questions. So my professor, my Hebrew professor was John Revel. John Revel, Revell. He published books. He published manuscripts that have Palestinian pointing. So basically, what happened is the tradition that was, and the Tiberian tradition, the Tiberian tradition became dominant, and the Palestinian tradition fell out of use, and the Babylonian tradition fell out of use. So there are very few manuscripts that have Palestinian pointing, and there are only some manuscripts that have the Babylonian pointing, but we have we probably have 20,000 manuscripts from the Middle Ages that are all in the Tiberian tradition. So I hope that answers that part. I would say Hebrew was not, so Hebrew died as a living language around 150, but these Jewish scholars these Jewish scholars that we call the Masoretes preserved the reading. They learn. I mean, many of them their native language would have been Arabic, for example, but they learned Hebrew the way we learn Hebrew. And they accurately handed down the reading tradition from priest to priest and from scribe to scribe. And we know this because, for example, if you compare the Masada Psalm scroll with the Aleppo Codex, it's identical letter for letter. So that's the proof that they transmitted the text accurately over that period of 1,000 years. I hope that's I hope that's satisfactory.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
Good
Okay,
question.
okay. Now we're gonna move to Yonghan. Please, Yonghan, if you have any questions. Yes, Yonghan, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you, Pak Philip. Thank you, Dr. Peter, for your excellent presentation. Most of your presentation about transmission of text, right? I want to bring it further about the veracity of text. Of course, when we talk about transmission of text, we have to discuss about the veracity of text.
I
In
don't know
your
what
opinion,
I don't know what you're
okay.
talking about, but go ahead.
Okay, in your opinion, after you learn about the transmission of text that is very complex, how
Yes.
do you convince yourself Exodus is something really historical event? Because until today, we don't have a source that confirm that event is really historical, except from Bible. I mean, from archaeologists, there's no proof that Exodus is happening, and there's no historical record among the nation nearby the Egypt that time, or even
Yeah.
Egypt record about Exodus. I mean, like 9/11, either US or the enemy will record that event, although with the different interpretation. But for
Yeah.
Exodus, for example, we don't have that proof. So how do you convince yourself that actually what we are transmit, this one is very really historical? Because for me, myself, when people ask, I cannot answer it by academically, because until a certain point, I just
Yeah.
can answer it just only be accepted by faith.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, that's a great question. I actually don't believe what you're saying. I think there is evidence. So there is archaeological evidence outside the Bible. So for example, there's an article by Gary Rensburg, okay? Gary Rensburg, REND SB, is it BERG or BURG? You can find this. If you email me, Philip, I will send you the article, okay? It's
Okay.
called Israel Without the Bible, and he makes a complete history of Israel from archaeological evidence. So, for example, if you look at Bryant Wood, what do they have? What do they call that? What do they call his group? I can find the information for you, but there's archaeological evidence for Israel in Egypt. We have the Merneptah Stele, which in 1250 BC shows that Israel is a nation in the land. And we have another example would be that the literary structure of Deuteronomy follows exactly the literary structure of a Hittite treaty from the 14th century BC. It doesn't follow the structure of treaties before that time or the structure of treaties after that time. It doesn't follow the literary form of the Assyrian treaties from the 7th century. So the text can only come from the 14th century BC. So there's actually quite it's called Associates for Biblical Research. Associates for Biblical Research. Bryant Wood. They have lots of articles on their website providing archaeological evidence for the Exodus and for Israel being in Egypt at that time. So you know, I do accept what the Bible says. I do. So, for example, 150 years ago, there was no evidence for Noah's flood. There was no evidence for Noah's flood, and the people in England used to go out and take a walk on Sunday afternoon, and they used to look at fossils, and they believed that the fossils came from Noah's flood. Well, you know, that was before that was before 1850, when the whole world of archaeology opened up, and we now have so much evidence for the Assyrian and Babylonian kings. We have evidence of the Egyptian kings from the discoveries in Egypt, so there you should read. There's a book by Kenneth Kitchen on the reliability of the Old Testament. So he deals with all these questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gentry.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Okay.
Peter. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Good.
we're gonna.
Yeah, I'm sure that I can also there was a guy who gave a video on academia.edu. I can send you the information. He was talking about all the things in the museum in Istanbul, all the artifacts in the museum in Istanbul that show the reliability of the Bible. And there's even good evidence for the time of Melchizedek. That's before the Exodus.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we're gonna move to Dr. Stephanus Karnadi, please.
Thank you, Dr. Philip and Dr. Gentry. Thank you for the fascinating presentation. I have two questions. First, pardon me if I misunderstand or misremembered what you said. I thought you said that the Samaritan Pentateuch is doing the facilitating the revision or modernizing from the Masoretic text, but how can we be sure that it is a modernization, not coming from entirely different tradition, older tradition than the Masoretic?
Well, that's a good question. Obviously, you know, I'm not saying that there aren't places where the Samaritan Pentateuch may have the original reading as opposed to the Masoretic text. I'm not saying that there aren't places, but when we compare the Samaritan Pentateuch with the later Masoretic text, the Masoretic text is normally more archaic, more ancient, more old in terms of its grammar, in terms of the lexical, the lexemes, the vocabulary, the syntax. It doesn't have the harmonizations. It doesn't have the grammatical updating that we see going on in the Samaritan Pentateuch. And I mean, there are books. There are books that deal with that discuss the Samaritan Pentateuch. We can try to get you some information on that.
Thank you. That's a very accurate answer. I think it helps me. And the second question is, like you said, that after the destruction of Jerusalem,
Yes.
the rabbinic are dominated by the Pharisaic branch of Judaism.
Yes.
So we know that they are so against Jesus during the time of Jesus. So could it
Yes.
be that those who transmit or transmit the text have an agenda against Jesus, and could somebody tamper with the text? Would it
Yeah,
be
that's a
possible?
very good question. That's a very good question. And so if you go to the website of the Text and Canon Institute, last year we did 5 articles. We did 5 articles on Isaiah 53. And we showed that five places in Isaiah 53 where there was a better reading in the Septuagint or in the Dead Sea Scrolls or one of the other sources than what we have in the Masoretic text. So it is possible. It is possible. It is possible that that there are corruptions from their agenda, as you're calling it. But we don't have to worry because we have so many sources. We have the Dead Sea Scrolls are before the Pharisees. The Septuagint are before the Pharisees. We have the revisions of the Kaiga tradition of Theodotion. These are before. This is before the fall of Jerusalem. We have many sources before that time. So I think we have the possibility of discovering if there are places where they have corrupted the text. And I would say on the whole, they're very few. Very few. But in any case, we have enough evidence to find those places.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gentry. That
Thank you,
helps.
Dr. Gentry. Thank you, Dr.
Yeah.
Stephanus. And we're going to move to Dr. Nevo Lauli, please, if you have any questions.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gentry. I'm glad to see you again. When I see the speaker is you, it's very glad. I just want to ask about Septuagint. Can you explain to me how the translation techniques employed by the scholars, with one or more examples, please? Yeah, where the Septuagint translator is employed, like interpretive strategies and expansion, paraphrase, or harmonization. Yeah, if you can give us one or more examples, so we know how the techniques employed.
Well, thank you for your question. Thank you for your question. I've given lectures on this, and I published it. I published an article on a long time ago, 2004. Let me see if I can find that article here. Just a sec. Just give me a second here. I'll find it for you. Septuagint. Just give me 1 second. All right, now I need to find this. Okay, here it is right here. I will put this in the chat box here. So here, can I send this to everybody? I'll send it to
Yes.
everybody.
Yes,
So
okay.
so the Septuagint and the text of the Old
Yes.
Testament, I can send a PDF to Philip if he needs it, and he can distribute it. But I go through many examples. I go through many examples there of differences between the Septuagint and the Hebrew and the Masoretic text, and how to explain those differences. So it would be another hour lecture if I were to get into this.
Thank you, thank you. But the second, can I ask one more? I just want to know how about about the legend letter of Aristeas that
Yes.
makes the Septuagint 70 Jews fuller. Can it be true?
So
I just want to.
the letter of Aristeas, you're asking about the letter of Aristeas. So
Yeah, the legend can it be true.
It's legendary. There is a kernel of truth to it. There is a kernel of truth to it, but it's basically you need to realize, I don't know what your background is. So in North America, between 1960 and 2000, we had many new translations of the Bible in English. And Christians had many arguments. They had arguments over which translation was the best translation. So some people would say, well, the New American Standard Bible or the New International Version, this is the best translation. And other Christians would say, well, no, the King James Version is the best. And if it's good enough for Paul, it's good enough for us. So there were arguments. There were arguments between Christians over which translation is better. I think so. You remember Acts chapter 2. Acts chapter 2, you have Pentecost, right? And you have Jewish people coming from all those different countries to worship in Jerusalem, right? And
right.
so you can imagine what happens at Pentecost. There are people coming from Egypt and they speak Greek in Jerusalem saying, you can't read Hebrew, nya, 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 nya. And they say, our translation was made by 72 scholars and it was blessed by God, nya, 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 you see? So it's, the letter of Aristeas is a pamphlet in a war between Palestinian Jews and diaspora Jews.
Oh.
Do you see what's going on there?
Oh.
So obviously there is some truth. There is some truth behind it, but a lot of it is just for the sake of argument and winning the argument. It's not true.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gentry.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gentry, and also Dr. Nevo. And we have a question from John Lee Joyhin. I hope you still remember him. He was your student in AGG, Advanced Greek Grammar.
Oh yes, I remember him well. I remember you well.
Dr. Gentry.
Wonderful to see you.
Wonderful to see you, well. Thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question, Dr. Gentry. I know you are working in Phoenix Seminary and with Dr. Peter Gurry, and now he is proposing the new coherent-based genealogical method. So can you give your opinion about this? Because we have, learned with the old method, and now there's a new one. So how we can combine or just any of your comment. Thank you, Dr. Gentry.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't know if I can answer that question because I haven't been working in New Testament textual criticism. I've learned a little bit about the I think Peter Gurry wrote a book in which he argued he tried to show the benefits of the what did he call it? What is it called again? The genealogical, what do they call that approach?
Coherent-based genealogical.
Coherence-based, yes, the coherence-based method. I think it may bring some improvements, but you still have to start with the basic principles of textual criticism. So I published the text history of the Greek Ecclesiastes. So this book is what I believe about textual criticism of the Greek text.
Okay.
So
Great.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm disappointing you, but I'm not an expert. I don't know enough about. I don't know enough about it, the coherence-based method. So I still follow the older method, but it's possible that the newer method is actually based on the older method. So I think it has it'll bring some improvements, but it still has to be based on the older method.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Gentry.
Sorry, I don't have a better answer.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. John Lee and
Thank you.
Dr. Gentry. And Juliana, do you have any questions?
So I think I don't know if many of you know this, but I was in the Philippine Islands till I was 6 years old. So I'm very I went to Indonesia in 2017 with Philip, and I ate 33 different kinds of fruit. I loved it. So it was just like being home.
And he likes mango. Okay, Juliana, please go ahead.
First of all, thank you, Dr. Gentry, for your presentation. My question is more from a practical side, because knowing that we have so many different Bible versions or translations, how do we know that a version of a Bible is quite accurate and can be used responsibly?
Yes, well, so I think we have one of the problems is that many pastors who are preaching from the Bible, they look at their Bible and there's a footnote at the bottom of the page that says some Hebrew manuscripts read this, or the Septuagint reads this, or the Syriac reads this, and for them it's like flipping a coin to find out which or they just go with whatever makes the best sense to them. And that's why I think we're trying, for example, if you look at the Text and Canon Institute, some of their articles, we're trying to write articles that are more understandable to the average person, and help them understand, the process of textual criticism, where we carefully analyze the sources, we analyze the history of the text, we try to understand how copyists made mistakes, and we try to use scientific principles to discover what is most likely as to be the original text. So we have to do that on scientific principles, and not just choose the reading that suits our theology. I don't know if that helps at all, but there are so the United Bible Society published this thing, Preliminary and Interim Report on the Old Testament Text Project. So this was for the average. This was not intended for scholars. It was intended for Bible translators, like people who work with Wycliffe Bible translators. Many of the translators who work with Wycliffe Bible translators don't know Greek. They don't know Hebrew. They're translating from English or French or German into some language in Papua New Guinea or something like that. And so a lot of the textual problems are explained here at a very basic level. I don't know if something like that would help.
Yep, thank you for your answer.
Thank you, Dr. Gentry. And then I have like somebody asked me, since you mentioned about critical text, do you know that maybe like Christians and also like the Jews working together on doing critical text, maybe like critical edition of maybe like LXX, maybe like Hexapo or something like that, like Christians and also like Jews, they working together.
Well, let's see. So I'm the director of the Hexapla Institute. We're trying to create a critical edition of the Hexapla produced by Origen. We're interested in we want to know the readings of Aquila, Symmachus, and Theodotion, these early Jewish revisers. Most of the people working on that project are Christians. The critical edition. This is the critical edition of the Septuagint, and I did the book of Ecclesiastes. So this project started in 1908, and it's still not finished. But we're trying to find all the manuscripts of the Greek Old Testament and create a scholarly edition based on scientific principles. And most of the people involved in that project are Christians. So, I mean, there are, for example, Emmanuel Tobe, he's a Jewish scholar. He's one of the greatest scholars, among the Jewish people in terms of textual criticism. He's written a standard textbook on Old Testament, on textual criticism of the Hebrew Bible, but he's not involved in any projects where they're trying to create additions. That there is one project from the Hebrew University Bible Project. They're producing scientific editions of the Aleppo Codex, and they've published Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and the 12 minor prophets. So there's only 4 volumes. That's done by Jewish scholars, but there aren't any Christian. I don't know that Christian scholars are involved in that. So.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gentry. Maybe we're gonna move to last question. Sorry, Bonar, I think we have to prioritize Dr. Gentry Monday. Please.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity as the last person that can ask the question. And thank you so much as well for Dr. Gentry for your wonderful presentation. I actually read your work on Greek Ecclesiastes when I did my PhD research on Kohelet, as well as your works on the Septuagint in Göttingen. So it is an honor for me to meet you despite online meeting. Well, my question is rather on a very famous psalm amongst the Jews, which is Psalm 145, which is also recited daily. And what is the motive of the disappearance of the nun line in Psalm 145 in Proto-Masoretic and Masoretic text, which is the Ne'eman Adonai b'chol bidbarau v'chasid b'chol ma'asau? And do you think that this disappearance is rather theological or merely scribal error? Thank you.
That's a great question, and it's a while since I've looked at it. I'm going back through my let's see, where did I'm trying to find my slide on that. Okay, the source is missing the verse. So it's not in the Masoretic text, it's not in Origen's Hebrew text, it's not in Theodotion, Aquila, Symmachus, it's not in Jerome's Hebrew text, and it's not in the Targum. So it's only found in the Septuagint, which would be from I would say the Book of Psalms was translated into Greek around 200 BC, It's in 11 QPSA. It's in the Syriac Peshitta. It's in one Hebrew manuscript. So I don't know off the top. I'd have to go back and look at it, and I don't remember. I know I discussed it. So I know I discussed it in my publication, but I don't. I'm 70 years old and I don't remember everything I've written. So I don't remember what I concluded there. I don't remember whether it was a simple scribal error or something theological, but it must have happened fairly early, because some of those sources that don't have it are from the 1st century. I'm sorry, I can't be more help on that one, but it does seem odd. It does seem odd in an alphabetic acrostic to have in the Masoretic text there's only 21 verses instead of 22, and the letter N is missing. So that seems very. It just shows that even I would say they're a mistake, because the Masoretic text is a very well preserved text, and but there are places where there are problems in the Masoretic text in the copying. So I don't know the reason.
Thank you, Dr. Gentry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gentry, for your presentation, and thank you for answering all of our questions. And we have, because of our limited time, we're gonna close the sections, and we have a certificate of appreciation to you. And this is for you, Dr. Gentry, and at
Thank
least
you.
you have my signature.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Well,
once again,
it's an honor. It's an honor to serve you, and I'm very happy to do it. I would be glad to do it at any opportunity that you give me. So thank you.
yes, we're gonna have this kind of like conference and also seminars in the future. Certainly we're gonna invite you again. Thank you once again, Dr. Gentry.
All right, I'll say good night and good morning to everyone, and thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gentry. Say hi to your wife and
I
your
will.
grandkids. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And now we're gonna give to Dr. Pardede, because today, because this section is the presenter is Dr. Fuller, Lasser Fuller, and he is a dear professor in my heart, actually. Dr. Fuller, are you here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you. Once again, Dr. Fuller. Dr. Pardede will introduce you, but for me, I have special connection with you. Once again, thank you for accepting our invitation, and thank you for being a blessing for us. And it is always good to see you again, and I cannot wait to learn from you again. Once again, thank you, Dr. Fuller. And once again,
it's an honor to be here.
Yes, thank you. Okay. And then now, your turn, Dr. Pardede. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chia. And we will continue our seminar with our next speaker, Dr. Russell Fuller. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Fine, sir. My name is Harold, and I will be moderating this session with you. Thank you for joining us for this international seminar. Okay, before Dr. Fuller begins his presentation, I would like to read his profile. Okay, Dr. Russell Fuller. He served as a president and professor at Theology Classroom. He received his PhD Hebraic and Cognate Studies 1992 from Hebrew Union College, Cincinnati, Ohio. Major study Ancient Near Eastern Language and Literature, and minor study Old Testament, Ancient Near Eastern History. So he has so many teaching experience. Professor of Old Testament, the Southern Baptist Theological Seminary, 2006 until 2020. Next, and he's a pastor at Wood Wesleyan Church, 2017 until now, and church membership from Beechwood Baptist Church. So he has a many publication. We can see this all publication from Dr. Fuller. I think he is an expert at Old Testament. Okay. That's it. Okay. That's a little background, the profile from Dr. Russell Fuller. So, Dr. Fuller, you have 60 minutes for presentation and an hour, and we will continue with a Q&A session, 20 until 25 minutes. So right now, the time is yours, Dr. Fuller.
Okay, thank you very much. I tell you what I'll do is I will look at my presentation here, and we'll go through it together, and we'll look at the verses in particular. So let's start. I'm titling this The Character, Importance, and Limitations of the Septuagint. And the significance of the Septuagint for Jews and Christians can hardly be overestimated. After the conquest of Alexander, Greek becomes the standard language for the Mediterranean world and beyond. For Jews living in the diaspora, and by that I mean they're not living in the land of Israel. So Jews living outside of Israel, oftentimes they lose the ability to speak Hebrew, just like they did when they went into exile under Nebuchadnezzar. They go to Babylon. They're better speakers of Aramaic at that time. When they return under Zerubbabel and later Ezra, Nehemiah, they're better at Aramaic. Living in America, I studied with Jews in America, and of course the Jews I studied with knew their Hebrew very well. But if you were to go to most of your synagogues, they have sort of a, let's say, they understand it as a religious language, but they're really not that versed in Hebrew. They're much better than English and in modern, something like that. So again, when Jews, whether it was in the past or in the present, when they leave the land of Israel, oftentimes they're not as good at Hebrew as people would expect. I think in America, we believe that all Jews can speak Hebrew fluently and can pick up a Hebrew Bible and read it, and they cannot. They cannot do that. Okay, so anyway, for the Jews living in the diaspora who no longer used Hebrew, the Septuagint became the translation and interpretation of the Bible. And that's what it was designed for. It was designed for Jews, basically, who were living outside of the land of Israel. Now, again, if you go with the letter of Aristeas, it's also for King Ptolemy. He wanted, or Pharaoh Ptolemy, he wanted a copy of the law for his world-class library in Alexandria. So that could be a reason for the creation of the Septuagint as well. With the coming of the Messiah, the spread of Christianity to the nations, the Gentiles naturally used the Septuagint as their Old Testament, since few of them knew Hebrew. In the early church, Origen and Jerome were the notable exceptions. Jerome going to Bethlehem, studying with the rabbis, and he really understood Hebrew very well. Jerome is a remarkable fellow. Origen also, from all indications, was very expert in Hebrew as well. So those two church fathers were expert, really, in Hebrew, very, very well trained. So anyway, in the Western Church, Jerome's Latin Vulgate, based on the Hebrew for the Old Testament, for its Old Testament, would mostly supplant the influence of Septuagint for most Christians in the West, because they were more at home in Latin at that time. In the Christian East, the Septuagint was the Bible, and it still is today. And it really has supplanted the Hebrew Old Testament for the Eastern Orthodox communities. They do not look at the Masoretic text. To them, the Septuagint is the Bible. It's the ultimate. And there are scholars today in Protestantism who would also claim the same thing. They would claim that for the church, it should be the Septuagint that's the Bible. I disagree with that, but there are some who believe this. As the Greek language was replaced in the West by local languages and by the East outside of the Eastern Orthodox community, the Septuagint was replaced by other translations. Today in the West, most Old Testaments of Christian Bibles are based on Hebrew, not the Greek Septuagint. Yet the Septuagint still exerts influence, even in the West, where it is no longer the basis of the Old Testament. And therefore, what I want to look at is the character, the importance, and the limitations of Septuagint. It's still a very important work and very helpful for us for many ways. And let's look at some of these reasons. One, let's look at the character of the translation of the Septuagint. The Septuagint sometimes is very literal to the Hebrew. And sometimes that's no problem for a Greek reader, because sometimes the Hebrew and the Greek really match up very well, and therefore literal Hebrew will go into the Greek very easily, and there's no problem. But sometimes that's not true. Sometimes if you make the Hebrew literal into Greek, the Greek reader is going to have a problem understanding, exactly what that translation means, you see. And this is true of any language. As you know, there's no two languages that completely correspond with each other. Sometimes you can do a sort of a one-to-one correspondence, but many times you can't. And so, again, this is not a defect of the Septuagint or anything like that. It's just the way translation works, okay? So again, sometimes the Septuagint is more free in its translation, because it's thinking of its audience, its Greek audience, and they're reading the text. And therefore, they're translating it in a way that's easier to read. And you have the same thing in English today, where if you have a Bible like the New American Standard, for English readers, it's more difficult to use in the sense of an interpretation of Scripture. Where if you use something like an NIV Bible, it's much easier because it does all the interpretation for you. It's much more easy for the English. It's not trying to really conform to the Hebrew or to the Greek in the New Testament. But it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off. Do you want a text that's closer, that really does reflect the Hebrew of the Old Testament? Or do you want a text that is more translation to English that reads well, whatever you want? And so you have the same issues for English translations as you do for the Septuagint and so forth. So let's look at some of the issues here that we have. So let's look at Exodus 3:1, because I think this is a good example of where in Exodus 3:1 here, and Moses, and I'll be very literal to the Hebrew, existed in the status of a shepherd. Now, can you translate this literally into to the Greek? Well, you can, but if you do, it's not going to make a lot of sense for the Greek speaker, okay? I mean, you could literally, Moses, and then like Haya, yeah. And you can do this, but it's not going to work really well. And the reader of your Greek translation is going to be confused. And so what Greek is going to do is they're going to turn it into a verb. Here you can see it's sort of a periphrastic construction where you have a member of a me with a participle. Where over here, there are Greek scholars and there's Hebrew scholars who say that's the same thing over here, but I disagree with them on this. For instance, if you look at the Greek grammar, the Septuagint grammar of Conybeare and Stock, they'll say that this Hebrew here is also a composite tense in Hebrew, as does Yuan, which surprises me. And the answer is that's not true. Haya is not a being verb. Semitic does not have a being verb. Okay, it simply does not have that. And so this is not a composite or a periphrastic construction. Again, this is literally to exist. This is a real verb to them. This is not a being verb. This is not an auxiliary verb. Okay, you can't do that in Semitic. They don't have being verbs. Okay, they don't need them. They simply don't need them. And so here again, they have to use a verb over here. And to show you a very similar construction, look at this one. Here you have just the pronoun and then the participle. And again, can you do this in the Greek? Well, you could. I mean, you could do this, but again, your Greek reader is not going to understand well. And so notice again, they use the imperfect verb here, okay, to do this participle. Just like the way, the Greeks do the participles, these, what they call them like adverbial or circumstantial participles. Semitic can't do this literally. They can sort of do the same thing, but they're going to have to do it their way. But they cannot do this kind of construction. So all I'm showing you is you can't just take a Hebrew construction and it's always going to be easy to literally translate into Greek. It's just not that way. So anyway, so you can see this situation here. Okay. Then you have other situations where the Septuagint fills in small details to make the Hebrew clear for its readers. If you go back and look at older translations of English, like the King James Version, they'll use italics. And you'll see the same thing, by the way, in some modern translations. I believe the New American Standard does this as well. In the New American Standard, what you'll see is italics being used. And what they're telling you is, we're adding this to make the translation more understandable for you, okay? But it's not in the Hebrew, it's, or in the Greek or whatever. We're adding words. Well, the Septuagint didn't put it in italics for us, but yet they're doing the same thing. And so let me give you a few examples of this. In the Septuagint, for instance, in Genesis 34:10, well, let's look at the Hebrew first. The Hebrew says, and the land exists before you. And again, that's sort of a Hebrew idiom that if you bring it directly into Greek, it won't make a lot of sense to the reader. It's more of a Hebrew type of idiom. And so notice they add a word. Behold, the land is broad before you. Now, was the word broad in the Hebrew manuscript behind the Septuagint? It's possible, certainly, it's possible. But it could also be very possible that they just added this word to make this Hebrew idiom more understandable to its reader, okay? Because again, if you just translate this literally into Greek, the Greek reader is going to be scratching his head a little bit. What do you mean the land's before you, okay? It's broad before you, okay? And so there's plenty of room here. So dwell, trade, whatever, okay? Here's another example here where it talks about in the upper basket, from all the food of Pharaoh, the work of a baker. And so again, it's a very difficult construction. Notice if you look at the English over here, they're having to add words. This is the New American Standard. They have to add words in the italics here, you see? Because they're like, if we just put this in exactly like the Hebrew is, it's going to be messed up. And so they have to put in these italics words. Well, over here in the Greek, they don't do italics. But again, they have to smooth this out a bit. And so in basically the reed basket, in the upper reed basket, from all kinds of food, okay, you have to sort of know the word food there is being implied. They apparently feel in the Greek that their readers will pick up on that very quickly, so they don't even have to say the word foods really here. From all kinds of foods, which King Pharaoh eats. Okay, so again, they're having to add some words here, and they don't have to add other words because they feel like their readers will be able to pick up those words. But like adding the words here, this is probably not in the Hebrew, but again, they're trying to make this difficult Hebrew construction, and it's not really difficult. It's just sort of, I think for the Hebrews, they would say there's nothing wrong here at all. What's the problem? It's difficult for us because we don't speak quite this way. And so we've got to put it in a way that works for us. And the Greeks did the same way, okay? And then let me show you this one. This is in Genesis 42. Their heart went out. Well, what does that mean? What do you mean their heart went out? And over here, the idea is their heart was amazed, confused. It was... what's the word I'm looking for here? Their heart was distraught. There you go. Their heart was distraught, you see. And so they can't, can they literally say in Greek, their heart went out? Sure they can. But what will their reader think? The reader will be scratching their heads saying, you know, what does that mean? My heart went out. Well, their heart was distraught, okay? Their heart was troubled, amazed, something of this sort, you see. So the Septuagint, like any good translation, with some of these Hebrew idioms that are very clear to the Hebrew reader, to a Greek reader, English reader, Singapore reader, what do you mean by that? So they're going to have to smooth that out a little bit for their reader. They're going to do a little bit of interpretation, as it were, to help them out. And so Septuagint here is just doing what any good translation does. And again, these things were very influential for later translators, okay? Other translators, they see what the Septuagint does, and it's very well done. And therefore, you can see that it's going to influence a lot of translators by what they're doing here. Okay, now let's talk about something else about the Septuagint. According to Thackeray, he says that the Septuagint, the way it renders anthropomorphisms, and if you remember an anthropomorphism, when the Bible makes, describes God in human language. So God has eyes, he has ears, he has an arm, a back, those kinds of things. These are anthropomorphisms, okay? And so he makes this statement here, and this is accepted by most Septuagint scholars, and even, especially in Targum, this is like law in Targum. Listen to this. A marked feature of the whole translation is the scrupulous avoidance of anthropomorphisms in phrases derogatory to the divine transcendence. Now, he is correct that the Septuagint often does not render the anthropomorphism literally. He's right about that. So, for example, in Numbers 11:18, the Hebrew has, "For you wept in the ears of the Lord," okay? The Septuagint's going to say, "You wept before the Lord," okay? And he's going to say, this phrase was derogatory to the divine transcendence. And therefore, the Septuagint changed it. Well, this is, to me, completely wrong, okay? Even though it's commonly taught, especially with the Jewish Targums as well. I couldn't be more disagreeing with this idea. First of all, think about this for a second. If this is truly derogatory to the divine transcendence, why is it in the Hebrew? Why did God inspire it in the Hebrew if it's derogatory to himself? I mean, it makes no sense. So right off the bat, this is wrong. I mean, if this was derogatory to the divine transcendence, why do you have it in the Old Testament at all? I mean, wouldn't God be upset with this, you see? So this is totally wrong. And then so scholars commonly say this. The Septuagint and the Jewish Targums demonstrate, and here's again a quote from Thackeray, scrupulous avoidance of anthropomorphisms. This is totally wrong. In fact, there are hundreds and perhaps thousands, I think it's thousands really, of anthropomorphisms in the Septuagint and the Targums. They're everywhere in the Septuagint. They're everywhere in the Targums, including God having arms, hands, eyes, ears, fingers, a face, and so forth. So if they scrupulously avoided these things, they made a mistake in thousands of examples, and they'd be terrible examples. And apparently, according to Thackeray and many of the scholars, it would be derogatory to the divine transcendence. This is just wrong. Okay, it's just wrong. And so, watch. It says also, look at this. Also, people see God. God speaks. He sees, is grieved, and so forth. This is in the Septuagint. Okay, what I'm describing here. This is Septuagint, this is Targums, and so forth. Translations do not avoid anthropomorphisms. Okay? The word Targum has the meaning of like interpretation, translation. Okay? So the word Targum does not mean to avoid. Okay? No. Translations do not avoid Targums. They explain them to their readers so that they don't misperceive God as a man, you see. So again, they don't see this as derogatory to the divine's transcendence. This is God communicating to us in language that we as human beings can understand. We cannot understand God on his level. He has to speak to us on our level. And therefore, the Bible's filled with anthropomorphisms, and guess what? So is the Septuagint, so is the Targums. Give me any translation, I'll show you anthropomorphisms, okay? Now, Thackeray especially notes how the Septuagint interprets God as the rock of Israel. And what he wants to say is the comparison of God to a rock was consistently paraphrased as idolatrous. Well, again, if this is truly idolatrous, why is the Hebrew doing it? Is the Hebrew don't see a problem with idolatry? Is it idolatry to the Hebrews? No. Obviously, I believe that God inspired the Old Testament, the Hebrew Old Testament. Did he inspire an idolatrous Old Testament? That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Okay, so let's look at this. See, the Septuagint actually explains rock. When it says God is a rock, what does that mean? And so what the Septuagint is going to do is explain it for us. So let's go and look at these things. Here's the, by the way, here's the Numbers 11:18 that we looked at. Again, it talks about in the ears of the Lord. And if you look over here, they wept before the Lord. Okay. So again, they're not avoiding this translation, what the Hebrew's doing. They're explaining it, just like they did in the verses that we looked at earlier. For instance, again, when you had the land is before you, they're explaining it. They're explaining it as broad before you. There's a lot of space here, okay? Or when they talked about their heart went out, they're not avoiding the word go out. It's not in any way offensive to God. But they're explaining it here, okay? Their heart was distraught, okay? So it's not offensive here, okay? It's not offensive. All right, and so here it talks about there is no rock as our God, okay? It describes God as a rock here. And so they say there's no one righteous. So they're looking at his rock, God's as a righteous God, he's not going to change. He's always been righteous. He always will be. So his righteousness is as a rock. It's firm. It is something that's not, he's not going to be unrighteous tomorrow. Okay. He's a rock in that sense. Okay. So again, they're not avoiding this. They're explaining this, okay? Septuagint, why would the Septuagint want to avoid what the Hebrew says? It makes no sense, okay? Same with the Targum. Why do you want to avoid something? Okay, we'll just keep going with this. And the next one here is, notice we have the God of the God of my rock, or my rock God, basically. Here, he's a guard. He is one who guards me. He's like my rock of defense. It's like the rock is defending him. And so God is my guard. Okay. Again, they're not avoiding this, they're explaining it. Okay. The next one here, it's going to describe God as, again, who is a rock, who is a creator. Okay. He's a creator. So they're seeing rock here as the notion of a creator. You come to Isaiah 17:10. He's a helper, you see. And so again, it talks about the rock of your refuge. And so the Lord, your helper, okay? So he's a refuge, he's the rock of your place of refuge. And so he's the Lord, your helper, okay? And next we have 17:3. And firm support. Did I miss firm support up there? Not there. Maybe it's down here. But anyway, so the next one, he is the helper and firm support, I believe, or maybe I got it confused here. But anyway, here's again my rock. And again, he's firmness. The idea is firmness here, okay? He's my firmness. And again, it's a different word there. So again, they are doing it. But now watch this. Let me show you this. If this is so derogatory, and if they're scrupulous in this, watch this. Again, here is the Lord is my rock. And what does this say? The Lord my rock. So they didn't have a problem with it here. It's not derogatory to the divine transcendence. It's not idolatry. Is this idolatry? No. This here, they decided, hey, rock is going to work here. So sometimes, and this is very common again in the Targums and the Septuagint, sometimes they will explain what rock is. Sometimes they'll say he's a rock, and that's good enough. Okay, that's good enough. You'll see the same thing even in the New Testament. Hold on, let me, I got to make an adjustment here, I think. Let's go to the Greek here. Okay. Look at this. If you look at New Testament commentaries, if you get a chance, look at New Testament commentaries on Revelation chapter 5, verse 1. I saw the one sitting upon at the right hand of the throne, basically. Okay, upon the right hand of the throne, there is one sitting, and this is God, of course. Okay, so this is God sitting, and they'll say, see, they're avoiding the name of God here. They did not want to mention the name of God because that's, you know, that's just not, that's just not acceptable, you see. And it's kind of like not saying the word Yahweh to them. And so notice they use this phrase here. And so if you look in almost every commentary I've seen on Revelation, they like to say they avoided the name of God here. Okay. But look at the next verse. And, oh, I don't have the right verse. Hold on just a second. Let me give you the right verse here. Hold on. I got the wrong verse. Well, let me just tell you the verse. It'll talk about the Lamb slain, standing before the throne. People don't say people are avoiding the name of Jesus there, but that's clearly Jesus as a lamb slain. You say, you mean, so for God, who's, you know, who is is described here in verse 1, I saw one sitting upon the throne. See, there they'll say they're avoiding the name of God. But when it talks about Jesus, and they describe Jesus as a lamb slain, they'll never say it about Jesus there. Why don't you say they're avoiding the name of Jesus there? And you go, no, that's just describing him. Well, that's what it's doing to God here. It's describing him as setting He's the one sitting on the throne, you see, in heaven. So it's describing God in a way, not avoiding his name or something like this. So again, watch out for these types of statements. The Septuagint is not avoiding, it's not worried about, if I translate that literally from the Hebrew, it's going to be somehow not honoring to God. How can that be? That's ridiculous. Okay, well, as you know, there's also where it likes to do interpretations. So here in Genesis 6:2, you have the famous sons of God being described, and they'll often call but here they have the sons of God. I think in other manuscripts of the Septuagint, they have angels of God here. But here in the Ross edition, which is probably following Vaticanus, they are being very literal over here. But I know in some manuscripts of the Septuagint, they'll put the angels of God, or what they'll have here, okay? Here's another example of how they will help us in their translation. We have here a tunic, and then a word that's very rare in the Hebrew. And so we're not sure what this word means in Hebrew. If you look at the Targums, it looks like it's a full-length coat, meaning a coat that comes to the palms. If you look at the Hebrew there, the pei and the samech often is describing like a palm, okay? So it could be that, but if you notice, the Septuagint makes it a multicolored tunic. And so they're interpreting this rare word in the sense of multicolored, okay? So again, when we have rare words in Hebrew, we go to the versions to look at how to interpret and so forth. Rare words, and it can sometimes be the only hope we have. Here, again, it's either something like full-length coat or many colors. It's one of the two, okay? Also, we'll see evidence of later Jewish interpretation of this, what you see here. Here we have the famous Exodus 21:22 passage where a pregnant woman is hit, and we have, I believe, a miscarriage being described here, even though over here it says premature, and I don't think so. It's miscarriage. And then there's a fine, and if you look at the Septuagint, and I've got to pick up my pace here a little bit, what they do is they punish the person based on the development of the fetus, okay? If the fetus, how developed is the fetus? And that will determine the punishment. This is very consistent with what you see. Let me show, I think I have it here for you. Let me show you. This is very consistent with what you have in later rabbinic interpretation. This is the statement of, let's just go to this one though. The rabbis say, with regard to both the formation of the male and the formation of the female, this and that conclude on the 41st day. So if the fetus was beyond 40 days, there's a more severe punishment for causing this. If it were pre-40 days, 40 days or before, the punishment would not be as severe. And so this interpretation of Septuagint looks very much like later rabbinic opinion, okay? It may or may not be, but it does look that way, okay? All right, so with that, now let me talk about the importance of the Septuagint. Of course, it is a major witness to the Masoretic text. And much of the Septuagint shows the Masoretic text or something very similar to it as its base, or if you want to, we'll call it Proto-Masoretic text, whatever you like. Now, again, this is true in some books of the Septuagint more than others. The Pentateuch shows a pretty close relationship to the Masoretic text in many passages. There are significant differences in Jeremiah, Ezekiel, 1 Kings, and in Proverbs, okay? History of interpretation. This is where I think Septuagint is very, very important. And of course, the first one is the most important, but this would be like number two to me, history of interpretation. Septuagint furnishes a lot of interpretations that give us shows us old interpretations that, again, are very helpful. And again, I just showed you the Exodus 21:22 one and so forth. So this is just a gold mine of history of interpretation, okay? Textual criticism, I know a lot of folks are speaking on this, so I won't go into great detail. But of all the versions, most of your textual variants comes from the Septuagint and to the Masoretic text. And you can combine all the other sources, the Targums, the Peshitta, the Vulgate, you can combine all the other ancient versions, and they don't come close to the amount of different textual variants to the Septuagint, okay? Septuagint has a lot of these things, so there you go. All right, and so most people do that. I like the Hebrew University Project. That's the project that was started by Goshen Gottstein, and I know Tove and maybe some others are running it today. I think that's how a Bible project should be run. It gives you the Aleppo text, which is probably the best Masoretic text there is. And where Aleppo is not there, it gives you Leningrad to fill it in. And then in the apparatuses, you show the differences of the Septuagint and so forth. But it's not amending the text at all. There's no, we think we ought to amend the text here and so forth. No, they're just showing you, here's what the Masoretic text is, here's what the Septuagint is, here's where the other guys are, if they differ. Here's what the rabbinic writers, when they quote the Old Testament, if they're different from the Masoretic text, which is very rare. And so, I mean, it does happen because sometimes they just paraphrase as opposed to word for word quote. So anyway, that's the best, in my opinion, there is today. The Biblical Hebraica Stud Cardenzia, the BHS, of course, the Quinta is coming out soon. It's already coming out in fascicles, of course. And it's an improvement, a big improvement over the BHS, in my opinion, but still not as good as the Hebrew University Project. There's another critical edition, and this is the one, I think it's today out of Berkeley, California, I believe. So maybe one of the Berkeley Cal or something like that, California. It's an eclectic text where the Hebrew University Project is what we would call a diplomatic text. In other words, the Masoretic text is the text. And you show where the versions sometimes apparently do different things. You don't do any amending, no changing of text. No, none of that. But this is the critical edition down here. It's going to be very radical. And I think there's one volume that I'm familiar with that's out by Michael Fox. And again, there's no, as I say here, scholarly imagination and excess or without restraint. And that's what you have here. This is what I really like it for, understanding Hebrew grammar. And so when you look at the Septuagint, I'm very interested because the area that I do most of my work in is Hebrew language. And so I'm fascinated with how the Septuagint translates certain passages in Hebrew, how they handle certain constructions. And my opinion is they do a fabulous job, just fabulous. But what it shows, and this is, I'll give you a conclusion. We'll probably have to skip a lot of these verses here. But what it shows is when you look at the traditional grammars that were produced in the Middle Ages by the rabbis, and then when you look at the Arab grammarians doing Arabic, but still Semitic language. When you look at the translation of the Septuagint, you can see that their understanding of the language is very much in line with traditional Semitic grammar, okay? Very much so. And so the way they translate, it really reflects traditional Semitic understanding, like the medieval grammarians, the Jewish grammarians, the Arab grammarians. their translations are very much in line with traditional Semitic grammar, not some of the modern linguistic methods that you see out there. So again, they're very traditional that way. Let me just pass over this. Again, if you look at my paper and you want to look it up, you'll see these things. The next is understanding Koine Greek, and so this is especially important for the New Testament. Many of the words, concepts, and syntactical structures of the Septuagint are helpful in understanding Koine or Hellenistic Greek. The standard Greek dictionaries, so, you know, Liddell Scott, let's say, and especially standard dictionaries of New Testament Greek, so like a BDAG, okay, often refer to words in the Septuagint that also occur in the New Testament. This is very important. So when you're using the dictionary, you're in the New Testament, and you're reading the dictionary, always look for Septuagint stuff, because that can be very, very helpful. Okay, so look for how the Septuagint helps us to understand New Testament Greek. Okay, it's very, very helpful in this way. And really, the Septuagint sometimes follows Hebrew syntax quite literally, and it produces what scholars will call translation Greek. And you'll see this sometimes in the New Testament writers. They'll have sort of a Hebraized Greek. And so where you really can see this is when you have a Hebrew infinitive absolute construction. And they'll try to render that by a dative in the Greek. So the Hebrew infinitive absolute will be rendered as a dative case going with a verb. And you'll see that, for instance, in these passages here. This does occur in the classical period. And so some people, like a Moulton, some of these old guys, Deisman, these guys, it's classical, so therefore it's not, you know, it's not this. But look, these are Semitic speakers that are doing the writing here in the New Testament, with perhaps Luke being, I think Luke knew his Hebrew well, like it probably as well. But when you look at John's a Semitic guy, though he knew Greek very well. But he was brought up in Hebrew, Aramaic, that stuff, you know. And as such, when he did this, I don't think the classical idiom was in his mind. I think, you know, he was doing it in a way that basically was done in the Septuagint, okay? Now, I think when John was young, he wasn't reading the Septuagint, no. That would be later on, I believe, that he would start looking at the Septuagint. He's not diaspora Jewish, so he's looking at basically the Masoretic text in Aramaic. I mean, that's what he's looking at. But again, later on, he's dealing with Gentiles. And when he's dealing with the Gentiles, he's going to use the Bible they use, and that's Septuagint, okay? So anyway, there you go. Again, as a Bible translation, it's the first extant translation of Scripture. There may have been Targums before this. I believe there probably were, but we don't have them. At least, you know, this far back in time. We have Targums, but not this far back. But this is the first extant existing translation of Scripture. And again, Scriptures have now been translated into many, many languages, obviously. And so it's the importance of this translation. It can, again, it's for the church and so forth, early church in particular, and even for the Jews again and the diaspora was profound. I mean, it was just very helpful. Okay, very, very helpful. And so again, it shows us the Septuagint and other translations show us the importance of having the Scripture in the language that people can understand, so they can search the Scriptures to be sure to have eternal life, and so they can appeal to the law and the testimony to find the light that they need for faith and godliness. And so the Septuagint was the translated Scriptures of the Old Testament for most Christians, virtually all Christians, really, in the early church. Okay, again, has a great influence upon later translators and so forth. Let me just, and matter of fact, yeah, let me go over this a little bit. Our names like Genesis, Exodus, this all comes from the Septuagint in our modern Bibles. Daniel being placed with the prophets, that's following the order that you see in the Septuagint rather than the Hebrew Bible. You see there the division of the books into 39 books, where the Masoretic text has really 24 books, but most of your modern English translations have 39 books in the Old Testament. All of these things have influenced English, not just English translations, but all other translations, really. And then even the division of books has even influenced modern editions of the Masoretic text. So in some modern editions of the Masoretic text, it sometimes follows more the Septuagint way as opposed to the Jewish way in this way. Many modern translations of the Old Testament, conservative and liberal, generate an eclectic text of their own when deviating from the Masoretic text, when they believe the Septuagint and other sources supply a better reading. I don't like this. I reject this. And so I'm out of step with most of modern scholarship in this way. And so I'm expecting some questions on this in a few minutes, but I don't do this. I don't think this is the way we should do things. And but anyway, this is what people do today. They sort of create their own text by their own scholarly opinions about what reads better than others. And it might be, they might view their view, where we're doing it in a scientific way. Well, it's still your opinion at the end of the day. Okay, we might have so-called scientific methods, but no, no, not scientific in the sense that it's devoid of human opinion. It's human opinion at the end of the day. Okay, and again, this is very important. The significance for the spread of the gospel. The Septuagint, God spread the language of Greek all over the world before the coming of Messiah. And so when Messiah comes, and the word of God now is going to go outside of Israel, it's going universal. And so the New Testament, the Old Testament now are been translated into Greek. It's ready to go. God has it already ready. So when Paul and them come along, they don't need to translate the Old Testament. They have what they need to do what they need to do. And now the gospel just explodes, you see. And so the use of the Septuagint in the spread of the gospel in the early church is something that the Holy Spirit used to the salvation of hundreds of thousands, millions of people over time. I mean, it's just amazing. And again, the Lord did a lot of this through the Septuagint, you see. This was the start of it all. Now, let me give you a couple of limitations. And again, when I talk about limitations, these are really not, in my opinion, defects of the Septuagint. So I'm not here the Septuagint has defects. It does. Even if you go back to Ben Sirach, who's writing in around 180 BC, somewhere in that region, he'll talk about the Greek translation of the Old Testament. He's probably talking about the Septuagint. And he talks about its deficiencies. Okay, he'll talk about the deficiencies of it. Let me see if I have it just real quick. Let me just read it to you. Here's what he says. And I'm reading from Ben Sirach. It's like, I don't know how, it's like 0.20 is what I have written down here. He goes, for what was originally expressed in Hebrew does not exactly have the same sense when translated into the other language. And he goes, not only this work, but even the law itself. And he talks about many of the phrases have been rendered imperfectly. So even back almost 200 years before Christ, you can see people like Ben Sirach are recognizing that there were some problems with some of the translations, at least with some of the books. Okay, some of it was not, I don't know for what reason. And again, I don't necessarily say it was a bad translator. It could be the translator had a very poor Hebrew text that he was working off of. We don't know. I mean, we just don't know. So again, when the Septuagint, and by the way, that's why you have the revisions and the recensions of the Septuagint. And by the way, all of those things, all of the revisions, which were Jewish in origin, all the recensions, which were more Christian in orientation, what are all of those things doing? Bringing the Septuagint more in line with the Masoretic text, because they recognize that's the text, okay? That's the Bible. And they would never dream of, well, why don't we change the Masoretic text? Because here the Septuagint's better. No, they would never do something like that. Not at all. So they would never do that. And so, no, it always worked one way in ancient times, never the other way. No, they would never do that. Okay, so here's a limitation. But again, this is not a problem. This is not a problem with the Septuagint inherently. This is a misuse, in my opinion. Here's a man named Melvin Peters. He taught at Duke University. I don't know if he still teaches there. But he says a second reason Western scholars, especially specialists in Christianity, should consider the Septuagint, it is that it was the Bible of the early Christian church. It was not secondary to any other scripture. It was the scriptures. Do you see what he's saying here? He's basically following the notion of Eastern Orthodoxy here. And he's saying, no, it was the Septuagint, not the Hebrew, that attention was being called to. And therefore, he believes that when Paul says all scripture is given by inspiration, when New Testament writer allegedly urges his audience to consider that all scripture is given by divine inspiration, it was to the Septuagint. This is no way. No way. Okay, let's go to some scriptures on this. Let me skip down here as I'm running out of time. So hold on here, maybe right here. Let's see. What am I looking at here? Hold on, I don't have, let me look at what I need here. Hold on just a second. For some reason, I'm not finding the verses that I really want. Yeah, here we go. Look at a verse like this. Paul says, he's talking about, well, what advantage does a Jew have over the Gentiles if we're all under sin? And his answer is great in every respect. First of all, they were entrusted. Very important what Paul says here. God gives to the Jews, he entrusts them safekeeping of the Old Testament to them. That's what he's saying here. They were entrusted with the oracles of God. Notice God's word is just like God's word that literally comes out of his mouth. It's like the oracles, you see. Notice the Jews were entrusted, like for safekeeping, they were entrusted with the oracles of God. Now, are they talking here about the Septuagint? No way. In other words, first of all, if it's the Septuagint, then what did they have? What did Jeremiah have? Jeremiah had the word of God, he had the Old Testament. What did Ezra have? He had the Old Testament in Hebrew, not in Greek. He had the oracles of God. So this is ludicrous, you see. It was revealed to them, talk about the prophets of the Old Testament. They were not serving themselves or just themselves. They were not just serving their own generation, but you in the New Testament times. Now, when they were serving their own generation, it was clearly in Hebrew. Now, yes, to the church, to many of the church, it would be a translated edition of it in Greek. But still, the prophets, they were ministering to their own people in Hebrew, okay, very clearly. And when Jesus talks about jot and tittle, he's clearly talking about Hebrew. He's not talking about Greek here, okay? When Jesus is preaching Sermon on the Mount to Jews in Israel, and he's going to refer to the Septuagint here, that would be unheard. That would be just completely wrong, okay? No way that can happen, okay? So again, this is problematic, shall we say. Okay.
Dr. Fuller,
yes.
you have maybe 5 more minutes.
Yeah, give me. I started a little late, so yeah, give me about 5 or 10 minutes if you can.
Okay,
All right?
okay. It's okay, Doctor.
I'm running fast. Okay, here we go. I would, because this is where the controversy is coming right here. I would not amend the Masoretic text by the Septuagint or any other ancient version. There are slips of the pen in the Masoretic text. Now, when I say that, I'm using the old terms by the old Protestants back at the time of the Reformation. They talked about slips of the pen, but not corruptions. They made a big distinction between the two. I agree with this. There are slips of the pen. And I say this, the Septuagint may aid us in finding these slips of the pen. Now, would I amend these things? Well, I love what Aaron Dotan does in his copy of the Leningrad edition. These slips of the pen are usually easy to detect. And let me just tell you how they're easily detected. When there's a unique spelling in the Masoretic text, usually the Masoretes will note that in the Masorah. But if there's a really strange spelling and they don't note it, it's probably a mistake. Now, when I started studying Hebrew back in the 80s, very early 80s, I had an old version of the biblical Hebraica Stuttgartensia, and occasionally I would find mistakes in it. But when you would compare the mistakes I was finding in the photographs of the Masoretic of the Leningrad manuscript, there was no mistake in the Leningrad manuscript. The mistake was in the German guys who were setting the print for the book, for the BHS. Most of the errors I would find would be by the Germans, not by Aaron Ben Asher. But there are some mistakes, copyist mistakes by Ben Asher. And Dotan, even if we correct them, we should indicate this in an appendix as Dotan does in his edition of the Masoretic text. Exactly. I think it is best that we let the Masoretic text speak for itself. It's not our job to correct it. Okay? I believe in what's called a diplomatic text. The Masoretic text is clearly the text of the Old Testament. That should be our text. And we don't get to correct these things. I just don't believe we should do this. Now, if you go back, by the way, just quickly to this was something the Catholics said, hey, the Old Testament's corrupt in the Hebrew. And we need a magisterium. We need only the Pope. And therefore the Pope said, especially in the Council of Trent, it's the Vulgate that's the inspired scripture, not the Hebrew, not the Greek. It's the Vulgate, because there was so much corruption. Well, when you get to the Protestants, they go, no. The Old Testament has not been corrupted, and we're not to change it. And I agree with them, and I'll read that to you in just a second, okay? So anyway, I think it's best that we let the Masoretic text speak for itself. We should not make up an Old Testament based on our predilections of how the text ought to read. Most, if not all, modern translations will amend the Masoretic text by the Septuagint and other ancient versions, and sometimes by scholarly opinion without any manuscript support whatsoever. So as you read Bruce Metzger's, he'll say that occasionally it is evident the text is suffered in transmission and that none of the versions provide a site. And by versions, he means the Masoretic text too. We can only follow the best judgment of competent scholars as the most probable reconstruction. In other words, we'll reconstruct it out of thin air. Okay? But we'll do it in a scientific way, of course. Okay. And again, you read this later on, and all of these, they do the same thing. Again, let me just read this to you. Ironically, during the early centuries of the church, the Jewish revisions, Christian recensions of the Septuagints were corrections of the Septuagint toward the Masoretic text. Today's most translations of the Old Testament are based on the Masoretic text, but corrected to the Septuagint, if necessary, according to the opinion of the translators. In another irony, the Roman Catholic Church, during the controversies with the Protestants, urged for the corruption of the Hebrew Old Testament and the supremacy of the Vulgate, though today many Catholic translations follow the Hebrew, by the way. Only the magisterium, or the Pope, could correct corruptions in scriptures. Even today, even for Protestants, it is a magisterium of the scholarly community. Okay, but let me tell you, we are following, when we do these, this is a critical method. And I'm sorry, I'm against these critical methods. These critical methods are saying the Old Testament's corrupt, the Hebrew's corrupt. And I'm saying, no, sir, it is not corrupt. I do not believe this. Okay, so here is the Westminster Confession. The Old Testament in Hebrew, which was the native language of the people of God of old, and the New Testament in Greek, which at the time of its writing was most generally known to the nations, being immediately inspired by God and by his singular care and providence, kept pure in all ages. Exactly. It's not corrupt. Are therefore authentical, so as in all controversies of religion, the church is finally to appeal unto them. Notice they don't believe we need to change the Hebrew. We don't need to change the Greek. Okay? No. We should not do this. Okay? The New Testament writers and Jesus never viewed the Old Testament as corrupt or in need of emendation. They viewed the Old Testament of their day, not just the originals of the Old Testament, as breathed out of the mouth of God. As Jesus says in Luke 16:29, they have Moses and the prophets. Let them hear them. He doesn't believe Moses and the prophets. That's the Old Testament. He says they have Moses and the prophets, not some corrupted version of it. Okay? Listen to Isaiah. To the law and to the testimony. He believed in his day, they had the law and the testimony. They had the law and they had the word of God up to that time, not corrupted. Okay? All right. And so the writers of the New Testament, not a jot or tittle, and they're talking about the Bible of their day. Okay? They believed they had an Old Testament that was a more sure word of prophecy than hearing God's voice from heaven, Peter says. Think about that. They didn't believe they had a corrupted, and they needed the Pope, or they needed scholars to come and amend the text and correct it. Do you think that the Jews will ever amend the Masoretic text as their Bible? The answer is never. Never. Now, will scholars maybe do something like this as a scholarly exercise? Yes. But in Orthodox Judaism, or if you look at the Bibles in Israel today, do they change the Masoretic text to conform to the scientific opinion of scholars? No, sir. And they never will. Never will they do that. And I'm arguing we never should either. One more thing, and I'm done. And hold on, if I can get back to work. Oh, no. Hold on, sorry. Hold on here. Come on. Oh, stop. Hold on. Hopefully I can get to work. Here we go. This is another confession of the, back in the time of this is a 1675, the Helvetic Consensus Formula. Let me read this. Therefore, we can by no means approve the opinion of those who declare that the text which the Hebrew original exhibits was determined by man's will alone, and do not scruple at all to remodel a Hebrew reading which they consider unsuitable, and amend it from the Greek versions of the Septuagint and others, and the Samaritan Pentateuch, the Targums, or even from other sources, yea, sometimes from their own reason alone. In other words, these so-called scientific methods, these were practiced back in the days of the Puritan writers, and they would have nothing to do with it. They recognized this destroys the authority of Scripture. and therefore they reject it. And furthermore, they do not acknowledge any other reading to be genuine except that they can be adduced by the critical power of the human judgment from collations of additions from each other and with various readings of the Hebrew original itself, which they maintain has been corrupted in various ways. And finally, they affirm that besides the Hebrew edition of the present time, there are in the text of ancient interpreters, which differ from our Hebrew context, other Hebrew originals, since these versions are also indicative of ancient Hebrew originals different from each other. Thus, they bring the foundation of our faith and its inviolable authority into perilous hazard. They certainly do. Now watch, one more quote. But in particular, the Hebrew original of the Old Testament, which we have received and to this day do retain, is handed down by the Jewish church unto whom formerly were committed the oracles of God, is not only its consonants, but in its vowels, either the vowel points themselves or at least the power of the points, not only in its matter, but also in its words, inspired of God, thus forming together with the original of the New Testament, the sole and complete rule of our faith and life to its standard as to a Lydian stone. All extant versions, Oriental, Occidental, ought to be applied wherever they differ, be conformed. So we must conform the Septuagint and others to the Masoretic text and not the other way around. I think the old Protestants are correct. This is what we ought to do. The Hebrew Old Testament has not been corrupted. Let's not do it. Orthodox Judaism is against this. So was Protestant Christianity for centuries. We should be that way today. With that, I am done. I'm ready for the questions.
Thank you, Dr. Fuller, for excellent presentation. The topic of Septuagint. Now we enter the Q&A session. Anybody want ask directly to Dr. Fuller about Septuagint? Okay. Okay. There is a question in chat column from Mr. Aaron Van Leysen. Do you make a distinction between conjectural emendations, which is what Metzeger was referring to, and eclectic readings based on textual evidence? Do you reject both equally as for source text in translation? There were discussions in the early years of the church between Jews and Christians about whose texts were corrupted. Most famously, perhaps, Justin regarding Isaiah 7, verse 14, and Origen's works on the hexapla. How do you handle this?
Okay. Obviously, I do. Look, first of all, let me just say it this way. I think what we ought to do as translators is just simply say, okay, what is the Old Testament? And everybody, all translations I'm familiar with, say, well, we'll start as the base, the Masoretic text. But then when the Masoretic text, if we think another reading somewhere else does better, we'll skip and go over there, okay? Where I'm saying, look, you don't get to make up your Old Testament, okay? That's not the job of a translator to make up their Old Testament. Let's translate the Masoretic text. And then if you have opinions about a better reading somewhere, why don't you write a commentary? Why don't you do something else? But let's translate the Hebrew of the Old Testament, the Masoretic text, as it is, and let it speak for itself. So I don't want to change it. If I look at the Septuagint, that reads a whole lot better. I think I'll go with the Septuagint here. No, I don't think I have the ability to do these. I don't think I have the permission of God to do these things. I think he inspired to me, it's, put it this way, in the New Testament, how many times in the New Testament do we look at the Vulgate or we look at some other language outside of Greek and amend the New Testament? And the answer is, to my knowledge, zero. And you go, why not? Well, it's not the Greek. We got Greek manuscripts. We don't, that's a translation. We wouldn't dream of using the Vulgate. We wouldn't dream of using the Amharic, the Coptic, to amend the Greek. We would go, that's ridiculous. Those are translations. No, you never do that. But we do that with the Old Testament, you see. We do that for the Old. And I'm like, no. It's just like, I mean, anytime you use a translation to amend an original, you're already on very shaky ground, because you don't know the Hebrew that like they say the Septuagint was looking at. We don't really know what it was. And what were they looking at? We don't know. So it's very, it's too much of human opinion here. And I know there's rules, so-called canons of textual criticism, but not from, look, I can understand that a little bit more in the New Testament. We have different Greek manuscripts. Okay, I can understand that. But when you have a translation, no. And again, in the New Testament, you would never do that. You would never do that, but we do it in the Old Testament. So the answer is, I reject both. Now, when you ask me, do I reject both equally? No. I would reject pure emendation far stronger than the other. In other words, I'm going to amend the text based on the Septuagint or something like that. I don't agree with that. But obviously, if scholars get to make up the text out of thin air, I have more of a problem with that than I do their other way of doing it. So it's not equal. Now, are there discussions about corruptions in the fathers and so forth? Yes, there are, like the one you're mentioning here with Isaiah 7:14, and there's one in, is it Psalm 22 that they like to talk about? But again, I see of no evidence. And by the way, I've heard this for many, many years, that the Masoretes or other Jewish people, either through the accent marks, through the vowel pointing, or even through the consonants, have corrupted the text because of certain scriptures that really go in a Christian direction or something. I see no evidence of this. I don't know. I hear people say this, but when I say what manuscript evidence can you show me about this? And they say, well, look, the Septuagint does it this way. Well, that's not what I'm asking for. Okay, I'm not asking for what's the Septuagint say. Well, they corrupted the text. I don't believe they did. Okay, I mean, put it this way: if the Jews corrupted the text for New Testament, let's say for New Testament reasons, they did a terrible job, because there's so many other verses they should have corrupted, because there's others that they have a much more difficult time with. Let me tell you, I know this from talking to them. There's other verses that are far more Christian oriented, shall we say, that should have been corrected. Should have been corrupted. They didn't corrupt those. Well, why didn't they do a better job? I mean, so no, I don't believe in this. Yes, there's certain people who will say that, both in the early church and today, but at the end of the day, they have no evidence of corruption of the text. I do not believe the Jews would corrupt the text just for a certain argument here. I don't believe it.
Okay,
There's no evidence.
yes, thank you, Dr. Fuller. So please, anyone can raise your hand to ask directly to Dr. Fuller. Anyone? So, Dr. Fuller, I'm curious about Job chapter 2, verse 9 in the Septuagint translation.
In the Septuagint translation?
Why did the Septuagint translate that verse so long? Job
Again, what is it, Job what?
Job chapter 2, verse 9.
Okay. Whoops, sorry, hold on here. Let's look at it.
Yes, different from the Hebrew text. Septuagint's so
Wow.
long.
Yes, hold on just a second, I'll bring it up, okay?
Yes, what is the reason behind it?
Yeah, let's look at this. Hold on here, hold on just a second. Share text. Okay, let's look at this text.
Yes.
And look at the size of this text here. Okay, and here's the Masoretic text. And then look at the huge translation over here. Okay. And let's just look at the translation just very quickly. But when much time had passed, his wife said to him, "How long will you hold out? Behold, I'll wait a little while, expecting the hope of deliverance. For behold, thy memorial is abolished from the earth. Even thy son." It's giving more details about the wife and her concern for Job. And this is sort of helping to explain Job's rebuke of her coming up. Now, when you see something like this, let me show you. This is why I say the Septuagint at times is like a Targum. Now, look, any translation is like a Targum on the one hand. So you could say that about any translation. I understand. But what you see here is like the Jewish Targums. Okay, let me show you what I mean here. If we were to go, let me open up a Jewish Targum here. Okay, let me show you. If we go to the Jewish Targums here, okay, here's the Jewish Targum. And notice it's not too long here. This would be like the Masoretic text. But let's go to another verse here. Let me show you. Let's go to 1 Samuel 1 point, and let's go like 1 through 3. And then hold on, I got to do one more thing. Oh, come on, Revelation. What's going on? Oh, it's got Brentons here. Hold on. Let's make it. Oh, hold on. I got to get out of Brentons too. Hold on just a second. That's the problem here. Okay, now let's see what happened. Okay, here we go. Now watch, and I'm interested here in the Targum over here. Okay, look at the Hebrew here. You can see how long it is. You can see the English translation. Look at the Targum. Not too bad, about the same, not too bad. Let's go to verse 2. Not too bad there. Let's go to 3. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Sorry, hold it. No wonder, it's too good. Now, here we go. Look at the size here. Look at the size here. Look at the size over here. Look at this. Look at all this. What are they doing here? They're going into much more detail. This is what the Targums do. And this shows you the Septuagint sometimes has a tendency to do what the Jewish Targums do. To me, again, this shows that you got to be careful about the Septuagint. The Septuagint wants to sort of add in details sometimes. It's like the best way I can describe, it's like an NIV translation somewhat, but it's even more than that. Okay, they want to sort of add details to help their reader as they understand Job's rebuke of his wife. And so they're adding details in there. Now, I don't know where they got those details, but it's obviously not Masoretic text. And so what you're seeing is something common, and this is why I talk about the Septuagint being like a Jewish Targum. At times, in places, not everywhere, they will add more detail. And again, to my knowledge, the people today, they would never, like that verse you showed me in Job, the guys in a modern English translation would never say, "Oh, this is a better reading, we'll put it in there." None of them would do that. But yeah, this is very Targumic-like, okay? And so when I read, this is why the Septuagint, you gotta be careful with it. Because, and I think the Jewish reader at the time understood this. They understood this is not scripture now. This is in the full sense of the term. this is like a little bit of a helpful commentary to help us understand Job's rebuke of his wife.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fuller. So we have Mr. Yonghan want to ask you a question.
Thank you, Mr. Harold. Thank you, Dr. Russell, for the presentation. It's very great. It's
Well,
just
thank you.
interesting that just now you say Septuagint is using NIV as a analogy. I just want to jump from there. As you know that when NIV used the adopoi, translate as a brother and sister, create controversy then until that version is rejected by Southern Baptists formally when they translate adopoi as a brother and sister, not only brothers.
Yes.
Yes. Is there anything in Septuagint that something like adopoi that make it really unacceptable by the Jew? The Jew that they say that, oh, this is really totally corrupt, like our friend from Southern Baptist reject NIV. Any specific word? Thank you.
Let me make sure I understand your question. Like, for instance, the example you gave me was like so-called gender neutral language that we have today.
Yes. Yes.
So you have a word like in the Greek, like, or in the Hebrew, it'll say brothers, and then we say brothers and sisters today or
Yes.
something, right?
Yes. I mean, because of this word, totally the Southern Baptists reject all the NIV, right? So is there
Right.
any same analogy? Is there any word that the Jew really
Yeah.
hate Septuagint for the reason? Thank you.
Let me just say this. If the Septuagint were to do that, I'm speaking theoretically here. Let's suppose they did that. First of all, we wouldn't know if the Hebrew text underlining their work had both words. Okay, so that would be difficult right off the bat. But let's say we know, somehow we know for a fact. So we're talking theoretically. Suppose you were to tell an Orthodox Jew that we changed we did this kind of translation for gender neutral translation purposes. I think he would burn the translation. I really do. Because what you're doing at this point is you're politicizing. You're bringing the culture wars right into translation. To me, this is completely unacceptable. And I wish I could look at the Southern Baptists today and say, oh yeah, they stood strong on the NIV. Oh, they've given that up years ago. I don't know if you know that. And in their translation, there's got gender neutral in their stuff too. And so they sell all NIVs today. Don't worry. What NIV you want, they'll sell you whatever you want today. And so they got rid of that a long time ago. And so they will do gender neutral stuff as well. And I believe it's abhorrent. And listen, I know that sometimes if you go back to the King James, the Greek will literally read something like, let's say, he who, I mean, literally it'll say one who does something. When literally in the language, it's he who does something in the Greek. Do I want to burn the King James Version? No, they weren't doing this out of any type of culture wars. They weren't doing this because they thought English was a language that was not acceptable to feminist viewpoints today. Okay? No, they did that as a natural thing. And so to me, I don't have a problem with that. But when you do things because of English is gender masculine bias, when I hear you say that, I'm going to burn your translation, because now what you're doing is you're caving. You are caving to the spirit of the age, which is a spirit of apostasy. You're giving yourself over to, modern secular thinking to sort of make the Bible more acceptable or something. This is ridiculous. The Bible has very gender specific language. If you think English has got a problem with male, well, you're going to have a problem with God. Because let me tell you, God's inspiring the Greek and the Hebrew. He did it in a way that would offend the feminists today. Let me assure you. And so to me, this is anathema and it ought to be cursed. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Fuller and Mr. Yonghan. So maybe this is the last question for this session. Please, Dr. Gendry.
Okay, thank you so much. I actually really like your defense for the Masoretic text, since I am in the same position as yours.
Oh, very good.
So my question is regarding the Masoretic text.
Yes.
In the MT there is the Katif and Kare tradition. And
Yes.
I think we can see this tradition in other ancient translations as well, with the Kare reading of the Tetragrammaton in Targumim or Pshita. In the Septuagint, the Tetragrammaton is usually translated with its Kare reading from Hebrew with Kyrios. Do you think Septuagint had already used this tradition of Katif and Kare? I mean, Septuagint read the Kare reading of the Hebrew text when there is any, and used it in its Greek translation. But if we read, for example, in 2 Kings 18:27, the translation of Le'echol eth herehem lishtoth eth shenehem, eat their own out and to drink their own urine. The translation in Greek is tufagintin kopron afton ke pin to uron afton, eating their own dung and to drink their own urine. So the bad words are in the Septuagint. So Septuagint still preserves the Katif of the Hebrew wordings here in the 2 Kings 18:27, or is the Kyrios as the Kare reading in the Septuagint only for the Tetragrammaton itself? What do you think?
No, I think the Katif Kare, there's two things you've mentioned, of course. When we deal with the divine name, that's a Katif Kare perpetuum. So, they don't even note that really. You're just to know when you see the divine name, you say Adonai. And that's what you get in the Septuagint, clearly. They're doing Kyrios. They're not transliterating the divine name there. But now the other one that you gave is a true Katif Kare. I mean, the other one's a true Katif Kare too, but it's a Katif Kare. You're correct. And the Kare, that's the Masoretic text, by the way. The Kare is always the Masoretic text. The Katif is what's written in the text. And sometimes, we can make a good guess of, why there's a difference. But again, notice the Masoretes, they could have easily just said, oh, we'll just make everything Kare, blah, blah. They didn't mess with stuff. And the people who don't like the vowel points and so forth, what I'm going to ask them is, who do you think gave you the consonants you have today? It's the Masoretes. It's all one tradition. So to me, it's all or nothing. I mean, it's not, you don't get to pick, I'll just pick the consonants because they're more secure. Really? It's the same people doing both. Now, was it some kind of, there's something called the correction of the scribes, tiknei sophorim, okay? Is that what's going on here with the Katif Kare here? I don't know for sure. But if it is something called the correction of the scribes, who would I believe would be behind this? Some Jewish guy somewhere out there? No, it'd be like Ezra. Only someone like he, under the inspiration of the Spirit, would be able to do that. I don't know the answer to your question at the bottom line. I follow the Kare, because that's the real Masoretic text. But I recognize the Septuagint and the other versions sometimes will go with the Katif, you see. And I understand that. And a lot of English translations will go with Katif over Kare. I know that. But I think we should always go with the Kare. And when they differ, I can give you my guess on why, but I can't always tell. I really don't know the bottom line. let me just say one more thing with your question, since you're with me on this. I want one more thing. Remember this, even Emmanuel Tove, who's no fundamentalist. People will say Fuller's just a fundamentalist, and he's not with the 99% of the scholarly community going to disagree with him, except for the Orthodox Jews, of course. I understand. But take a man like Tove. If you read Tove clearly, he'll say, look, I believe, and I can give you the page number if you want me to. He'll say that the Masoretic text was the temple text. He believes it comes from the temple text. And he goes, why? He's not just doing Jewish tradition. He's looking at the history. He goes, look at the Masoretic text. First of all, there's more copies of that. I mean, that is in Hebrew, that is the copy. Even in the Dead Sea Scrolls, almost, and when you get Anthony Ferguson, ask Anthony, he did a great dissertation on when Tove talked about these unaligned texts. Talk to Anthony about this. Almost, matter of fact, I'll say it this way. Every one of them, with maybe one exception, is clearly Masoretic text. So basically, when you're looking at this, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Bible ones, they're almost all Masoretic text. Maybe one that's not, but it's because it's so fragmented, we can't tell, okay? Now, there could be a few that are like the Septuagint here and there, maybe so. But almost all of them are like Masoretic text, almost 100%. Then look at all the quotations you get in rabbinic writings from, that covers a span of 1,000 years. They're almost always like Masoretic text. When you get down to the Vulgate, Masoretic text. It is like the Masoretic text. When you look at the Targums, Masoretic text. When you look at a lot of Septuagint, Masoretic text. Does this say something to us? Does this say something? Does the Peshitta, it's more like the Masoretic text. Even the Samaritan Pentateuch, take out its unique theology, take out some of its smoothing to make it read a little easier, adding pronouns, things like this. It's the Masoretic text. So, come on. The Masoretic text is the text, okay? History has confirmed this. And again, the Jews would never dream of amending their text. They would never dream of switching over to the Septuagint. This is total fiction, you see. It was, again, they have the advantage in every way. For first of all, they were entrusted with the oracles of God, and they've done a wonderful job in doing it, okay? I believe when you look at Aleppo and you look at Leningrad, you're looking at a temple text. That's the text. That is the text, according to the Talmud says the same thing. And again, if you read the medieval Jewish guys, they'll talk about Ben Asher's text as the text, and that's Aleppo, okay? And that's why it's the basis of the Hebrew Bible text in Jerusalem at Hebrew University. And it is the text, you see, it's the text.
Thank you so much. It is really confirming my position, which is similar to you. Thank you.
And keep reading those Puritans. They knew what they were talking about. Our Bibles are not corrupt. They do not need scholars. Now, if you ask me, just real quick, one more point. Yes. How about the New Testament? What would I do there? I choose a good manuscript. Make that, and maybe it's missing pieces. Okay, fill in the pieces where it's missing. Fine. And then scholars, if they have opinions, give their opinions somewhere. Okay, fine. But why don't we have a legitimate manuscript be the text? As a matter of fact, in Septuagint studies, why did the Cambridge edition of the Septuagint, what did they do? They used Vaticanus as the text. And then they gave other versions, other manuscripts and how they differed. That's exactly how you want to do the Septuagint, in my opinion. In other words, do you want scholarly opinion or do you want a legitimate manuscript? And then give me variations in the bottom and footnotes. That's great. I like that. But please don't make up a Septuagint manuscript for me. Just show me the manuscript. Let it speak for itself. Show me the variants. That's good enough for me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fuller, for a wonderful presentation. So our time is up, Dr. Fuller. Uh, thank you so much, and we have a little appreciation, digital certificate for you. Yes, this is the certificate for you. And once again, thank you so much, Dr. Fuller, and God
Thank
bless
you.
you. Yes.
Thank you, Harold. It's great meeting you. And Philip, is always good to see you. Philip has been a blessing to me for many, many years now. And one of my finest students. Let me tell you, I had Philip where we would look at just the Hebrew consonants. And I would say, okay, Philip, put the vowel points in. He'd put the vowel points in. Then I would say this to him, Philip, put the Masoretic accents in there. Philip could put the Masoretic accents in there.
Yes.
That's how good Philip is in his Hebrew, my friend. Philip is he is a real Hebrew man, okay? And he is a first class, first rank scholar, okay? So Philip, very proud of you and all that you're doing for the work of the Lord, okay? Praise the Lord for Philip and all of you guys. And again, the Lord gave me a great blessing in meeting Philip and working with Philip. So Philip, thanks again for all that you've done.
Thank you, Dr. Fuller. By the way, I know Hebrew, I know Arabic, I know Syriac and Aramaic because of Dr. Fuller. Because I have a great teacher. Once again, thank you, Dr. Fuller. I cannot say enough thank you for your guidance, for your patience and your love for biblical languages. Thank you, Dr. Fuller.
Okay, thank you, Philip, very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fuller. So before we gonna break, I remind all participants to fill attendance in link at the chat column. Fill attendance for today. Once again, I remind all participants to fill attendance in chat column, the link in chat column for this seminar today. Okay, we're gonna move to next session. I think we're gonna break, so I give to Miss Sania.
Well, thank you, Mr. Harold. Dear all, now we were taking a short break, but first of all, I would like to say thank you for our excellent presentation for our speakers today and to our moderator for guiding us through today's discussion. And of course, big thank you for all of you as the participant of the seminar international today. Thank you very much for staying with us so far. And now we were taking a short break, which will last for 1 hour and 30 minutes or 90 minutes. During this break, please don't forget to fill out the attendance link from Google Form that has been shared in the chat box. And for those who require or need a certificate of attendance seminar today, you can find the link to the certificate in the chat as well. And you can also scan the QR code or display on the Zoom background to access the certificate. Please note that the certificate is available for a fee, 20,000 in Indonesian rupiah. But if you already register and pay the certificate yesterday, you don't have to register again today. Just once for register and pay the certificate if you need. And while you're on break, we invite you to watch the profile video of Moraya Theological College and Scriptura Indonesia Foundation, which will give you more insight to our work. Please be back here by 13:30 p.m. so we can continue with the next session. If you have any question or need assistance, don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Moria juga memfasilitasi ruang laboratorium untuk mempermudahkan dalam pengerjaan tugas serta belajar. Dan ruangan kelas yang nyaman digunakan untuk belajar mendalami firman Tuhan. Yuk bergabung bersama kami di STT Moria.
Di kampus Sekolah Tinggi Teologi Moria, berdiri sebuah pusat pengetahuan yang melimpah, Perpustakaan Z. Handiman, diresmikan pada tahun 2006. Perpustakaan Z. Handiman memiliki visi yang mulia. Visi kami adalah menjadi sumber informasi akademik di teologi dan bidang terkait dalam bentuk berbagai media. Dan misi kami adalah menyediakan sumber informasi akademik, memberikan layanan informasi, menyediakan tempat dan lingkungan belajar yang nyaman, serta meningkatkan kesadaran belajar dalam bidang teologi yang berkelanjutan. Perpustakaan Z. Handiman memiliki koleksi yang kaya dan terus berkembang. Dengan lebih dari 29.000 judul buku tercetak yang terotomatisasi secara online. Kami juga menyediakan akses ke 13.000 judul buku elektronik melalui aplikasi Logos. Serta lebih dari 200 judul jurnal akademik elektronik koleksi kami mencakup berbagai bidang seperti studi biblika, sejarah gereja, teologi praktis, dan masih banyak lagi. Selain itu, kami memiliki koleksi kitab suci, tafsir kitab suci, kamus, atlas, arkeologi, ensiklopedia, dan karya tulis civitas akademik STT Moria, seperti skripsi, tesis, disertasi, dan artikel, yang terotomatisasi dalam sistem repositori kami. Perpustakaan Z. Handiman dilengkapi dengan fasilitas yang lengkap untuk mendukung pembelajaran dan penelitian. Kami memiliki direktori perpustakaan dan area rak buku yang luas, area baca yang nyaman, area staf dan librarian, ruang pertemuan untuk diskusi dan seminar, area pelayanan dan loker, ruang belajar mandiri untuk fokus belajar, Bible Corner untuk studi biblika, komputer dengan akses internet, scanner digital untuk kebutuhan penelitian, pengaman grade untuk keamanan koleksi, security untuk menjaga keamanan perpustakaan, CCTV untuk memantau aktivitas di perpustakaan, dan APAR untuk meminimalisir risiko kebakaran. Tim perpustakaan kami terdiri dari 3 pustakawan yang tersertifikasi dan 3 staf teknis yang rutin mengikuti diklat dan pelatihan dari Perpusnas. Kami berkomitmen untuk memberikan layanan yang berkualitas dan profesional kepada seluruh pemangku kepentingan. Kami secara berkala melakukan survei kebutuhan dan kepuasan untuk memastikan bahwa layanan kami sesuai dengan kebutuhan pemangku kepentingan. Anda dapat mengakses survei melalui QR Code yang tertera di layar. Perpustakaan Z. Handiman tergabung dalam Forum Perpustakaan Perguruan Tinggi Kristen Forte dan menjalin kerjasama dengan penerbit buku Kristen seperti UPK dan Gandum-Mas, serta dengan lembaga-lembaga gerejawi. Kami juga aktif mempromosikan layanan kami melalui platform media sosial seperti Instagram. Perpustakaan Z. Handiman, pusat pengetahuan dan inspirasi di Sekolah Tinggi Teologi Moria. Mari bersama-sama membangun komunitas belajar yang bermakna dan menginspirasi.
Good afternoon, everyone. And for all the participants of this international seminar, welcome back. Now we come to the second session of these days, which is the presenter is Mr. Alexander Danilovich, and I believe he's already here. And then before we continue, I will a little bit introduce about him. Mr. Alexander Danilovich has finished his PhD in Ruprecht Karls University, Heidelberg, in Doctor of Philosophy, which his dissertation topic is the Golden Bridge, the second book of Maccabees, its theology and its status in the biblical canon. And also he finished his master's degrees in Ruprecht Karls University of Heidelberg in Christianity and Culture. And the thesis title is Second Maccabees and the Second Maccabees Second and the Seven and the Early Church Reception. And also he have another master degrees in Orthodox Theological Faculties, University of Belgrade, Biblical Patristic Module, and also another education where we can see in the screen. And also he has a bunch of publication starting from 2014 until this year, 2024. He has a lot of publication, as we can see in the screen. So I believe that now this presentation, he will bless us with his remarkable knowledge in biblical. So please, Mr. Danilovich, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope that you can all hear me. Just checking. Can you hear me all, guys?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Great. I'm going to share a screen just in 1 second. Just in 1 second. Share. Okay. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all in Indonesia. Good morning to all of those who are in Europe. Good afternoon or good evening to all those who are from the United States. Just a little short correction. I did not finish my PhD yet. I'm still in my PhD's final phases though. And thank you very much for inviting me to this very interesting conference and for having me here. It is really a great honor to speak here in front of you. And as it is mentioned, my name is Alexander Danilovich, and I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Heidelberg, Germany, working on, as mentioned, Second Maccabees and some canonical questions concerning Second Maccabees. Originally, I'm from Serbia, where I graduated at the Faculty of Orthodox Theology, also started a master's there in Biblical Studies and Patristical Studies. And me personally, I'm of an Orthodox background, meaning I am an Orthodox Christian. Today, I will firstly introduce you with Second Maccabees. As in general, even in biblical scholarship, it has been studied only sporadically, so the knowledge about it is, I would say, a bit vague. Then I will say a few things concerning textual tradition of Second Maccabees, which will be, in a way, an introduction to some important text critical observations of the book itself. And finally, I will attempt to notice and explain an additional and more than often neglected side, I would say, of textual criticism, which is the analysis of the manuscripts themselves, their emergence and utilization. And I believe it is interesting what implication this kind of analysis could have in this concrete example of Second Maccabees. The second book of Maccabees tells a story about the beginnings of the Judean uprising against the Seleucid Empire in 2nd century BC. And in the first part of the book, it follows the events that precede the revolt, such as the time of peace during the high priest Onias, civil war during Jason and Menelaus, who bought the high priesthood by corruption, and the Greek reaction that resulted in harsh massacres, desecration of the temple, and generally bans on Jewish religion. Then the second part of the book follows Judah Maccabee, the beginning of the uprising through the rededication of the temple, and ends after the victory of victory over Seleucid general Nicanor, after which Jerusalem and the temple are secured. Interestingly, it does not continue to tell the story of the further wars and gaining the independence of the Hasmonean state at a time, as the first Maccabees does. At the beginning of the book, there are two interesting introductory epistles written most likely in Aramaic from the Jews in Jerusalem to the Jews in Egypt, most likely to the Jews in Alexandria. And it seems that they were attached later to the main story. However, this is not attested by any textual witness. The rest of the book has been written in very good Greek language, somewhere, I would say, around the mid-2nd century BC. And the place of composition is in the later scholarship disputed, ranging between Jerusalem and diaspora, sometimes Antioch, mainly Alexandria, Egypt. And that's where the most of the scholars put Second Maccabees. I, on the other side, would situate it rather in Jerusalem or generally in Judea, because there is simply not enough convincing arguments for the diasporan origin. It is composed in form of history of the beginnings of the Maccabean uprising. However, it does contain many important theological explanations that it may be well seen as a form of Jewish educational literature during Hellenistic times, that is, as some sort of the, I would dare to say, exegesis of the law and the prophets, which stands opposed to the Greek educational literature personified in the works of, for example, I don't know, Herodotus, Homer, Euripides, some philosophers, and so forth. Now, if you take a look at most of the modern, and I would say at least Western and English-speaking biblical introductions and textbooks, you will read that the Second Maccabees is an apocryphal book for the Protestants, that it belonged to the canon of the Holy Scripture for Catholics as well as for the Orthodox Church. However, concerning the Orthodox, its status is ambiguous. There are no official decisions concerning the exact canon of the Old Testament writings. The Church holds for valid decisions of the local and ecumenical councils of the first millennia, which, again, if you're familiar with church history, are not entirely clear. Concerning Second Maccabees, some counts it as canonical book, while others don't mention it at all. And some later decisions from the 15th century onwards puts it either as canonical or as so-called Anagignos Comena. It is, however, important to stress that there is no synodal decision of the undivided church, at least, that excludes Second Maccabees from the Holy Scripture, as it is case with other apocrypha or deuterocanonicals or books of the intertestamental literature such as Tobit, Judith, even the book of Esther or the book of Revelation from the New Testament. One of the first who openly challenged Second Maccabees as a biblical book was Martin Luther, even though he translated Second Maccabees and called it useful in his biblical introductions. In his table talks from 1533, as you can see here on the slide, he says that he was so hostile to Second Maccabees and interestingly Book of Esther that he wished they did not exist at all, for they show too much Jewishness and contain a lot of pagan improprieties. Paradoxically, both things at the same time. However, as far as I know, he did not go further explaining what is exactly the problem with Second Maccabees. On the other hand, John Calvin, another famous reformer, he went even further by stating that the ancient church did not read or use Second Maccabees at all. I would say a very problematic statement, considering that it was based only on some paragraphs from the work Expositione de Symboli, or Exposition of the Symbol, by Pseudo-Cyprian. And why I don't agree with this, we will also have a chance to see today in the final part of my presentation. Nevertheless, unlike Luther, Calvin did express some dissatisfaction with Second Maccabees 12, and the concept of the prayer for the dead, which unfortunately some Catholics then misused in order to justify their teachings of indulgences and purgatory. As a reaction, Roman Catholics included all the disputed books in their Bible or Bibles on the Council of Trent in 1546, again without any further discussions on the books themselves, just condemning the decisions of the reformers. On the other hand, the Orthodox, enslaved at a time by various conquerors, stayed away from this dispute, but they weren't left uninfluenced because those who were later close Protestants or were schooled at the Protestant universities opted for the narrow canon, thus excluding Second Maccabees, while those closer to the Roman Catholics and who studied at the Roman Catholic schools kept the wider canon and thus Second Maccabees with it. Concluding this, my opinion is that the decisions for the wider or narrow canon were conditioned more by historical consequences of the Reformation in the West than by some theological or biblical discussions about these writings themselves. And the latter, if it occurred at all, came more as justification for the previously anchored historical positions. And in light of these debates lays also my decision to open this topic within my PhD and to examine Second Maccabees in its theological core, which contains important ideas, theological ideas such as prayer, one of the first explicit mentions besides the book of Daniel about the resurrection, then the idea of the creation ex nihilo, creation of the world out of nothing, further development of the festival theology, important place of the temple, Jerusalem, and so on and so forth. And to retrace how this intriguing book was received in earliest period can give us really a lot of answers, at least concerning how should we treat it today. Now, we will go to some questions that are actually topic of this seminar. And first of all, as mentioned, Second Maccabees was written in Greek, and I would say very good and complicated Greek. Sometimes if you read the book in Greek, it is maybe even too complicated, as the author really wanted to show off, to show that his Greek is extraordinary. Sometimes maybe he just did too much. I invite you, all of you who know Greek, just take a look at some verses and you'll see what am I talking about. The language is maybe the closest to some New Testament writings, such as the Acts of the Apostles, which belongs, if I'm not mistaken, to one of the best Greeks in the New Testament. In addition, there's Latin, Syriac, Coptic, and to those maybe Armenian and Slavic translations, which could be interesting for textual criticism. The introductory letters that I mentioned that are at the beginning of the book, if initially written in Aramaic, they were together with the entire book transmitted in Greek. In the Jewish tradition, Second Maccabees is, I would say, preserved in its adaptation within the Fourth Maccabees, while in the Christian tradition, it has been preserved in an extensive array of textual witnesses traceable to as early as the 5th or 4th century manuscripts, as well as in the works of the early church fathers and writers such as Hippolytus and Origenus, traceable back to early 3rd century. This corpus includes two uncial manuscripts, Codex Alexandrinus and Codex Venetus or Codex Basilianus, depends who you ask, and an additional 37 minuscule manuscripts, according to Robert Hanhart, who edited the Göttingen critical edition of Second Maccabees. Codex Alexandrinus from 4th century and Codex Venetus or Basilianus from 8th century frequently reflect the most authentic text, a foundation upon which his critical edition was constructed. And this edition, in turn, served as the cornerstone for subsequent translation in the Septuaginta Deutsch, so the German translation of the Septuaginta, as well as in the commentary by Daniel Schwartz and Robert Doran, who wrote their commentaries for distinguished book, for distinguished compilation of the books. And in addition, there is minuscule 55. Alfred Ralphs gave this number to this minuscule from the 9th century, which offers which often offers, an independent text, which is according to Hanhart of a near equivalent value of the uncials, what makes it very important for textual criticism. Also, I will say a bit more about this minuscule in following two parts of my presentation. And when it comes to translations, Latin offers 8 important Old Latin manuscripts as well as 10 Vulgata manuscripts, all spanning from the 8th to 12th century. And in addition, there are direct and important quotes from Cyprian of Carthago and Hilary of Poitiers, dating back also to the early 3rd and early 4th century. We have also Syriac tradition that offers 24 interesting manuscripts, while Coptic only 2, and I will show you also one of the Coptic manuscripts, which I find very, very interesting. Now, concerning textual criticism of Second Maccabees, generally speaking, textual witnesses show that the text is very stable with no many significant variation, unfortunately, for those dealing with textual criticism in Second Maccabees. But all theories of the potential later editions, such as the thesis of the later edition of the mentioned introductory letters, Daniel Schwartz's idea of the later edition of the Hanukkah passage, or Christian Habich's theory of the later edition of the martyrdom narratives from Second Maccabees 6 and 7, they're all posed after some further analysis and other methodological steps, because proofs for such conclusions are actually not to be found in textual witnesses, at least not in those that have survived until today. One interesting thing also is the date of writing of Second Maccabees. As I mentioned, it is written somewhere in the mid-2nd century BC, and some earlier scholarship puts it in the 1st century BC or even later, but that idea has been largely abandoned now. On the book itself and its content, we can conclude only that it could not have been written before the last events of the book, which is the victory over Nicanor in 161 BC. That would be Terminus Postquem, and perhaps no later than 63 BC and Pompey's conquest of Jerusalem, since the stance towards the Romans is very positive. within the book. So we have this first arrow that shows us the span in which the book could have been written. Philologically, according to the great study of the Nikolaos Damazakis, the language of the book suits the Greek language of the writers between 150 and 50 BC, such as histories from Polybius and Bibliotheca Historica from Diodorus of Sicily. Thus, we now narrowed a bit our timeline, putting it between 150 and 63 BC. In addition, of course, in the second, in let's say, second part of the second century, most of the other books of the Hebrew Bible were translated in Greek. So I believe that this span between 150 BC and 63 BC is really the best we can do when dating Second Maccabees on what the book itself can offer us, philologically. Most of the scholars, though, date Second Maccabees based on the dates provided in introductory letters. They're justified, I would say, in assuming that the narrative predates these letters and that these letters were attached to an already completed book. Nevertheless, further complications arise from the dates mentioned in Second Maccabees 1:7 and Second Maccabees 1:10a, which is actually the first introductory epistle attached to the work as a invitation, or better say, as a prayer for the Jews in Egypt from the Jews in Jerusalem. So the book with this introductory letter was sent from Jerusalem to brethren in Egypt. The verse 1:7 reads, "In the reign of Demetrius, in the 169th year, we, Judeans, wrote to you in the critical distress that came upon us in those years after Yason and his company revolted from the Holy Land and the kingdom." Because of the time, I won't be going now further into the content of the verses. And the verses 9b to 10a reads as, "And now that you celebrate the days of tabernacles in the month of Kislev, of or in the year of 188. The days of tabernacles in the month of Kislev is actually what we today know as Hanukkah. Excuse me. Before we continue, it is important to highlight that the dates given in the book, as well as generally in the writings of those times, are those of the so-called Seleucid calendar, that is, Seleucid era, known also as Anno Graecorum. And the first year of the Seleucid era is 312, 311 BC, marking the years when Seleucus I Nicator, the general of Alexander the Great, captured Babylon, which was seen as a significant milestone in the establishment of the later Seleucid Empire. However, of course, there's a difference because in Babylon, the year started in April, hence the year one is April 311 BC, while in Syria, the year started in autumn, most likely in October, so the first year is 312 BC. It was used even beyond the fall of Seleucid Empire in 63 BC. However, with the further rise of the Roman state, the Seleucid era generally fell out of official use. But when reading some biblical, extra-biblical literature that is connected with the Bible or general Jewish literature of that time, we will find these, or we will find dates in this format. Now, the majority of the scholars interpret the date in 1:7 as a reference to some earlier letter sent from the Jews in Egypt from Jerusalem. Then instead of 2, we have 3 letters at the beginning. Complicated. On the other hand, the date in 110a is identified as the date when the first introductory letter was written. Consequently, scholars such as Felix Marie Abel, Christian Habich, and Tobias Niklas date Second Maccabees to 188 Seleucid era, what corresponds to 124 BC. And a similar conclusion was reached by Jan Willem van Henten. The famous Jonathan Goldstein dates the first epistle to 124 BC, but places the entire narrative later, sometime between 78 and 77 and 63 BC. And his explanation most likely aims to place Second Maccabees chronologically after First Maccabees. However, of course, this raises a lot of questions. Why would one attach letters at least 50 years older to a newly completed work? A plausible explanation could be that these letters held significance authority comparable, for example, to Pauline or pastoral letters in Christian corpus, yet these letters are not found anywhere outside of Second Maccabees. So in my opinion, this remains only a speculation. The discrepancy between dates mentioned in 1.7 and 1.10a confused already early readers, leading to various attempts to resolve this issue. In response, some Latin manuscripts ascribe the date from 110a to the second introductory letter. Johannes Schnox from the University of Münster, however, concluded that 110a serves as the conclusion of the first letter and should not be viewed as introduction to the second one. However, in discussing the dating of the first letter to 124 and thereby the emergence of the second Maccabees to 124 BC, we have interesting question, a significant issue. Why should the Jews of Egypt be asked to celebrate Hanukkah, a festival that had already been instituted for 40 years earlier? As we know, the first celebration of Hanukkah was in 164 BC. On the other hand, a different interpretation of the verb gegraphamen from 1.7 is maybe possible. It is important to emphasize that the introductory letters are actually Semitic documents. Consequently, the translation of the perfect tense of the word grapho into the past tense may not be the only solution. Daniel Schwartz, following Charles Torrey's attempt at a retroversion of the letters into Aramaic, so to translate them from the Greek back to Aramaic, he opts for translation of gegraphamen with the present tense, thus seeing this tense as the so-called epistolary perfect, which it has been used in some Aramaic and Semitic letters. And according to this interpretation, as Torrey had already posited, the date of the first letter would be 169 Seleucid era, that is 143 BC and not 124 BC. However, this interpretation introduces a challenge with the date mentioned in 110a, if you remember. However, textual criticism can here come to a rescue. The mentioned minuscule 55, which, as I said, I will get back to a bit later, as well as the minuscule 62, offer another reading. These manuscripts suggest that the reading of the year in 110a should be, and you can see here on the slide, top image is the Codex Alexandrinus. The image in the middle is the second uncial codex, Codex Venetus or Basilianus, and on the bottom you can see minuscule 55. So another reading instead of 188, which is ekatukel of the kustukel, should be actually 148, ekatu teserakustukel, implying that the letter concludes with an invitation for the Jews in Egypt from Jews in Jerusalem to celebrate the days of tabernacles in the month of Kislev of the year 148, which is actually 164 BC, the date of the rededication of the temple by Judas and his people. That is the date of the first Hanukkah. How could have come to such an error, one may ask? Well, we do know that in the manuscripts up until the time of Constantine the Great, numerals were written in so-called shorthand style, that is, they were alphabetic numerals. After Constantine, the standard was that the numerals are written as the whole words, letter by letter. In our case, it may be very plausible that in some earlier manuscripts that have not survived up until today, all dates were written shorthand. This way, the number 188 or ekatuke ordo was written as in Greek as rho phi delta, where rho is 100, mi is 80, and delta is 80. On the other hand, alternative reading 148 or ekatustute sarakostuke ordo, was written as rho mi delta, where mi represents 40. And this apparent discrepancy could be that the readings of 188 or rho pi delta is actually a paleographic error of 148 or rho mi delta, as the difference, as you can see here, the difference between the two lines merely in this horizontal line connecting two vertical lines of the middle letter. So it could have been easily that mi became p. And knowing all the kinds of scribal errors that could have happened, it is not impossible to assume such things. If so, accepting this argument would suggest that the date of the first letter is 143 BC. That is, Second Maccabees emerged in 143, what corresponds with the year when the Hasmoneans gained their independence from the Seleucids. A fitting occasion actually to invite the Jews in Egypt to celebrate this liberation and to give them hope that they can also live in peace. Nonetheless, the narrative itself, of course, was most likely then written between 161 and 143 BC, and we cannot be more accurate than that. On the contrary, Robert Doran criticized such dating, pointing out that there is no parallels in Hellenistic literature to support such dating of the first letter. For him, the main problem is that he expects that the date comes at the beginning or at the end of the letter. And while his observations is accurate, Daniel Schwartz's argument that the letters are actually a Semitic rather than Hellenistic document makes more sense, because Robert Doran, as his examples, gives only the Hellenistic letters. On the other hand, Elias Bickerman suggested the figure 148 represents a secondary scribal correction, suggesting that the Jewish or Christian redactors modified the text from Lectio Difficilio to Lectio Brevior, given the significance of the year 148 and the obscurity of 188. This, however, raises another question. Why then 188? Why 40 years later from the celebration of the first Hanukkah? Or if such letters were sent annually, why to emphasize this particular one? The establishment of the Hasmonean state in 143 BC, as First Maccabees 1341 tell us, and the date from 1:7 would appear much more relevant in this context. However, taking broader context into account, Johannes Schnox was correct in concluding that this reading and Schwartz's argument actually resolve much more issues than it creates, especially considering the absence of a compelling evidence to dismiss such an interpretation, besides these two of Robert Doran and Elias Bickerman. Now, even if such analysis can help a lot in understanding of the text, I'm coming now to the final part of my presentation. In our example, Formation of Second Maccabees is a document that celebrates the peace and the freedom, inspecting the textual witnesses themselves in their whole, more thoroughly could provide us with much more interesting answers. As I mentioned before, Second Maccabees belongs to those group of disputed books that Martin Luther and John Calvin excluded from the Bible and counted as apocrypha. And John Calvin even saw unnecessary such writing that has never been actually used by the early or by the ancient church. More recently, in 2015, German Egyptologist late Professor Jan Assmann even suggested that it is their violent character that excludes the books of Maccabees from the canon already early on. However, I believe that besides reading the text and various text variants from the textual witnesses, a further analysis of the manuscripts themselves could offer a lot to such debates, and at the same time, understanding of the content and even context of the book itself. Excuse me. Writing his extraordinary studies on the New Testament and its text contained in Codex Alexandrinus, W.A. Smith writes something interesting on this topic, as you can see it on the screen. He says, when manuscripts are studied only for the text they contain, a wealth of knowledge about the history of those manuscripts is ignored, and the textual setting reveals to the careful observer much about the purpose and the use of the manuscript, both from the time of its creation and from its later utilization. I'm sorry, here on the slide should be observer and not the observer. As far as I know, the word observe does not exist. Back to the presentation. It is important to know that in the first millennium, manuscripts were rarely, if ever, produced for private libraries, and they were almost exclusively created for churches, for monasteries, and for their liturgical and pastoral needs. And analyzing these manuscripts can provide valuable insights. And it is also important to highlight that complete codices, the so-called Pandects, were extremely expensive and thus rare. So the complete Bible were almost non-existent. And as a result, many manuscripts contained only select books or even portions of the books that were essential for the liturgical and catechetical needs of a community. As mentioned in the introduction, the Greek text of Second Maccabees is attested into uncial codices and 37 minuscule manuscripts, and the text appears to be generally stable with no significant variations, but of course, one concerning the date in the introductory letters we analyzed just a few minutes ago. The oldest extant witness of the Greek 7 Maccabees is the 5th or possibly even late 4th century uncial Codex Alexandrinus, one of the 3 most important biblical manuscripts available today. Codex Alexandrinus is known to have been at one point the Bible of the Patriarchal Office of Alexandria, or possibly of the church where the Patriarch regularly celebrated liturgy and other services. And its liturgical use by bishops or even by the Patriarch himself sometime after the 6th century is suggested by the presence of partial and incomplete lectionary notes in several Old Testament books. And these notes were likely added to assist with the readings during the Great Lent and the Holy Week, which is the period of 49 days before Easter. And on this slide, you can actually see some of these lectionary notes. Here we have an example of the Ezekiel 37. And on the left side, we have a note that has been written. And we have some Greek letters. We have Omicron Tav, which means ton orthron. Then we have this abbreviation, which actually means the Sarakosti Megali, which is actually the Great Lent or the Holy 40 Days. Then we have Sigma Alpha, which means Sabato, which is Saturday. And then in the bottom line, we have Piro Omicron, which is Proti, most likely, and this abbreviation in the bottom right could be read as Anastasi. All this, what it means Orthron is actually was in the early church morning service, morning prayer. Tesarakosti Megali means that this morning prayer was held during the Great Lent on a Saturday, which is also known is in early church and in those who are studying liturgy, they know that the morning service on Holy Saturday was also called the first Easter, the first resurrection, protianastasi. Ironically, I mean, if we know that in the Jewish calculation of a time, day begins in the afternoon. So this morning service was celebrated actually in the evening, which was actually the first Easter service. And for this reason and for some others, W.A. Smith attributes the creation of the entire manuscript for the liturgical use. The codex's precise origins remain unclear due to incomplete historical data. One theory says that it was produced by scribes at the female monastery of St. Thecla in Seleucia and Cilicia, which is modern-day Turkey, and it was later or even immediately after its creation transferred to Constantinople, from where it eventually made its way to Alexandria. Another theory suggests that the codex originated in Egypt. It remained in Alexandria and had only a brief stay on Mount Athos during the turbulent period of Muslim oppression in Egypt. Allegedly, Patriarch Cyril Lucatus of Alexandria retrieved the manuscript from Mount Athos. What is certain, though, is that Cyril Lucatus brought the manuscript to Constantinople around 1620 when he became Patriarch of Constantinople to protect it from the Ottomans. And 7 years later, in 1627, the codex was gifted to the British Royal Library, where it remains today, possibly, as I said, as a result of the harsh conditions Christians faced under Ottoman rule. W.A. Smith describes Codex Alexandrinus as a deluxe Bible, which must have represented a significant financial investment at the time and must have held an enormous significance for both those who commissioned its creation and those for whom it was produced. Therefore, both theories linking its origins to the major cities of Alexandria and Constantinople are reasonable assumptions, and it's used in liturgy likely by both the Patriarch of Alexandria and Patriarch of Constantinople, as well as later period in the monasteries of Mount Athos, together with Rome, the most significant centers in Christian history, underscores its extraordinary importance. As we know, Codex Alexandrinus is base text for a lot of critical editions. Thus, its importance for textual criticism is enormous. It's one of the oldest texts of the Second Maccabees, and in addition, the inclusion of the books such as Second Maccabees in such a manuscript by the original scribe or scribes was, in my opinion, no coincidence at all, but a deliberate decision, because for the scribes of this concrete Bible, Second Maccabees appears to have been regarded as an integral and equal part of the Old Testament, which was used in the liturgy of the early church. The other unsealed manuscript that contains Second Maccabees is the so-called Codex Venetus or Codex Basilianus, likely dating to the 8th century. Excuse me. There have not been many studies in the history of this manuscript. However, it is known that it contained the entire Old Testament, with the exception of the Psalms, which may have been put in a separate psalter for practical reasons, while the New Testament is missing from today's version, today's codex that we have, apart from a few introductory fragments that actually shows us that the New Testament was there. Interestingly, the book of Esther is placed at the very end following the New Testament. So it may be that someone took New Testament out for some practical reasons. Little is known about its origin, but it appears to have been written in one of the Basilian monasteries in southern Italy. And according to Alfred Ralphs, it was used in Rome, possibly even by the Pope himself. And it later became the Bible of the Sistine Chapel at one point. It was also the personal Bible of the Bessarion, the Latin Patriarch of Constantinople in the 15th century. And the text of Second Maccabees is almost identical to the one in Codex Alexandrinus. And the placement of Second Maccabees again in such manuscripts tells a lot of its importance even in the 8th century and later. As I mentioned, Second Maccabees is preserved in 37 minuscule manuscripts dating from the 9th to the 16th century, actually period when the minuscule manuscripts started to be written. Interestingly, only in one instance, Second Maccabees is preserved fragmentarily and alone, and this manuscript is held at the Stavronikita monastery on Mount Athos. In most other manuscripts, when it is not part of a complete Bible, it is transmitted alongside the Octateuch, Books of Kings, Books of Chronicles, Book of Ezra, Judith, Tobit, and First Maccabees. So as a part of the historical book collections. In some other instances, it is also accompanied by Psalms, prophets, or wisdom literature. And as you can see here on this graph, most of the manuscripts put Second Maccabees within the collection of historical books. Then we have second largest group are the whole Bibles, or at least the whole Old Testaments, whatever that meant. And then we have almost equal number of manuscripts that put Second Maccabees either with historical books and the prophets, historical books and wisdom literature, or historical or wisdom literature and prophets. A smaller portion of the manuscripts that put Second Maccabees together with wisdom literature, and only one fragmentary that puts Second Maccabees alone. Interestingly, in the entire manuscriptal tradition, we don't have a collection that combines Second Maccabees just with other books that are today seen as apocrypha by the Protestants or deuterocanonicals by the Roman Catholic Church. One of the most important MNOSCL manuscript, as shown above and mentioned above, and as we have seen on the example of textual criticism, is the MNOSCL 55, or the so-called Leo Bible, dating to the 9th century. According to Robert Hanhart, it provides an independent textual witness of Second Maccabees, holding the same textual value as the uncials, speaking Codex Alexandrinus and Codex Venetus. The Leo Bible, as an illustrated Bible, as you can see, played a pivotal role during the so-called iconoclastic crisis in the 8th and 9th century in favor of the defense of the icons. And it originally encompassed the entire Bible in 60 books. However, only the first volume, containing the largest part of the Old Testament, has survived. The manuscript was written in a monastery of St. Nicholas, likely located near Constantinople, and it was commissioned by a certain Leo Sacellarius, a Byzantine treasurer, a position equal to the modern, let's say, Minister of Finances of the Byzantine Empire for the monastery founded by his brother. And you can see here on this slide, this is the first page of the manuscript, which is, I would say, really astonishing. You have here this cross with golden medallions, 60 of them, and in each of the medallion is written a name of a biblical book. In the center, we have Jesus Christ. Above, we have Mary the Theotokos. And in each corner, we have an interesting figure. Top left, we have David with harp and inscription from the Psalm 102. And top right, we have Moses, young Moses, most likely as an indication that he wrote the Torah. Unfortunately, inscription is missing because the page is damaged. On the bottom left, we have Peter with the inscription from the Gospel of Matthew, where Peter confesses Jesus as the Christ and Son of God. Bottom right corner is damaged, but most likely there was image of Apostle Paul, since he wrote the most of the epistles. The manuscript, interestingly, includes all 4 books of Maccabees and features a short introduction that discusses how the books of Maccabees were positioned in various manuscripts. So either after the book of Ezra or after the book of Tobit. Here is a zoomed photo. So this is actually the central part of the cross. And circled, you have Second Maccabees, and you can see here how that looks like. You have golden medallions with red inscriptions, and on the far left side, in the top row, you see Book of Esther, then Book of Tobit, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th Maccabees. In the middle line, you have Book of Sirach, 12 prophets, then comes Christ, then comes Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and so on and so forth. So the line continues. And in the bottom line, we're already started with the New Testament. So we have here the Acts of the Apostles, letter of Jacob, 1st, 2nd Peter, 1st, 2nd John, and so on and so forth until the book of Revelation. Notably, this manuscript contains also one of the earliest known images or icons of the Maccabean martyrs that were celebrated in the early church on August 1st. And this depiction portrays Eleazar, the 7 brothers and their mother, standing before Antiochus, which is actually 2nd Maccabees 6:7. And the image is accompanied by an inscription closely resembling the text that would appear about a century later in a liturgical text. And this raises the possibility that the inscription was actually part of an earlier liturgical service for the feast day of the Holy Maccabees, predating the formal liturgical minea that emerged in the 10th century. This inscription was in rectangular shape around the image. This, I hope I read it well. This should be the Greek reading of the inscription and the translation. And these motives, and king infuriated, the martyrs putting the king to shame, the valor of the brothers like a 7-branched lampstand, law-observing nature, the justice of Elijah. All these motives actually belong to the worship day of the Maccabees, starting from the 10th century. So this could have easily been part of a text of a liturgy of the Troparion that have been sung, and these motives actually stayed up to this day in liturgical books of the Orthodox Church for the August 1st. And as mentioned, creation of such codices was very expensive, especially if they contained such rich illuminations. And placement of 2nd Maccabees in such manuscripts is definitely not coincidental. And knowing that it's been created in Constantinople, especially this minuscule, the center of Christian life of those times, most likely, but the best scribes, those readings that we mentioned concerning the date, those textual critic variants, they really gain on their weight when we know what this manuscript actually is. Because when we read, there is a minuscule 55 that reads that, and that, we don't know much. But when we really know what this minuscule is, then we can really know maybe a bit more. And as mentioned in the introduction, the importance of the translation can also be very significant when dealing with textual criticism. And one such translation is the Coptic fragment from the early 4th century, which itself is a translation of the early 2nd century original. And this fragment also suggests that 2nd Maccabees had its own place in the early Christian worship. And this also shows how actually biblical text was transmitted more often as a part of the liturgical lectionaries and texts than the complete Bibles, since until the invention actually of the printing press, complete Bibles were extremely expensive and only rich cathedral churches of big cities such as Rome, Constantinople, Alexandria, or Antioch could have afforded them. That is why the Coptic Paschal lectionary is an astonishing discovery. In 1952, archaeologists discovered near Dishna, Egypt, the so-called Dishna papers. Among them was the Crosby-Shoyan Codex manuscript 193, concealed in a clay jar, which lay beneath the sand since the 7th century, which again preserved it from the Arab conquest. This manuscript contains one homily of Melito of Sardis and Pascha. It contains 2nd Maccabees 5:24 to 7:41, titled "The Martyrs of the Jews Who Lived Under Antiochus the King." It contains 1st Peter, titled only as Epistle of Peter. It contains the Book of Jonah and a fragmentary sermon for Easter morning, likely authored by the scribe of the Codex himself. Scholars believe that this discovery represents part of the library of the Tao monastery in Egypt, established sometimes between 323 and 336 by Saint Pachomius the Great, founder of the Cenobitic monasticism. What will become a main branch of monasticism in the ancient church and even in the Eastern churches today, and even the Western monasticism is actually based on form of Cenobitic monasticism. And in short, Cenobitic means monasticism, monks in a community, so not the loners who live in wild. And it is also believed that a significant portion of this manuscript, the introductory homily of melatonin readings, is actually a translation of the 3rd century Greek original from Alexandria from around 250 AD, while the Coptic version may have been created between 329 and 346, possibly even commissioned by St. Pachomius himself. We have radiocarbon dating of this manuscript, so dating is actually more or less precise. Now, knowing the hypothesis that the major portion of First Peter may have served as part of a Paschal liturgy, specifically during the Easter baptism service, and the inclusion of the book of Jonah interpreted in Christian theology in light of resurrection, alongside 2 Paschal homilies, it is almost certain that this codex functioned as a Paschal lectionary, and it was likely intended for the use in the pre-Nicene Paschal liturgy, which celebrated the festival of the resurrection of Christ in Pachomian monasteries and perhaps even in Alexandria. Here are some few photos and images of the manuscript. On the left image, you can see the manuscript when it arrived at the University of Mississippi in the United States, where it is today. Right photo is actually a first page of the Second Maccabees, story about the martyrdoms of the Jews who lived under the Antiochus the king. That's the right side here opened. And then we have here close up on the left side with the superscription, the title, Jewish martyrs who live under the Antiochus the king. And on the right side, we have the final page of the manuscript. On the bottom as a subscription, we have just a short title, Jews or Judean or Jewish martyrs. And this implies that this lectionary represents actually the earliest known Christian liturgical application of Second Maccabees, and that was during the Easter liturgy. Furthermore, this codex constitutes the oldest textual witness, the portion of Second Maccabees, the entire 1 Peter and books of Jonah, of course, after to the Dead Sea Scrolls. And some further text critical studies on this lectionary are not conducted, unfortunately, but knowing all this, the use of such manuscripts, such study may reveal some question concerning all of these texts. So First Peter, Book of Jonah, and of course, Second Maccabees. I had a chance to see the manuscript and to take a look at the critical edition of the Coptic text. And while I'm not the expert in Coptic, it seems to me that it nearly follows the Greek text of the martyrdom that we later find in the above mentioned manuscript. So this justifies my theory that Second Maccabees, unfortunately, in the narrowest possible sense, is not much interesting for textual criticism, though I did try to present something from the Second Maccabees within this larger topic. All things considered, it seems that, as I said, Second Maccabees does not belong to the most interesting biblical text for the scholarship of textual criticism. However, further analysis of the dates in the introductory letters could help us to determine when was the book written, what could then help further and better understanding of the book itself, its content, meaning, emergence, and context. As Professor Johannes Schlank from the University of Münster in Germany wrote, it seems that the accepting of the earlier dating solves much more problems that it imposed, because if the book was written at the beginning of the monarchy, tells a bit different story than if it was written somewhere in, let's say, middle of the existence of the monarchy. On the other hand, having in mind this, I would say, a bit neglected, the other side of the medal of the analysis of the textual witnesses, studying manuscripts not only for the text and the text versions that they contain, but also for their own history, could afford or could offer us a much better understanding of the text itself. The way how the texts were read and understood in their earliest utilization, especially concerning the mentioned disputed texts such as Deuterocanonicals or Apocrypha or intertestamental literature or lay writings of the Old Testament or non-canonical books, whatever term do you like the most, it could reveal us much more about the texts themselves. Why are they written? What was their purpose? And finally, it could assist us to even better understand the meaning of these texts today. So to look on the content of the text and then to judge about them, than just to take over arguments of the past centuries. So that would be everything I prepared for you today. Thank you very much for your attention. As I mentioned already, I don't know if your organizer told you, I really have an important schedule, important term in half an hour. So let's say I'll be able to be there for the next 15 to 20 minutes because I have some stuff concerning German bureaucracy and my staying in Germany. So I shouldn't be late in that. So thank you very much again for your attention, and I'm looking forward to possible questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Danilovitz, for your extraordinary presentation. And now we come to the short time in the question and answer. And for the participants who have a question, please raise your hands. Okay, first is Mr. Yonghan. Please, Mr. Yonghan.
Thank you, Oscar. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Dr. Alexander, candidate. It's really interesting presentation. Just want to know your view about Second Maccabee chapter 12, verse 13 to 45. There's a two view that actually this part support for purgatory, but the other side said no. The author intent never support about purgatory. What do you think about this chapter? If you think this is support for purgatory teaching, do you think it's very spiritual, dangerous for Christian to learn about this book? Thank you.
Sorry, I just lost Zoom for a moment. Firstly, I think the misuse of the book of the text is to base the purgatory teaching on 2 Maccabees 12. I don't see that teaching in this text. What I see here is the following. The book itself is really centered on the teaching of the resurrection. So we have the martyrs who died for their faith with the expectation of the resurrection from the dead. If we have the idea of the resurrection, as Judas here says in verse 44, if we have resurrection, then it makes sense to pray for those who died to be resurrected. I don't see how someone could come to the idea of the purgatory in these lines. Yeah, of course, if we take a look at I'm not an expert now in history of dogmatics, the Catholics somehow came to the idea of purgatory and they needed a biblical confirmation for that, and they somehow found it here. I don't see it. I only see, as I said, the connection between the resurrection, and if we have resurrection, then we can pray for the dead. And one interesting thing that I came across is the 1244, which says, Judas says, if he did not expect that those who died are going to resurrect, then it will be useless to pray for the dead. We have something similar later in the New Testament, of course, differently said, but the same structure of the sentence where Paul says, if there is no if Christ did not resurrect, our sermon and generally our faith is in vain. So I see the interconnection there, and no to the definitely not to the conception of the purgatory. So in that sense, I don't see how this text could be spiritually dangerous unless you're misusing it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Danilovich. Mr. Yonghan, is anybody else want to ask something? Please raise your hand. Or maybe from the Moria.
So until the question come, if I may just say, I know that this such topic is really not very popular among the Protestant school, which is of course justified, having the history in mind. But I hope, I mean, I'm inviting you all when you find some free time, just to take a look at the book, to read it. Of course, from the theological point of view, you can find really interesting ideas, but also historically, you can see. I mean, if we read the Old Testament and if we stop with Ezra and Nehemiah and let's say Prophet Malachi, and then we read the New Testament, we have the ministry of John the Baptist, we have really this gap of almost 4 centuries. And then if we read First and then Second Maccabees, we have this gap a little bit, at least historically, a bit covered. Because when I was younger, when I read the Bible for the first time, my Bible had only 39, or only had 39 books of the Old Testament, and I always wondered what happened between time when Ezra and Nehemiah returned from the slavery and the ministry of John the Baptist. Where did the Persians disappear? How come we have the Romans now? Or how come we have suddenly Greek language instead of Hebrew, and so on and so forth?
Yeah, that's great. Okay, anyone else? Okay. Okay, Mr. Danilovich, I think you have a outstanding presentation. Is a blessing for us. And then, as a token of our gratitude and appreciation, we provide you a certificate from our institution for your outstanding presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And once again, I hope you enjoy this time with us, and then success for you, and you're finishing your PhD. And
thank you very much. I'm really blessed that I would hear you today. If some of you remember, I was also here during your last international seminary and really enjoyed. Really, I'm really happy that you had me here, and it's really an honor being here speaking with you and being able to bring you parts of my studies. And of course, I believe the organizer, they do have my contact information. So if any of you, if you take at some point to read the book, just feel free to shoot me an email, and I'll be glad to answer any questions if you have them. Of course, if I'm able to, having in mind that I'm still also only a PhD candidate and not a really experienced scholar.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you once again, and hope you success, and God bless you, and
God bless you.
Thank you all participants. And now we come to the end of this session, and then we will continue the next session. Please, Miss Sania. To host us to the next session. Or directly to Mr. Chandri.
Okay, I think it is not the time yet that we move forward to the next session, because the next session will be started in 3 o'clock p.m. Jakarta time. So as a hint that the next session is going to be about Psalms of Solomon from Dr. Felix Albrecht of the Georg August Universität Göttingen in Germany. I think he's not here yet, or yeah, we can wait around 20 to 15 minutes and then we'll start the next session with Dr. Albrecht.
Halo teman-teman, selamat datang di kampus STT Moria. Kampus STT Moria telah disediakan perpustakaan yang lengkap untuk menunjang kualitas belajar. Juga memfasilitasi ruang laboratorium untuk mempermudahkan dalam pengerjaan tugas serta belajar, dan ruangan kelas yang nyaman digunakan untuk belajar mendalami firman Tuhan. Yuk bergabung bersama kami di STT Moria.
Di kampus Sekolah Tinggi Teologi Moria, berdiri sebuah pusat pengetahuan yang melimpah, Perpustakaan Z. Handiman, diresmikan pada tahun 2006. Perpustakaan Z. Handiman memiliki visi yang mulia. Visi kami adalah menjadi sumber informasi akademik di teologi dan bidang terkait dalam bentuk berbagai media. Dan misi kami adalah menyediakan sumber informasi akademik, memberikan layanan informasi, menyediakan tempat dan lingkungan belajar yang nyaman, serta meningkatkan kesadaran belajar dalam bidang teologi yang berkelanjutan. Perpustakaan Z. Handiman memiliki koleksi yang kaya dan terus berkembang. Dengan lebih dari 29.000 judul buku tercetak yang terotomatisasi secara online. Kami juga menyediakan akses ke 13.000 judul buku elektronik melalui aplikasi Logos. Serta lebih dari 200 judul jurnal akademik elektronik koleksi kami mencakup berbagai bidang seperti studi biblika, sejarah gereja, teologi praktis, dan masih banyak lagi. Selain itu, kami memiliki koleksi kitab suci, tafsir kitab suci, kamus, atlas, arkeologi, ensiklopedia, dan karya tulis civitas akademik STT Moria, seperti skripsi, tesis, disertasi, dan artikel, yang terotomatisasi dalam sistem repositori kami. Perpustakaan Z. Handiman dilengkapi dengan fasilitas yang lengkap untuk mendukung pembelajaran dan penelitian. Kami memiliki direktori perpustakaan dan area rak buku yang luas, area baca yang nyaman, area staf dan librarian, ruang pertemuan untuk diskusi dan seminar, area pelayanan dan loker, ruang belajar mandiri untuk fokus belajar, Bible Corner untuk studi biblika, komputer dengan akses internet, scanner digital untuk kebutuhan penelitian, pengaman grade untuk keamanan koleksi, security untuk menjaga keamanan perpustakaan, CCTV untuk memantau aktivitas di perpustakaan, dan APAR untuk meminimalisir risiko kebakaran. Tim perpustakaan kami terdiri dari 3 pustakawan yang tersertifikasi dan 3 staf teknis yang rutin mengikuti diklat dan pelatihan dari Perpusnas. Kami berkomitmen untuk memberikan layanan yang berkualitas dan profesional kepada seluruh pemangku kepentingan. Kami secara berkala melakukan survei kebutuhan dan kepuasan untuk memastikan bahwa layanan kami sesuai dengan kebutuhan pemangku kepentingan. Anda dapat mengakses survei melalui QR Code yang tertera di layar. Perpustakaan Z. Handiman tergabung dalam Forum Perpustakaan Perguruan Tinggi Kristen Forte dan menjalin kerjasama dengan penerbit buku Kristen seperti UPK dan Gandum Mas, serta dengan lembaga-lembaga gerejawi. Kami juga aktif mempromosikan layanan kami melalui platform media sosial seperti Instagram. Perpustakaan Z. Handiman, pusat pengetahuan dan inspirasi di Sekolah Tinggi Teologi Moria. Mari bersama-sama membangun komunitas belajar yang bermakna dan menginspirasi.
All right. It is not 3 p.m. Jakarta time yet, but I think if Dr. Albrecht is already here, and if he's ready, then we can start to the next session. Hello, Dr. Albrecht.
Yeah, hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Indonesian time. Are you ready, or do we need to wait around seven minutes to start?
In my opinion, we could start. So
Okay.
it depends on you. So if everyone
Okay.
is there attending, so we could start, I would say.
I think we can start, and everyone's ready. So,
Yeah.
yeah. Before we start, I would like to give some introduction and some introduction to the session and introduction to our speaker today. Our speaker today is Dr. Felix Albrecht from Georg August Universität Göttingen, and he's delivering a presentation on the Psalmi Salomonis, or Psalms of Solomon. And regarding his academic education, he got his PhD from Georg August Universität Göttingen, 2006 to 2008, and also his other educational background, bachelor, Georg August Universität Göttingen, and also Pontificia Università Gregoriana di Roma. And his scientific degrees, his diploma theology is from from Christian Albrechts Universität Kiel, 2008, and he received his Dr. Theol in Georg August Universität Göttingen. He also has a professional career after completing degrees. One of them is Arbeitsstellenleiter, die Editio Critica Major des Griechischen Psaltes, Göttingen Academy of Sciences and Humanities, since 2020, and also other professional career as well. And he also he's also active in further scientific activities. Some of them are editor of supplements to the Göttingen Septuaginta SGS, together with Reinhard Kratz, Göttingen, van den Hoek and Ruprecht since 2024, and also editorial board of Parabiblica in Tübingen, Moa Ziebeck since last year, 2023, and also editorial board of De Septuaginta Investigaciones in Göttingen. And yeah, there are also many publications that he already did. Some of the selected publications are essays on the Psalms of Solomon, its cultural background, significance, and interpretation, Parabiblica 2, published in Göttingen, and also Edition und Studien zum Testamentum Salomonis, Parabiblica 1, Tübingen, and editing the Septuagint, and also vom Bernstein zum Luchstein, der im Hebräischen mit Ischem bezeichnete Stein und seine Äquivalente in Septuaginta und Vertus Latina, and also this die Psalmen Salomos, griechische Text nebst neudeutscher Übersetzung und Gesamtregister Göttingen. And the list goes on, but for now we will listen to his presentation about the Psalms of Solomon. Please, Dr. Albrecht.
Thank you. And I switch so that you can see my presentation. Do you see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
Perfect. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank our hosts and the organizers of the seminar for inviting me to speak with you today. It is truly an honor to join you, albeit virtually from afar, and to participate in this event in Jakarta, Indonesia, via Zoom. Since 2008, I've been working in the field of Septuagint research at the Göttingen Academy of Sciences and Humanities, focusing on the Greek Old Testament. In parallel, I served as an assistant in the New Testament department at the theological faculty of the University of Göttingen, where I taught an introductory course on the New Testament for 6 years. I've always been intrigued by King Solomon, which led me to take an interest in the Psalms of Solomon. And over the course of 10 years, I produced a critical edition of these Psalms. This edition was published in 2018 as part of the Göttingen Septuagint series. 2 years later, my bilingual Greek-German annotated edition of the Psalms of Solomon appeared, and just 2 weeks ago, my Russian translation and commentary was published. In my lecture entitled The Psalms of Solomon and Textual Criticism, I will introduce you to the Psalms of Solomon, an ancient collection of prayerful texts composed roughly 2 millennia ago. Despite their age, these psalms continue to resonate with us and remain remarkably relevant. After providing an overview of the Psalms of Solomon, I will turn our attention to the discipline of textual criticism. I've chosen 3 specific psalms for our focus. I will begin by highlighting their theological significance and then use an exemplary verse from each to show how textual critics strive to establish and interpret the most reliable form of the biblical text. Together, we will consider how scribal practices, manuscript variants, and scholarly methodologies influence our understanding of these prayerful texts. We have up to 1 hour for the presentation, after which I will be happy to take your questions. I hope this arrangement not only gives me an opportunity to share insights, but also provides you with the chance to engage with the material and address any uncertainties you may have. The Psalms of Solomon is a collection of 18 psalms, largely from the 1st century BC, that have been transmitted under the name of King Solomon in the context of the Septuagint. The Hebrew original is lost, while the Greek and Syriac translations are preserved. Whether there was ever a Hebrew Vorlage, that means original, is questionable. The Psalms of Solomon are fascinating not only because of their content, but also because of the history of their composition. Originating in a time full of political and religious changes, they give us authentic insights into the world of faith, the prayers, feelings, and thoughts of Greek-speaking Palestinian Judaism. Their roots go back to the 2nd century BC, when the Hasmoneans ruled the land and the pious played an important role. In the further course of tradition, these psalms are likely to have circulated in Pharisaic circles. Many of these psalms appear to be inspired by significant historical events. For example, the first 2 psalms vividly describe the war and conquest of Jerusalem in 63 BC by the Romans under the leadership of Pompey. The feelings of the people become clear as we read how the city walls were broken down and the holy place of the temple was desecrated. Such emotional and detailed descriptions allow us to empathize with the pain and hopes of the people of that era. Gradually, these psalms were expanded and eventually compiled into the collection we recognize today. They received their final form in the 1st century CE, probably during the reign of Agrippa I, 41 to 44 CE. Knowing this background helps us to understand the Psalms of Solomon in their historical context and to recognize their significance for us today. In times of change and uncertainty, they offer comfort and show the constancy of faith. 11 Greek minuscule manuscripts transmit the Psalms of Solomon. The direct witnesses on the one hand and indirect on the other do not provide a uniform picture of the transmission history. According to the direct witnesses of the Greek manuscript transmission, the Psalms of Solomon follow the wisdom of Solomon. The matching transmission context of the thematically divergent manuscripts Ralph's 253 and 260 shows that this must have been the original transmission context of the archetype. The fact that in addition to the title Psalms of Solomon in the manuscripts 260 and 769, the title Wisdom of Solomon, manuscript Ralph's 253 in the Greek, and manuscript S in the Syriac tradition, is also erroneously attested for the Psalms of Solomon, is an indication that the antecedent manuscript stood in the direct context of the Wisdom of Solomon. How old this position is can hardly be determined with certainty, but the Syriac manuscript S, which dates from the 7th century, offers a solid point of reference. The Psalms of Solomon are therefore part of the deuterocanonical books of wisdom due to the attribution of the collection to the wise King Solomon. In the mainstream of tradition, the wisdom books form a unit of 6 books consisting of the canonical books Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Canticum, Job, whereby the position of the book of Job fluctuates, and the deuterocanonical books Wisdom of Solomon and Sirach. In the side stream of the tradition, the deuterocanonical wisdom books Wisdom of Solomon and Sirach are supplemented by the Psalms of Solomon. In addition, the Psalms of Solomon have been transmitted in 2 cases following a catena of psalms, namely in the manuscripts Ralph's 629 and 769. The indirect evidence from the Church Fathers and in the canon lists presents a somewhat different picture, showing that the Psalms of Solomon lost their traditional place within the deuterocanonical wisdom books in the course of time and were gradually moved to the margins of the canon. In the synopsis of the Holy Scriptures of Pseudo-Athanasius, 6th century, the Psalms of Solomon are listed under the title Antilegomena, which refers to those writings that are contradicted according to church doctrine, in the context of the deuterocanonical books of the Septuagint, Wisdom of Solomon, Sirach, Esther, Judith, Tobit, 1 to 4 Maccabees, Psalms of Solomon, Odes of Solomon, and Susanna. Similarly, the Stichometry of Nikephoros, 9th century, lists the Psalms of Solomon among the Antilegomena, directly following the deuterocanonical books of wisdom after Sirach, thus also Alfred Ralphs in his manual edition. 1 to 3 Maccabees, Wisdom of Solomon, Sirach, Psalms of Solomon, Odes of Solomon, Esther, Judith, Susanna, Tobit. Both canon lists still give an idea of the original deuterocanonical transmission context. In the so-called Catalogue of 60 books, which is transmitted, for instance, in the appendix to the questions and answers of Anastasius Sinaites, 7th century, and which has a long history of influence, the offshoots can be found in the Armenian and Slavonic traditions. The Psalms of Solomon are described as apocryphal, whereby the German church historian Theodor Zahn has proven that the original list of the Catalogue of 60 books included the Psalms of Solomon among the Antilegomena. The resolutions of the Council of Laodicea in the 4th century expressed the prohibition of non-canonical psalms. Both John Sonaras, 12th century, and Theodorus Balsamon, who was dependent on him, refer this to the Psalms of Solomon. This interpretation has much in its favor as it is able to explain the historical evidence. While the Psalms of Solomon originally ran under the deuterocanonical wisdom books, as the Greek primary tradition shows, they gradually moved to the margins of the canon. First to the Antilegomena, see Pseudo-Athanasius and Nikephoros, as well as the original list of the Catalogue of 60 books, and at the end to the Apocrypha, see the Catalogue of 60 books. The canonical transmission of the Psalms of Solomon was probably already stopped in the 4th century by the decision of Laodicea. It is therefore hardly surprising that the great majuscule codices of the 4th century, Codex Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, and the 5th century Codex Alexandrinus, do not list the Psalms of Solomon in a canonical place that is among the deuterocanonical wisdom books. In the case of the Codex Vaticanus and the Codex Sinaiticus, it is unclear whether they included the Psalms of Solomon at the end. In the case of the 5th century Codex Alexandrinus, however, the index of the manuscript reveals that the Psalms of Solomon were originally added after the New Testament. Codex Alexandrinus also testifies to the status of the book after the Council of Laodicea, which had marginalized it from the canon. In view of the fact that the Psalms of Solomon have survived in comparatively few manuscripts, one thing is all the more striking: their transmission is linked to the Byzantine imperial court. Manuscript Rives 769 stands out due to its writing material, an example of very old Occidental paper, and can therefore be located with good reason in the environment of the Byzantine imperial chancellery. And manuscript Rives 260, together with its copy Rives 149, is designed as a magnificent imperial manuscript, the production of which probably dates to the time of Constantine VII, and whose tradition in the Paleologan era is linked to the imperial ruling family of the Cantacuzenoi. After all, it is part of the so-called Bible of Niketas. That's Rives manuscripts 90, 719, and 260. This very Bible of Niketas, what you see on the screen are the 12 minor prophets, provides an astonishing insight into the fate of the Psalms of Solomon in the Byzantine era. Cavallo has succeeded in proving that the copy produced at the end of the 10th century is based on a late antique model dated to the year 535. This Justinian model was probably written in 2 or 3 columns in biblical majuscule. According to Cavallo and Belting, it already contained full-page miniatures, among which was the author's portrait of Solomon, known from manuscript Rives 260, folio 83 verso, which had been faithfully copied from this original. Having established the broader historical and literary context of the Psalms of Solomon in the first part of this presentation, we now turn to a more focused examination of these texts through the lens of textual criticism. Textual criticism, in essence, seeks to reconstruct as closely as possible the earliest attainable form of a text by analyzing its surviving witnesses. This process involves comparing multiple manuscript traditions, scrutinizing variations in wording, line divisions, and punctuation, and considering the cultural and scribal practices that shaped the text's transmission over time. Although it is a meticulous and often painstaking endeavor, textual criticism allows us to discern underlying patterns of scribal error, deliberate modification or misinterpretation, and thereby gain deeper insight into the text's original meaning and historical reception. In this second part, I shall present 3 illustrative examples. For each, I will first display the critical text as established in my text critical edition, followed by an English translation that reflects the nuances identified during the editorial process. This will prepare us to examine each case in detail, explaining the specific textual problems, the methods applied to resolve them, and the significance of the resulting emendations or confirmations. By engaging closely with these examples, we will not only appreciate the complexity and subtlety of the Psalms of Solomon's textual history, but also learn how the rigorous application of textual criticism reveals fresh insights and new discoveries within these ancient poetic compositions. My first example is Psalm of Solomon 11. of Solomon concerning expectation. Blow a signal trumpet of holiness in Zion, proclaim in Jerusalem with the voice of one who brings good news, for God has shown mercy to Israel when he visited them. Stand upon a heap, O Jerusalem, and behold your children gathered at once from east and west by the Lord. From the north they come rejoicing in their God, from distant islands God has assembled them. He has humbled lofty mountains into level ground for them. The hills have retreated at their coming. The forests provided shade for them on their journey. Every fragrant tree God caused to spring forth for them, so that Israel might pass through under the oversight of the glory of their God. Clothe yourself, O Jerusalem, in the garments of your splendor. Prepare the attire of your sanctuary. For God has spoken good things for Israel for all eternity and beyond. May the Lord fulfill what he has promised concerning Israel and Jerusalem. May the Lord raise up Israel in the name of his glory. May the Lord's mercy be upon Israel forever and still further. Psalms of Solomon 11 unfolds as a vibrant declaration of hope and divine fidelity. We find a vision of Israel's restoration presented with vivid imagery that speaks both to the imagination and the heart. The psalm depicts God as the one who gathers his people from every direction, east, west, and north, even from remote islands, promising an end to exile and dispersion. This is not a scattered people returning to a barren land. Rather, the landscape itself responds to God's redemptive work. High mountains are leveled, hills yield before the people's approach, and even forests and fragrant trees spring forth as a hospitable canopy. In these images, the psalm conveys that the world bends graciously to God's saving will. At the center of this text stands Jerusalem, beckoned to stand tall, arrayed once more in garments of holiness and majesty. The city's renewed splendor is not self-derived, but granted by God's compassionate visitation. Here, visitation suggests more than a cursory presence. It implies active divine involvement and care, a personal intervention that brings mercy and renewal. The divine presence is intimately engaged, shaping conditions for Israel's return. Likewise, the term Israel in this context signifies not merely a collective noun for a historical people, but the covenant community cherished by God, a people defined by their relationship to him rather than by geography alone. The Lord's promise of good things for Israel extends beyond a single moment. His mercy spans eternity. This comprehensive pledge addresses both ancient fears and future uncertainties, assuring that God's favor and care know no temporal bound. The psalm is an ancient song of hope depicting the divine shepherd gathering his scattered flock and guiding them home. From a scholarly perspective, it exemplifies how textual nuance and historical awareness illuminate subtle layers of meaning. As a pastoral message, this psalm stands as a timeless reminder that no matter the apparent obstacles, God's faithful presence endures, ensuring that his people shall ultimately find rest in his promised care. Let me explain two things further. First, God's visitation, and second, what does Israel mean for us? In the ancient Near Eastern and biblical context, the term episkopē, commonly rendered as visitation, often conveys the idea of attentive oversight. God's visitation is not a mere passing observation, it is a purposeful act of deliverance and restoration. By employing this term, the psalmist suggests that God closely watches over his people, intervening in their history at critical moments. Rather than connoting a punishment, as it sometimes can in biblical literature, here visitation emphasizes divine mercy and the initiation of renewal. It implies God's willingness to re-establish right order, uphold justice, and ensure that his covenant people are not abandoned to their plight. And what does Israel mean? Although the term Israel originally referred to the descendants of the patriarch Jacob, in this psalm it bears theological weight rather than being merely an ethnic or political designation. Israel stands for the people chosen and sustained by God's promise, those who remain under his watchful guidance. The text envisions a restored Israel gathered at once from every corner of the earth, underscoring that the true unity and identity of God's people transcends geography and dispersion. Israel here symbolizes the ongoing relationship between God and his covenant community, a people defined by divine calling, cherished heritage, and eternal promise. This understanding allows the faithful to see themselves within Israel's story as recipients of a mercy that stretches across time and space. Our first example, a variant reading in Psalms of Solomon 11:7, will serve as an initial case study before we turn to two additional passages that further illustrate the challenges and methodologies involved in reconstructing the original sense of these ancient writings. First, let us look at the variants themselves. One tradition of the text reads, Hodiotos elalesen agata Israel esten ton iona kai eti. Another tradition attested in a certain manuscript group designated Ralph's 769 rearranges the text as Hodiotos elalesen agata eston iona kai eti Israel. At first glance, the difference might seem minor. One version reads, God has spoken good things for Israel forever and more, while the other appears to say, God has spoken good things forever and more, Israel. Yet such a shift can significantly alter our understanding of the verse's syntactic structure and its poetic rhythm. Our task is to determine which version reflects the original intention of the composer and to understand how and why the corruption might have occurred. The variant found in Ralph's 769 likely arises from a misunderstanding of the text's stichographic layout, essentially the way the original copy presented the text in lines or cola. The Psalms of Solomon, like many ancient poetic works, were often copied with attention to line divisions that reflected the original stichometry or poetic cola. When scribes transmitted texts over centuries, they had to rely on manuscript copies that might have contained line breaks, indentations, or other scribal marks meant to signal the text's poetic structure. In this case, I've reconstructed the following original arrangement: Hodiotos elalesen agata Israel, eiston iona kai eti. Note how Israel stands at the end of the first colon, while forever and more, eiston iona kai eti, stands at the beginning of the second colon. This structuring helps maintain the poem's balance and ensures that the object Israel is clearly the recipient of the good things that God has spoken. In other words, the text praises God's enduring benevolence towards Israel. The question is now, how did the corruption arise? The corrupted tradition can be explained if the word Israel was written or perceived by a scribe as having been placed lower down or subscripted at the line's end due to space constraints. Ancient manuscripts often faced layout challenges. When the line was too long, a scribe might place the final word below the line or at the line's extreme end. If the following line began with something like eiston iona kai eti, a later scribe unfamiliar with the original intention or the stichographic cues might have reinserted Israel after the phrase forever and more, thereby shifting the semantic and syntactic balance of the line. In manuscript Ralph's 336, it is noted that such positioning at the end of the line is a known phenomenon. The scribe of Ralph's 769 evidently misunderstood this arrangement and thought that Israel was intended to appear after forever and more, thereby creating a misplaced word order. Such small errors, once introduced into the tradition, could be perpetuated by subsequent scribes who simply copied what lay before them, unaware that an error had been introduced. This example illuminates one of the core skills in textual criticism: the ability to detect errors introduced by scribes due to misinterpretation of the text's physical layout. A textual critic must consider not only the words themselves, but also the manuscript context, how the lines are arranged, the spacing, and any peculiarities in the script or punctuation. When we confront a variant reading, we ask which reading makes the most sense in terms of syntax, semantics, poetic structure, and the known habits of scribes. Restoring the text to true cola, 7c and 7d, is the correct approach. The older editions read in one line, Hotiotos, Lalesen Hakata Israeles Tonayona Kaeti. In my critical edition, I have reconstructed the ancient stichic layout in 2 lines. By doing so, the clause flows logically, attributing good things to Israel specifically and preserving the poetic structure that underscores God's enduring benevolence. This aligns with what we know of the Psalms of Solomon's theology and poetics. Understanding this small textual variant has broader implications. It is more than a trivial detail of textual transmission. It teaches us about the nature of ancient manuscript production, the vulnerability of texts to scribal slips, and the importance of careful scholarly reconstruction. By recognizing that the presence of Israel at the end of one colon rather than the next affects not only the text's literary elegance, but also its theological clarity, we see how crucial textual criticism is for arriving at a reliable edition of the text. In the classroom context, guiding students through such a variant helps them appreciate the complexities of ancient textual witnesses. They learn that textual criticism is not simply about comparing words on a page, but about understanding how a text was physically represented, copied, and preserved. Every manuscript is a material artifact that brings its own peculiarities to the transmission process. In conclusion, the variant reading of Psalms of Solomon 11:7 underscores the importance of stichographic considerations and the perils of scribal misunderstanding. By reconstructing the likely original layout and tracing the process by which a scribe might have misread the stichography, we can restore a more coherent and authentic text. Such exercises deepen our appreciation for the textual critic's craft and the effort required to present ancient texts in editions that reflect as closely as possible their original form and intention. My second example is Psalms of Solomon 60. A hymn of Solomon as help for the devout. When my soul became drowsy, drifting away from the Lord, I nearly slipped into the downward pull of a sleep leading to death, far removed from God. My soul almost plunged into death, drawing near the gates of Hades alongside the sinner. As my soul was carried off from the Lord, the God of Israel, if the Lord had not taken hold of me in his everlasting mercy. He prodded me like a goat urges a horse, so that I would stay alert for him. My Savior and Helper rescued me at every moment. I will acknowledge you, O God, because you brought me to salvation and did not count me among sinners for destruction. Do not withdraw your mercy from me, O God, nor let memory of you depart from my heart even until death. Take command over me, O God, lest I fell into evil sin or be ensnared by any wicked woman who leads the foolish astray. Let not the beauty of a lawless woman deceive me, nor that of anyone who sinks into fruitless sin. Direct the works of my hands to your place, and guard my steps in your remembrance. Enwrap my tongue and lips with words of truth. Remove far from me all anger and irrational wrath. Keep murmuring and faint-heartedness and affliction away from me, should I sin while you are disciplining me for my return to you. But with goodwill and joyfulness steady my soul. When you strengthen my soul, what you give shall suffice for me. For if you do not strengthen me, who can endure correction in this poverty? When a soul is reproved by a hand of decay, your testing lies upon his flesh and in the distress of want. If a righteous one endures these trials, he shall receive mercy from the Lord. Psalms of Solomon 16 portrays a deeply personal spiritual struggle and divine intervention. The speaker comes perilously close to spiritual oblivion, likened to drifting from the protective presence of the Lord into the clutches of death and sin. The psalmist's vulnerability is palpable. Without the Lord's merciful grip, he would be lost among the ranks of sinners who face destruction. Here we glimpse a powerful insight. Human strength alone cannot withstand the downward pull of moral decay. Only God's mercy prevents the soul's ultimate collapse. God's engagement is neither distant nor dispassionate. Rather, the psalm likens divine intervention to a goat prodding a horse to remain alert, emphasizing that God's discipline is intended not to harm but to awaken and guide. Through this analogy, the poet testifies that rescue is not accidental. It is the deliberate, persistent work of a saving God who corrects and restores. Central to the psalm's theology is the recognition that human beings cannot flourish in isolation from their Creator. Moral strength does not come from innate human virtue alone. It is nurtured and sustained by God's mercy and guidance. The psalmist prays for purity of speech and steadiness of hand, knowing that his deeds and words must align with divine truth. He also acknowledges the reality of temptation, from seductive influences to corrosive anger and impatience, pleading for divine protection and moral clarity. At a more profound level, the psalm's insistence on remembrance, both the psalmist's remembrance of God and God's merciful refusal to forget his own, affirms an enduring covenant relationship. Material poverty, moral testing, and inner struggle become the fields in which God's mercy takes root and bears fruit. Enduring God's discipline is not a sign of abandonment, but rather of divine investment in human integrity and redemption. Psalm 16 provides a reassuring portrait of this spiritual journey, one that may lead dangerously close to the abyss, yet does not end there, thanks to a merciful God who intervenes, corrects, and restores. Academically, the text invites careful attention to its imagery and textual variants, enriching our understanding of how such ancient poetry communicated spiritual truths amid the complexities of its linguistic and manuscript traditions. Our second example of textual criticism from the Psalms of Solomon is a subtle yet theologically and contextually significant variant in Psalms of Solomon 16, verses 13 to 14. Once again, we find that a scribal misinterpretation, specifically involving the placement of the pronoun autou, has likely distorted the intended sense of the original passage. By examining this instance, we shall observe how even a minor pronoun shift can produce a nonsensical reading and how textual critics determine the most plausible original text. In the preserved manuscripts, we encounter the following readings for these verses. Verse 13 includes the phrase "en penia autu" in his poverty, attested in the critical editions of von Gebhardt and Ralph Hannard. And verse 14a, however, is transmitted as "en cherisa prias autu" by his rotten, decaying hand, in the Greek manuscripts and the same critical editions. The problem emerges immediately in verse 14a. The phrase "by his rotten hand" appears both contextually awkward and syntactically peculiar. We must ask, to whom does his refer, and what role does a rotten hand play in this poetic unit? Without a clear referent for a coherent metaphor, this reading does not make much sense within the thematic flow of verses 13 and 14. The troublesome autu in verse 14a most likely does not belong there. Instead, it was originally associated with verse 14, where it fits comfortably as "in his poverty" and "penia autu." By restoring the pronoun to verse 13, we retain a coherent phrase that describes a state or condition attributable to a particular individual or as an entity. The resulting reconstruction looks as follows: verse 13, "en penia autu" in his poverty, and verse 14a, "en cherisa prias" by a rotten, decaying hand. This revised reading for verse 14a describes an action or situation without forcing an unnatural possessive pronoun onto the rotten hand phrase. The image of rotten hand, presumably a metaphor for moral corruption, decay, or ineffective agency, stands on its own. The text is thus delivered from an exegetical crux that had no plausible solution in the prior reading. How can we explain this scribal mishap? Well, a scribe grappling with line length and the stichographic layout of the text inadvertently misplaced the pronoun. Consider the likely scenario: the end of verse 13 was too long for the line, prompting the scribe to write the autu, the final word of verse 13, in a position slightly below or after the line break. In many ancient manuscripts, where spacing was limited and punctuation absent or minimal, such adjustments were common practice. And this was exactly the same case in our preceding example from Psalms of Solomon 11. A subsequent copyist, encountering autu in an unusual or ambiguous position, naturally assumed that it belonged to the next line, that is, to the phrase "en cherisa prias" in verse 14. This scribal error would have seemed logical at the time, but it created a nonsense reading from a modern critical perspective. Essentially, the error resulted from a momentary lapse in the careful delineation of textual units, a reminder that every step in the transmission process can introduce confusion. Textual criticism requires the careful weighing of contextual coherence, grammatical plausibility, and manuscript evidence to determine the best possible reading. By removing autu from verse 14 and placing it back where it likely originated at the end of verse 13, the reconstructed text regains internal logic. The progression from verse 13 to verse 40 no longer hinges on an inexplicable possessive pronoun. Instead, the text proceeds from describing a state of poverty clearly belonging to an implied subject, to presenting a subsequent image involving a rotten hand, presumably symbolizing decay, judgment, or negative influence depending on the broader literary context of the Psalms of Solomon. This case highlights several key lessons for students of textual criticism. Minor details, major effects. Even a single pronoun can significantly alter our understanding of a text. A small slip by a scribe can cast an entire phrase into confusion. And context is a guide. When confronted with a puzzling reading, contextual and thematic coherence becomes a powerful diagnostic tool. The critic must ask whether the text makes sense in its literary and theological setting. And the awareness of scribal practices, understanding how ancient copyists managed line breaks, spacing, and stichographic layouts is essential. Many textual corruptions arise not from doctrinal bias or deliberate alteration, but simply from the physical and visual constraints of manuscript production. And the value of conjectural emendation. Although editors prefer to rely on manuscript evidence, conjectural emendation can be justified when the extant readings produce clear nonsense. In this instance, restoring autu to verse 13 is not an arbitrary guess, but a measured judgment grounded in logic and paleographic insight. By tracing the journey of a single pronoun and its mishandling by an anonymous scribe, we gain deeper insight into the complexities of textual transmission. The restored text now reads more naturally, no longer burdened by an ill-fitting pronoun. Such instances remind us that textual criticism is not only a technical, philological exercise, but also a kind of detective work, piecing together clues left by scribes to recover an approximation of the original text. In sum, the textual difficulties in Psalms of Solomon 16:13-14 exemplify how careful attention to line division, scribal habits, and contextual sense can guide scholars to more authentic and meaningful readings of the biblical texts. My third and last example is Psalms of Solomon 17. A psalm of Solomon accompanied by a song for the king. O Lord, you yourself are our king forever and ever, for in you, O God, our soul will boast. And what is the length of a human life on earth? According to his own lifespan, so is his hope set upon it. But we shall hope in God our Saviour, for the power of our God endures forever with mercy, and the kingdom of our God stands forever over the nations through justice. You, O Lord, chose David as king over Israel, and you swore to him concerning his lineage for all eternity, that his royal line would never fail before you. Yet in our sins, sinners rose up against us. They attacked and drove us away, those whom you had not promised. By force they seized, and they did not honor your glorious name. In their arrogance they established the kingship as if in high estate. They laid waste the throne of David with usurping pride. But you, O God, will cast them down and remove their offspring from the earth, and against them arises a man foreign to our race. According to their sins you will repay them, O God, so that they are dealt with according to their deeds. God will not show them mercy. He has searched out their seed and left not one of them. Faithful is the Lord in all his judgment that he executes upon the earth. The lawless one devastated our land of its inhabitants. They made youth and elder along with their children disappear. In anger he sent also his nations against them, as far as the western reaches, and even the rulers of the land were mocked, and he spared not. In estrangement the enemy acted with arrogance, and his heart was aligned to our God. And all that he did in Jerusalem was as the nations do in their cities with their gods, and they held sway over them. The sons of the covenant were among mixed peoples, and in their midst in Jerusalem none practiced mercy or truth. Those who loved gatherings of the devout fled from them. Like sparrows they flew out of their bedding nests. They wandered in deserts seeking to save their lives from evil, and precious in the eyes of the community was a life saved from among them. Across the whole earth they were scattered by lawless ones, for heaven withheld its rain from the earth. Eternal springs from the deep were restrained by high mountains, for there was no one among them who practiced justice and righteousness. From the ruler down to the least of the people all were in sin, the king in lawlessness, the judge in disobedience, and the people in sin. Look, O Lord, and raise up for them their king, the son of David, at the time you have chosen, O God, for your servant to reign over Israel. Gird him with strength to crush unrighteous rulers, to cleanse Jerusalem from the nations that trample it to destruction, to in wisdom and righteousness drive sinners from the inheritance, to shatter the pride of the sinner like pottery, to smash all their power with an iron rod, to destroy lawless nations with the word of his mouth, to make nations flee from before him by his mere threat, and to convict sinners by the reasoning of their hearts. He shall gather a holy people whom he shall lead in righteousness, and he will judge the tribes of the people sanctified by the Lord his God. He will not allow injustice to dwell among them any longer, nor shall anyone who knows wickedness live among them. For he shall know that they are all sons of their God. He shall settle them by their tribes upon the land, and no foreigners or outsiders shall dwell among them any longer. He shall judge nations and peoples in the wisdom of his righteousness. And he shall have the peoples of the nations serve him under his yoke, and he shall glorify the Lord with a notable sign before all the earth, and he shall purify Jerusalem in holiness as in the beginning. So that nations come from the ends of the earth to behold his glory, bringing as gifts her sons who were utterly weakened, and to see the glory of the Lord with which God has glorified her. That means Jerusalem. And he is righteous king, taught by God to rule over them, and no injustice shall be found in his days among them, for they are all holy, and their king is the anointed Lord. For he will not rely on horse or rider or bow, nor accumulate gold and silver for war, nor place his hopes in many for the day of battle. The Lord himself is his king, the hope of the mighty and hope of God, and he shall have mercy on all the nations who stand before him in fear. For he shall strike the earth by the word of his mouth forever, and he shall bless the people of the Lord in wisdom and with rejoicing. He himself is pure from sin, worthy to govern a great people, to reprove rulers and uproot sinners by the power of his word. And he shall not grow weak in his days before his God, for God has worked in him might through the Holy Spirit, and wisdom through counsel of understanding with strength and righteousness. The blessing of the Lord is with him in might, and he shall not weaken. His hope is in the Lord, and who can prevail against him? Mighty in his works and strong in the fear of God, he shepherds the Lord's flock in faith and justice. And he will not allow any to become weak among them in their pasture. Iniquity he will guide them all, and there shall be no arrogance among them, no oppression to subdue them. This is the splendor of the King of Israel, whom God has known, to raise him over the house of Israel, to instruct it. His words are refined beyond the most precious gold. In assemblies he shall discern the tribes of a sanctified people, and his words shall be like the words of holy ones among sanctified nations. Blessed are those who shall live in those days, to see the good things of Israel and the gathering of the tribes, which God shall do. May God hasten his mercy upon Israel, and delivers us from the defilement of profane enemies. The Lord himself is our King forever and ever. Psalm of Solomon 17 stands as one of the most significant and theologically charged compositions within the Psalms of Solomon. It envisions a dramatic restoration of Israel under a divinely appointed Davidic ruler who embodies and enacts God's perfect justice and holiness. To appreciate this psalm's depth, we must examine its historical context, its theological visions, and the resonances it stirs in the hearts of readers, both ancient and modern. At its core, Psalm 17 confronts a crisis of leadership and morality. The text paints a grim portrait of an Israel seemingly forsaken, plagued by foreign domination and internal corruption. The throne of David, once divinely guaranteed, has been usurped by leaders who are not only illegitimate, but also morally bankrupt. The psalmist laments the scattering of God's covenant people among mixed nations, the breakdown of communal and the absence of divine blessings such as rainfall. This dire situation arises from a profound fracture. The people, from their rulers to the least among them, have stayed straight from justice and obedience. By depicting political ruin, social fragmentation, and environmental hardship, the psalm underscores the unity of God's moral order. When covenant fidelity deteriorates, all spheres of life, political, social, and even natural, suffer. In response, the psalm presents the vision of a new king, a son of David, chosen and empowered by God. Unlike flawed human monarchs who rely on military might, wealth, or cunning, this messianic figure places no trust in horses, riders, gold, or silver. His authority derives wholly from the Lord, and his task is nothing less than re-establishing the divine order on earth. This future ruler will shatter the pride of the sinner, drive out injustice, and restore Jerusalem to its sacred integrity. The psalm's language aligns closely with other Second Temple Jewish messianic expectations, where the anticipated deliverer is both a royal agent and a moral reformer, embodying the ideals of the covenant. From a theological perspective, the psalm's reliance on divine promises and the Davidic covenant is striking. The author recalls that God once sought to maintain David's lineage forever. The psalmist does not question this promise. He clinches to it as a source of hope amid calamity. By invoking God's oath, the community testifies that divine faithfulness outlasts human faithlessness. Even the corruptions of present and past regimes cannot overturn God's eternal decree. Another key theological theme is the interplay between God's mercy and justice. While the psalm insists that certain adversaries, those who oppress, desecrate, and spread lawlessness, will receive no mercy, it also proclaims God's enduring compassion toward all the nations who stand before him in awe. This dual emphasis reflects a sophisticated understanding of divine governance. God's saving acts arise from his covenantal mercy, but that mercy does not preclude the righteous judgment of entrenched evil. The Messianic king, as the conduit of God's will, must restore moral clarity, ensuring that oppression and wickedness find no foothold among God's people. The psalm's messianic vision transcends a narrow nationalism. While it certainly speaks of purifying Israel and restoring Jerusalem, it also depicts a scene where nations stream from the ends of the earth to witness God's glory. These foreigners come bearing the weakened sons of Israel, a poignant sign that reconciliation and healing extend to the diaspora and beyond. The notion that all become aware they are sons of their God points to an enlarged vision of divine kinship. Under this righteous ruler, divisions cease and the community flourishes in peace, equity, and truth. The ultimate outcome is the establishment of a worldwide order defined not by conquest or xenophobia, but by reverence for the one true God and obedience to his revealed justice. For contemporary readers, be they believers or seekers of meaning in ancient texts, Psalm 17 resonates on multiple levels. Historically, it recalls the turbulence of the late Second Temple period, possibly reflecting the trauma of Roman interference or the usurpation by foreign dynasts like Herod the Great. In that era, Israel longed for a leader who would restore not only political autonomy but moral righteousness. The psalm channels that longing into a hopeful expectation. A future ruler would fuse divine teaching with kingly authority, guiding the people into fidelity and holiness. Pastorally, This psalm offers comfort and challenge alike. Comfort arises from its unwavering confidence that God's promises endure, that no human failure can finally annul the divine covenant. Even when corruption runs rampant and hope grows dim, the faithful can trust that God's plan will prevail. The challenge lies in recognizing that the awaited king is not merely a political liberator, but a moral exemplar. His reign demands that God's people shed their own complicity in injustice. The psalm suggests that God's chosen leader cannot usher in a new era unless the people themselves return to covenant faithfulness. And theologically, the psalm navigates a complex web of themes: covenant fidelity, divine kingship, messianic expectation, and the transformation of the world. Its vision extends beyond Israel's borders, envisioning a reordered cosmos in which nations acknowledge the Lord's sovereignty. This cosmic scope and moral dimension resonate with later messianic interpretations found in various Jewish and Christian traditions. Some early Christian interpreters saw in this psalm's language a foreshadowing of Christ's ministry. Though originally composed in a different religious milieu, the psalm's universalizing and moral thrust laid a foundation upon which later theological readings could build. In some, Psalm of Solomon 17 offers a majestic tapestry of hope in a time of despair, moral clarity in an age of corruption, and divine permanence against the flux of human history. It weaves together lament over current injustice with confidence in God's unbreakable promise, culminating in the promise of a righteous king who will restore right order. By pondering this text, readers gain insight into an ancient community's yearnings, discover a theological framework that integrates mercy and judgment, and encounter a messianic hope that challenges both their ethical commitments and their understanding of divine action in the world. In verse 7, the psalmist speaks of a figure who arises against the corrupt regime, a man foreign to our race. Historically, this phrase has often been interpreted as referring to Herod the Great, an Idumean ruler placed over Judea by Roman authority. Unlike the Davidic line of ancient Israel, Herod did not share the same ethnic or familiar heritage, making him an outsider in both lineage and covenant identity. Theologically, this detail underscores the psalm's lament that foreign or illegitimate powerholders gained authority where a legitimate, divinely sanctioned dynasty was expected. Although Herod's reign temporarily usurped the Davidic throne, the psalm promises that God will ultimately remove his foreign seat, reaffirming the conviction that divine purposes cannot be thwarted by non-conventional covenantal rulers. The phrase Christos Kyrios, the anointed Lord, in verse 32, stands out as a rare and potentially perplexing title. In the Psalms of Solomon, Christos simply means anointed, deriving from the Hebrew term Messiah. Here it does not carry the post-New Testament Christian connotation, but signals a divinely appointed royal figure who embodies God's will. The pairing with Kyrios, Lord, intensifies the dignity and authority of this future king. While some editors and interpreters have suggested that this reading might be a Christian emendation, textual evidence and internal logic support the authenticity of Christos Kyrios. In the context of the psalm, it designates a ruler whose legitimacy and sanctity are unparalleled, one who presides without injustice and reflects divine holiness. Thus, the phrase characterizes this messianic king as a genuine, God-taught sovereign, fully authorized to restore and rule God's people in righteousness. The vision of nations streaming to Jerusalem from the ends of the earth, bearing gifts and acknowledging God's glory, introduces a universal dimension to what initially seems like a nationalistic hope. While the psalm calls for the purification of Israel and the re-establishment of Davidic rule, it does not end with ethnic exclusivism. Instead, it anticipates a time when foreign peoples, previously conquerors or outsiders, recognized the divine majesty radiating from Jerusalem. This motive resonates with broader Second Temple Jewish literature and later Christian and Jewish eschatologies, where the Messiah's reign ultimately brings about worldwide acknowledgement of the God of Israel. Theologically, this broadened scope suggests that the Messianic era will reconcile not only Israel to its God, but also the nations to just and divine order, demonstrating that holiness and righteousness have implications far beyond Israel's borders. Our third and final example from the Psalms of Solomon brings us to what many consider one of the most challenging textual cruxes in the corpus. The reading at Psalms of Solomon 17:32. This passage has attracted considerable attention as it appears to position the figure at issue, presumably a royal or messianic leader, under a distinctive title, Christos Kyrios, the Anointed Lord or the Lord's Anointed. Understanding the debate surrounding this phrase offers valuable insights into how scholars navigate uncertain textual evidence, weigh conjectural emendations, and assess the probability of Christian influence on a pre-Christian Jewish text. In all extant Greek manuscripts of the Psalms of Solomon, we encounter a unified reading, Christos Kyrios. The Syriac version similarly supports this wording with its translation Mashiach Maya, indicating that the earliest textual witnesses present no known variant. Although this phrase might initially strike some readers as suggestive of a Christian interpretation, after all, Christos is commonly associated with Christ, one must be cautious. In Second Temple Jewish contexts, Christos is simply the Greek rendering of anointed, Mashiach, oder Mashiach, and Messiah, and Kyrios Lord often appears as a title of respect or sovereignty. Despite the anonymity of the manuscripts, some scholars have found Christos Kyrios puzzling. Following the path set by Ewald and Wellhausen, 19th century, the editor von Gebhardt, end of 19th century, argued that this was a mistaken translation or a misunderstood phrase. Carrière, on the other hand, suggested that the text should be amended to Christos Kyrio, the anointed of the Lord, a more familiar Old Testament formula. This conjecture was accepted by Rives and Hanert, among others, who proposed that Christos Kyrios might be the result of a Christian emendation introduced at some point during the text's transmission. The logic behind this proposed change is straightforward. Christos Kyrio appears frequently in the Septuagint and stands in continuity with the Hebrew Bible's messianic or royal contexts. That means references to kings or other anointed figures, literally the Lord's anointed. Christos Kyrios, conversely, seems less idiomatic, giving rise to suspicions that a scribe's error or a theologically motivated alteration might have produced it. There are three substantial objections to the hypothesis of a Christian emendation. Nature of Christian additions. Rives observed certain Christian additions to the Psalter, yet these additions are generally recognizable as expansions or marginal insertions, not alterations of the existing wording. If the Christian redactors of the text were inclined to emphasize their theological understanding, we would expect them to add clarifying notes or supplementary phrases, not to subtly alter an existing phrase into an unprecedented form. In comparison with the Septuagint tradition, if Christos Kyrios were the product of a widespread Christian scribal corruption, one would anticipate some instability or variation in other comparable passages within the Septuagint. Yet we do not find analogous cases of stable textual corruption that produce a distinctively Christian phrase without corresponding manuscript variation. The uniformity of the tradition here argues against an ad hoc Christian modification. And the third, lack of familiarity in Christian usage. The phrase Christos Kyrios is not a standard Christian expression. Early Christian texts prefer terms such as for Christos, the Christ, or for Kyrios, Jesus, the Lord Jesus, clear, recognizable Christological titles. By contrast, Christos Kyrios, as an isolated phrase, would not serve an obvious theological agenda for early Christian scribes, making it an unlikely target for Christianizing emendation. Arguments challenged the need for a conjectural emendation to Christos Kyrio and cast doubt on the idea that Christos Kyrios is a Christian intrusion into the text. Given the weight of the manuscript evidence, the Syriac support, and the logical objections to viewing the phrase as a Christian innovation, there is good reason to accept Christos Kyrios as its original. From a literary and historical perspective, the phrase can be understood as a royal or messianic title. The immediate context of Psalms of Solomon 17:32 describes a righteous king who rules in accordance with God's will. The text twice predicates Basileus, king of this figure, making it perfectly natural to interpret Kyrios as a regal honorific. In the Hellenistic and Roman worlds, Lord was not an exclusively divine epithet. It could function as a term of honor addressed to rulers or those in power. Thus, Christos Kyrios need not reflect a Christian theological assertion. Rather, it likely denotes the anointed Lord or King in a Jewish messianic setting, anticipating a leader who embodies divine approval and guidance. In this context, Lord Kyrios is simply the appropriate title for a divinely sanctioned monarch. This case demonstrates the complexity of determining the authenticity and provenance of particular readings. The temptation to suspect a Christian emendation arises naturally when one encounters a phrase that resonates with post-Second Temple theological language. Yet textual criticism requires an even-handed weighing of evidence. Manuscript evidence over conjecture. Since all known witnesses, including the Syriac, support Christos Kyrios, conjectural changes to Christos Kyrio must be approached with caution. The burden of proof rests on those advocating for the emendation. And then contextual cohesion. The reading must be evaluated against the passage's literary context. Here, the consistent identification of the figure as a king and the normal ancient Near Eastern use of titles such as Lord for rulers strengthen the case for the received text. And awareness of ideological biases. Scholarly suspicion of Christian involvement in textual transmission can, if left unchecked, lead to overly skeptical approaches. While Christian interpolations and modifications are not unheard of, they must be demonstrated rather than assumed. In conclusion, Psalms of Solomon 17:32, far from constituting an insoluble crux, invites a careful re-examination of the evidence and the assumptions guiding our textual decisions. The reading Christos Kyrios is neither demonstrably corrupt nor peculiarly Christian. Interpreted against the backdrop of ancient royal ideology and the messianic expectations characteristic of the Psalms of Solomon, the phrase emerges as an authentic and meaningful expression of an anointed, divinely approved ruler. As such, it stands as a testament to the importance of cautious, contextually grounded textual criticism in the study of early Jewish literature. We've explored three instructive examples of textual criticism drawn from the Psalms of Solomon. Preserved within multiple manuscript traditions, these texts provided fertile ground for understanding how scribal practices, sticographic arrangements, that means line divisions, and misunderstandings of layout can lead to textual corruption. One key lesson emerges: we should trust in the manuscripts themselves. At the same time, exercise caution when scholars propose altering the biblical text. The text critical apparatus of the Göttingen Septuagint editions allows you to examine the manuscript tradition independently, enabling you to review editorial decisions and even reach your own text critical conclusions. Thank you very much for your attention, and the floor is open to your questions.
Okay, vielen lieben Dank, yeah, Dr. Albrecht. Thank you so much for your interesting
moment.
presentation.
One moment.
Okay.
Yeah, hello?
Hello.
Yeah, good. Okay.
Great. Once again, vielen lieben Dank for your presentation, Herr Dr. Albrecht. And thank you so much for your interesting and with both introducing the book of the Psalms of Solomon, but also analyzing it. So we come to the question and answers and discussions. Please, if anyone would like to give some questions. You can put it in the chat box or you can raise your hand. Well, while we are waiting, maybe I can ask my question. Because there's no one raising their hand and there's no question in the chat box. So I'm going to ask the first question from my question. So my question is rather regarding the language of the text. What I noticed from the text of Psalmi Solomonis is the appearance of the alliterations and even omotoloiton in the Greek text. For example, in the beginnings of chapter 1, verses 7 and 8, E amartie afton, their sins, and also in verse 8, it is kind of repeated. Anomie afton, their transgressions, or even alliteration and omoteloton in the form of repetition in chapter 16 as you presented, especially in verses 10c compared to 11b. I read it briefly. Makaran pieson epemu, and in verse 11b, makrinon apemu, remove or take away from me. Or in chapter 17 as well, as you presented, in almost every line, I found the words like megalu, logu, aftu in verses 36 repeatedly. Do you think that the Greek text of Psalmi Solomonis we have today is a translation from Hebrew or Aramaic original text? Do you think this alliteration or omoteleton are a matter of translation? Or maybe is it an indication that the original text was even in Greek?
Yeah. So in my opinion, this text might have had a core, let's say written in Hebrew or Aramaic, but the text as it is transmitted is, in my opinion, composition Greek. So I dealt with other books of the Septuagint before. So with the 12 Minor Prophets, I revised the edition by Ziegler of the 12 Minor Prophets, and I analyzed the variation, the text critical variation there. And there is the phenomenon in other books of the Septuagint, prophetical books, or even in the Psalms of David, in the Davidic Psalter, that if there occurs a variation, a variant reading, there is a high probability that you can explain it on the basis of the Hebrew. That means of a different Hebrew vocalization. That's the case in the 12 Minor Prophets. In many cases, if there is a variation, two variant readings opposing, you can see, okay, it's the same consonantal text, Hebrew text, but differently vocalized. And for the Psalms of Solomon, when I prepared the critical edition, I observed nothing like that. So there was no variant reading I could not explain from the Greek alone. And so it was all explainable from the Greek. And that is, in my opinion, a clear indication that it is composition Greek. So the text, in my opinion, came into being in, let's say, if there might have been a core, it might be during the Hasmonean time. That is something which we could think of, because during that time, King Solomon played an important role. So there was a phase of restoration, let's say, after the Maccabean revolt. And there was, let's say, a nationalistic approach, and King David and King Solomon, they were figures of identification. And so that is something I could imagine that Psalms, so for instance, if you look into the Davidic Psalter, we see that the final Psalms, so the Psalm 144 following, etc., so they are something I would say show in the Septuagint influence from the Maccabean period. And then you have the Psalm 151 and the Davidic Psalter, which is a clear, you know, this biographic poem on David. And this is an indication to me that during that time, 2nd century BC, Jewish nationalism was on its highest level, let's say, and King Solomon was the figure of identification. So, and that means this could be the time where those same psalms came into being. And then they were, in my opinion, composed and written during the 1st century BC and finalized during the time of Agrippa I, 41 to 44, but in a Jewish milieu. So although this is after the time of Jesus, so in the early Christian, let's say, time, in my opinion, the Psalms of Solomon, so they were transmitted in Pharisaic circles. That's my idea. And we have an expectation related to Agrippa I that he was the Jewish Messiah, expected Messiah. So there is this rule that, so as a grandson of King Herod, there is this rule that this was not problematic anymore from perspective of Davidic lineage. So, and we see that this, let's say this was the mood of that time in the 40s of the 1st century AD. And in my opinion, this was what we find in the Psalms of Solomon. Let's say it's an expectation of the Jewish people of the time of Jesus Christ, but it's something which is independent from Christianity, let's say. And you see it in the New Testament, in the Gospel of Luke. There you find the only example of Christos Kyrios. It's there, and in my opinion is that this is some influence of this Pharisaic milieu and the Psalms of Solomon. So the Psalms of Solomon 17 and 18 are the most, I would say, most important example of a Jewish expectation of a Davidic Messiah we have. So it's the earliest text we have with that Davidic Messiah expectation. And in my opinion, it's something which is untouched by Christianity. So it's a text of its own. Yeah.
Okay, so if you say that the milieu of this text is the Pharisaic milieu, it means that it is rather nationalistic to the Jewish movement, Jewish independent movement. But how do you explain the emergence in the Greek language context? Because the Greek language context is you can say that it is colonial power in that time. If you write something in the colonial power in the colonial context, you can't put them together with the Pharisaic movement and Pharisaic milieu because it is against the colonial powers.
So you would say that it is unlikely that the text composed in Greek is something related to the Pharisaic milieu?
Maybe, because if you produce, because like, for example, the Yamnia Council, they are trying to remove the Hellenistic text, including Greek texts, even though it is Jewish, but it is not Jewish enough even though they were written by the Jews, but it was not really Jewish enough if they were written in Hellenistic language, which is the Greek language. So what is your opinion about that?
my opinion is that it is complicated if you look at the Pharisees. We have the perspective of Josephus. So, and that is something which is post-Christian, a post-Christian perspective, let's say. And so we have, of course, the strong movement, that rabbinic movement, that Hebrew came again into being. But this is something, in my opinion, so that's my personal opinion, it's a counter movement to the Christian adaptation of the Septuagint. If you look into the New Testament, what you find is that the Septuagint, the Greek Old Testament, is the text the New Testament relates to. So there are a few examples where you have, let's say, what you have are different Greek texts laying in the background. So, for instance, in the Acts, in Acta, you have a kind of Taige, for instance, tradition in the Joel text, prophecy. So that is something you find. So there is a different, let's say, so there are Jewish recensions in the background of the New Testament, not the Septuagint alone. So a modified, let's say, Septuagint tradition. But the Hebrew is not the reference, let's say, for the New Testament. And if you, when the New Testament came into being in the first century AD, in my opinion, this adaptation of the Septuagint of the Greek Old Testament, which was transmitted in the Jewish community, was, let's say, that was the reason that Judaism focused again on the Hebrew tradition. So it's a counter movement. So, and you see that this is what happens in the 2nd century, that they all try to, for Aquila, this tradition that you really want to represent the Hebrew, underlying Hebrew of the Greek. That is something, so which is, in my opinion, a counter movement to that. And if you now go to Israel, you see when you arrive at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv, you see a huge mosaic, Greek mosaic. So it was Hellenized. It was Israel was strongly Hellenized during the turn of the era. So the rabbinic movement, in my opinion, is something which develops as a reaction to this Christianization, let's say, of the Septuagint. But that does not mean that the Christian tradition altered the Old Testament. So that's something I'm strongly against this view. So the text was not, there is not any orthodox corruption of scripture. Right? That's my point.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for your answer. I think we can move to the next question because there is someone already raised his hand. Mr. Stephanus Kanadi, you can, yeah, go ahead with your question.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Jenry and Dr. Albrecht for the very interesting presentation. Would you please comment on one of the verse that you read, which have the word Holy Spirit? Because it sounded very Christian, like in the Old Testament, usually it's the Spirit of God, but you have the word Holy Spirit. That would you like to comment on that? Thank you.
The Holy Spirit. Yes, this is something. So we have some things. So the Hagioi is also something. Also Hagios is the one thing, the holy. But we have also the Hagioi, and this is something. Sorry, I will answer your question immediately. But the thing is, this is something which is Pharisaic. The idea of angels intervening, and those are the Hagioi, which are mentioned in our text. So this is the interpretation of those. And the Holy Spirit, what verse is it? Can you please?
I don't remember. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, and so in my opinion, so what I wrote myself is that I think there might have been an interplay with early Christianity, so that this community of the Psalms of Solomon was, let's say, like you see it in the Gospels. You see that Jesus was debating with the Pharisees, mostly with the Pharisees. So, and this is something I would not exclude. So it is possible that they spoke, they talked, they discussed those topics, let's say. And this might be the reason for this, that you find something which seems Christian. But it's, in my opinion, the Psalms of Solomon are a prophecy. So they are a prophecy. They, of course, for Jesus Christ, that's for sure. So Christos Kyrios is Jesus Christ. In our perspective, in our Christian perspective, it's Jesus Christ. But it's a prophecy. So it's something which is antedates, let's say, the gospel traditions.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Great. We have another question as well from Mr. Johan. Please, you can go ahead with your question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gendry. Thank you, Dr. Felix, for the presentation. It's very interesting. I think you're the first person in my life that presents Psalms of Solomon in 1 hour with high spirit. So it's really interesting for me. When I saw your conclusion or summary that we must trust in the manuscripts and be careful when scholars propose altering the biblical text, what come out in my thought is we don't need to learn about Song of Solomon to reach this conclusion. However, I believe that God put certain interest or fire on our heart for certain issue. So like just now when Brother Alexander shared why he very attracted to the second Maccabees, for me that it sounds like his inner sanctum. So would you mind to share with us why you have this interest in the first time? What are you looking for when you start studying the Psalm of Solomon? What God put in your heart? Something like that. But I think this is kind of personal, but if you don't want to share, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So the thing is, I was from the very beginning interested in King Solomon. So and that I dealt with the wisdom of Solomon. So I produced a German translation of the wisdom of Solomon, and of course with the Psalms of Solomon and the Testament of Solomon. I don't know if you have heard about the Testament of Solomon, which is the story of the temple building with the help of the demons. So King Solomon is subduing the demons, and they help him to build the temple in a very short time. So, and this is something I'm very much interested in. So I'm interested in the Solomonic tradition, and that means really from the biblical traditions, the very beginnings, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, of course, and to the very end, and that means the Testament of Solomon, the hygromancy of Solomon. So he did also some mantic. So there's a tradition of the mantic, the magic, let's say, magical King Solomon, and this is something I'm very interested in. There are a lot of texts which are not edited so far. So the hygromancy of Solomon is something which is you can look into it, but it's not let's say there is no critical edition you can rely on. And so I did it with a Testament of Solomon that I
fantastic.
prepared, let's say, a critical edition for yeah.
But when you start this, you know that not much people think that Psalm of Solomon is written by Solomon, right? You know that, or you don't know at the first.
Yes. So it's, in my opinion, it's not, of course, it's not written by Solomon.
Okay.
So it's not written by Solomon. So, but it's the tradition, the Solomonic tradition. So that means those it would not make so the texts would not make sense, let's say, if they would be placed in the time of Solomon. There are, of course, Solomonic psalms, and if you look into the Psalter, you have two, in the Davidic Psalter. So it's something different. But here it's a text which is, let's say it's ascribed to Solomon. But what does it mean that it's ascribed to Solomon? So it means that it's a prophecy of the Davidic Solomonic lineage, let's say. And it's a question. So why would someone ascribe this text to Solomon? That's one of the questions, of course, I had. But in this case, with the Psalms of Solomon, it's something which is really, so you have the Davidic Psalter, and it's the idea that this second Psalter is something which is, it's a later corpus, this Psalms of Solomon, but it reflects the Davidic Psalter. So if you look into the text, you find even references to the Septuagint of Psalms, of the canonical Psalms.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Yeah.
All right. Is there any more question? Okay, from Alex. Yeah,
Thank
please.
you very much. Yeah, thank you, Jerry. Thank you very much for a great presentation. Unfortunately, one part I missed because I had some stuff with German bureaucracy, so I apologize if I'm asking something that was already been told. Of course, Psalms of Solomon, very, very interesting topic in general. And it's interesting to me that, for example, we have in the festive epistle of Athanasius that when he lists Apocrypha, he says those are the writings that are being given name of old authors, yada, yada, yada. He does not mention Psalm of Solomon, but we can assume that maybe he knows of them. What I wanted to ask, we have two other writings that are interesting to me, and I have no idea if they can be linked to the Psalms of Solomon. One is the Book of Odes, which actually consists of biblical songs that are later being used in early church worship. Are there any connection with them? Meaning, did anybody take Psalms of Solomon as a pattern, for example, to create a Book of Odes? And the second one, maybe a bit more interesting, we have also the so-called Odes of Solomon, which is also an additional corpus of the writings which were ascribed to Solomon. Are there any connections there? I know that they have been discovered more recently, so to say, compared to Psalms of Solomon, if I'm correct. So are there any connection there? And I'm sorry if you already talked about this in the presentation. As I said, one part of the presentation I had to miss. And once again, thank you, because that what I managed to grasp in here was really astonishing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So the thing with the odes and the psalms is a bit difficult. So if we look into the Psalter, that means the psalms and odes of the Septuagint. The odes is an appendix. So half of it are, let's say, text from the Old Testament, half of it text from the New Testament, and also church ecclesiastical texts at the end. So, and the thing is, this composition, which is of a later date. So the oldest manuscript we have is Codex Alexandrinus. So Codex Alexandrinus, 5th century, we have this composition. In my opinion, it's late. It's not as late as the 5th century. It's something which came earlier into being. In my opinion, it's the first half of the 3rd century that we have this connection with the psalms and odes as we find it in the Septuagint. So, and this is very interesting. You see that there was a reading tradition, let's say, in Judaism, which is quite old. So if you look into the odes, you find texts which are like the description, Deuteronomy 32 is a text which is very old, and it was, let's say, used as a prayer in really early Judaism, that means in pre-Christian times already, I would say, in the synagogues. So, and the same with other texts like Habakkuk 3. So this what is called appendix to Habakkuk, in my opinion, is not an appendix, but so there you see that it has a very vivid tradition. So you have many different text types. You have it as part of the odes. You have it in the Septuagint, of course, in two different versions. So you have the Barberini version, which is named after a certain codex in the Barberini library in Rome, which has a different, let's say, a different text type. And you see, this is there is a strong reading tradition, and the Haftarot is some phenomenon, so that you have texts from the prophets which are read. This is something which is quite old. And this means that this composition of the odes, let's say, finalizes, as we find it in the Codex Alexandrinus, something which came earlier into being. And then you have, in the same way as the Psalms of David and the odes of David, let's call it, were composed and connected, you have the same phenomenon with the Psalms of Solomon and the odes of Solomon. The odes of Solomon are clearly, so they are studied by Michael Latke, were studied he did the texts and the commentaries, etc. And so it's a Christian tradition. That's clear. So it's nothing which is Jewish. He argued that at an earlier stage of his academic, let's say, career, he argued for even a Jewish core, but I'm not certain and not sure. I would say this is a Christian, and this is also his later view, a Christian composition. And you find it in the Syriac. So in the Syriac tradition of the Psalms of Solomon, you have this connection with the Odes of Solomon. You see that they are counted so differently, the Psalms. So you have the counting, and then you see in the Psalms of Solomon that the counting is so different that you see, okay, they form the connection with the Psalms of Solomon, the Odes of Solomon. And you find it also in the canonical indices. So there you find this connection of Odes of Solomon, Psalms of Solomon, Odes of Solomon. So in my opinion, in my view, the Psalms of Solomon were at an early stage. That's what I explained at the beginning. They were connected with the wisdom books, and they stood after the wisdom of Solomon. You see it because you have a mistake in the tradition that the title is Sophia Solomontos in Ralph's 253. One Greek manuscript has it, and also one from the 7th century Syriac fragment has this ascription to the wisdom of Solomon. And this is explainable if you see that if you look into the biblical tradition, you have the title of a book and you have always the subscription in the older manuscripts. So, and it's repeated there, let's say. So you have at the beginning Sophia Solomontos, at the end Sophia Solomontos of a text. And if a copyist makes this mistake that he copies it, or if the title, for instance, was lost of the following text, this came into being, this mistake. And you see clearly that in the very early tradition, you have this connection of the Psalms of Solomon with the Sophia Solomontos. So not in the main branch of the Septuagint tradition, but in a sub-branch, you have this connection of those two texts. So there is a relation. So from the very beginning, and then there was this edict that psalms which were not the biblical psalms were forbidden, let's say, in service. And that was the point where the Psalms of Solomon, let's say, went to the margins of the canon.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good point. I didn't think about it. We have the decisions of the Council of Laodicea, which says that only a book of 150 psalms should be read in the church. Probably that somebody also had in mind the Psalms of Solomon, and of course, probably different various psalms that were there at that time. Thank you for the answer.
Great. thank you so much once again, Dr. Albrecht, for your wonderful explanations and really clear explanation and introduction to the book of the Psalmi Salomonis. I remember I read your book, actually, Divaisat Salomos, as I did my project on Kohelet, because Kohelet is also part of the Solomonic tradition in the period of the Ptolemaic era. Well, our time is limited. I think we come to the end of the session. We would like to present you an online appreciation. So for the certificate as the speaker of this session. And thank you so much once again, Dr. Albrecht, for your time and your participation.
Thank you very much. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so
Okay. We will come to the closing session of this whole seminar, and we'll close the meeting with the closing prayer from Dr. Sri Mulyani. Oh. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gendry and Felix Albert, for your very blessing presentation. Thank you to all the speakers and the today of the seminar, especially. Now I would like to say thank you for the speaker on the second day, Peter Gendry, Russell T. Fuller, Alexander Danilovic, and once again, I would say thank you to Felix Albert. Also to all the moderators, the committee, and all of the participants who attended in the today's seminar. I really appreciate for your presence and togetherness at this seminar. The seminar is the last international seminar organized by Morayah Theological College together with the Scriptura Foundation in the 2024. We will meet again in the international seminar in 2025 with extraordinary speakers who are able to add insight and deeply understanding at the Bible. Okay, it's time for us to close this international seminar. We will close in prayer. Let's pray. Thank you, Jesus, for today's seminar that we have gone through. You will gather us from various countries and institutions to share knowledge in understanding the Bible more deeply. Thank you for your presence and grace. So this international seminar will end smoothly. May your grace be more abundant to all of us, to speaker, moderator, committee, and all participants for today and in the future. We are very grateful for Jesus' presence. We close to this seminar with humility and full surrenders into your hand. May the knowledge that we have gained from the speaker be internalized to further strengthen and our invite in the God. We will part from one another, bring us together again at next year's seminar in a joyful condition, be it according only to your will. In the name of Jesus, Amen. Okay, all right. Before we close this Zoom, I would like all participants to open camera. We will to take a photo.
Okay, please on your camera, all participants. And I would like to take a picture from section 1 in 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's move on to section 2 in 3, 2, 1. Section 3 in 3, 2, 1. Okay, finish. Thank you for all of you to join us, and so see you to the next international seminar to the next year. God bless you all. Thank you.
I wish you all to Merry
Thank you,
Christmas
thank
and
you.
Happy New Year.
Thank you very much.
Mute ya. Nggak boleh unmute ya.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Feli, thank you everyone.
Thank you so much.
Be good.
Dr. Philip,
Advent.
Kak Ruli. Bye. Mr. Bondar. Isa Moses. Thank you.
Itu.
To Mr. Oscar Lonto.
Bye. Thank you.
Oscar. Terima kasih Pak Oscar. Terima kasih Pak Arnold Pardede.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you.
Ibu Sri Mulyani. Tak kirain Menteri Keuangan tadi.